Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. My apologies, everyone, for the tardiness, but I'm pretty sure y'all expected it. Not even tardiness, lateness. I'm pretty sure y'all expected it. My apologies, everyone. This is a reckless stream, so y'all know reckless stream rules are in effect. I do plan on having a panel up when I get a chance. Well, in a little bit, hopefully. And we'll just play this by ear, and we'll see how this goes. So let's cover first Miss Manifestel and her video debunking the Oxford study on Asian women dating white men. So we'll cover that first, and then we'll and the accompanying links, which once again are of Dr. Jennifer Lundquist, Dr. Chantel Buggs, and Christian Rudder, and speaking about essentially women of color worshiping white men. Shout out to Dr. Thunder and his formula of a deregulated dating market plus hypergamy equals essentially swirl divest, I think it was, but I know I butchered that, and my apologies once again, Dr. Thunder. You have said this multiple times, and I've gotten it wrong just about every single time. But essentially, yeah, it's all about the white Pete chase at the end of the day. So Manifestel is Filipina. She grew up in Asia for a lot of her life, if I'm not mistaken. And I want to stress this. First, we're going to make a little fun. Oh, yeah, the ad hominem attacks are coming. So Manifestel and her dead-ass eyes. And the way she was, so Manifestel Filipina Z, this is not even a black woman. Why does this matter? So what we see is whether, and Mr. Z said this to y'all before, I walked into the Black Manosphere saying this, it's all about the white peen at the end of the day. It's all for women of color. It's all about, and for a nice chunk of women of color, it's all about white men, because no matter what the left does, their issue is that the women still want to practice hypergamy no matter how educated she is. No matter how educated she is, no matter how quote unquote liberated she is, no matter how much money she has, no matter what her status is in society, women, for the most part, still want to date and marry up. And what we have over the past few centuries on planet Earth, particularly over the past 2 or 3 centuries, is white men are the up. So whether it's a black woman, an indigenous woman, an Asian woman, an Arab woman, a Persian woman, right? A Latina, which once again, Latina is not a race, but okay, fine, ethnicity. Whether it's Aboriginal, whether it's about white men. And what you saw here from Miss Manifestel, remember, Filipina, is her insulting, shaming, and essentially telling Asian men to shut the hell up. We do what we want to do. What do they want to do, Z? White men. But right? Yes, only logical. Once again, racial hypergamy. This is racial hypergamy talk. And shout out to Dr. Green Gorilla. This is Asian women's racial hypergamy talk. It's not about black men. Are there going to be Asian women that go after black men? Yes. It's not about Latino men. And when we say Latino, we're not saying white or even mestizo Latino. We're talking about Jorge, Mario, the 5'7" Mexican guy. You know, the one that looks indigenous but speaks Spanish. Huh? It's not about him. It's not about the Persian guy. Huh? It's all about the white dude. And what Miss Manifestel was saying here, in her intellectualizing the white peen chase, right, was, dear Asian men, you don't own us. This is some weird sexist, misogynistic, colonial crap. That's what she was saying here. So, and another reason why Mr. Z is reviewing this is because there were black women in the comments copping please, but of course they were. Yeah, the black community does the same thing to black women. Get the hell out of here. No, dear black women, I get it. It's a woman throwing a man under a bus, throwing men of her community under a bus, and black women are always down to sign up for that. Oh wait, women talking crap about men. I'm there. I want a piece. And so here come black women with their lying asses saying the black community attempts to police what black women do with their bodies. Stop it, black women. You know it's the other way around. You know y'all the ones shaming black men who end up with white women or Latinas or Asian women, like Miss Manifestel. You know the women y'all like to call exoticals as an insult? Yeah. Huh? And Trell says, and it's funny, so what if I want to date up? And to all the women of color, I say, if men of color followed Mr. Z rules, then whatever happened to you over there with white men happens to you over there. There is no community protesting for you. There is no community marching for you. There is no community calling your local politician to find out what's going on, the news station to find out what's going on. There is no anything. Whatever happened to you over there happened to you. And when they kick you off of Mount Olympus, because yes, Asian women began kicked off of Mount Olympus too. When they kick you off of Mount Olympus, so be it. And if it was up to Z, if these Asian men were following Z's rules, when the white men pass you on and they finish with you, you would just be out here. That's it. Ain't no Asian dude coming to do nothing with you. Huh? Go eat vagina or go, I don't know, maintain yourself on the white carousel. I guess now you'll be ending up with older white men because the young white men are done with you. It was up to Z. Huh? So, Manifesto, she brings up a couple of clips and they're speaking about the Asian girlies and the yawn. And it's some corny crap about well, if these men really cared and they don't have the moral high ground, and if they really cared about who dates out, then why do men of color date out? Number one, ma'am, we have the research now. The researchers, the not men of color researchers, the white men and the white women researchers, they're saying it's women that are the ones that are like upholding, the provider protector part of patriarchy. Oops. And women of color respond online dating. Women of color respond first to white men and then men of their respective races and ethnicities. And the men of color don't actually do that. Uh-oh. Miss Manifestel, did you hear that? So there's your opinion, Miss Manifestel, and then there's the research and the data and the studies. And what the research and the data and the studies say is that men of color, for the most part, rate their women first. It's women of color that go after white men first or respond to white men first. Uh-oh. The article said economically unattractive men are leading to a downturn in marriage, Miss Manifesto. What we're finding out more and more is how much women, say it again, women rate status in men. And we live in America, Miss Manifesto. Well, you're in Japan right now. And so in America, Miss Manifesto, white men are the men. So women like you are more open to white men, which, by the way, is your prerogative. Right? Which is what's really interesting and weird about these like conversations about race and interracial relationships and whatever is first how people play down race when it comes to interracial sex and relationships, because all of a sudden white men aren't racist anymore because they're handing out white peen to women of color, which is fascinating. Number one. Number two, when people make their relationships public and they publicly talk about their relationships and they show pictures of their spouse and whatnot, but then they get critique and it's like, oh, why are you all in their relationship? They made their relationship public. Huh? Dear women, if you're taking pictures of that white man to show him off, because that's what y'all are doing, dear women of color, when you take pictures of your white boyfriend to show him off and be like, oh, look what I got. Guess what? Men and women now can critique it. You've given, whether you realize it or not, people the license to critique your behavior, your relationship. You've not opened that door. This is why Z doesn't make his Instagram public like that. This is why Z doesn't show his lady. It's a private relationship. Z is open to critique, not his family, not his lady. When you take pictures of that white man you showing off to be like, "Ooh, look at what I got," then you now have opened yourself up to all type of critique and criticism. Huh? Now to the moral high ground talk. Dear ladies, that's a ticking time bomb. You playing with fire with that. Huh? This really interesting game women are playing like they're morally superior to men. Hey, are you sure you want to play this game? Huh? So Manifestel is just the Asian swoller divester woman in luxury person. So she's just the Asian version of all the black women we critique over here in the black community. The black women in luxury, she's an Asian version of that. Swoller divester talk, she's an Asian version of that. Men of my own race ain't on my level, she's an Asian version of that. Give men nothing, she's an Asian version of that. We're morally superior to the men of our own race. She's an Asian version of that. That's all. Right? Buckeye fan, I did not forget about you. Let me read this one now. Right? And Buckeye fan says, "You still up for that TLC no scrub stream?" And thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Yes, I am. Yes, I am, Buckeye fan. I did not forget about you. Trell got me on a mission too. Trell, I did not forget about you and that link you dropped. Right? I did not forget about y'all. Yes, who somebody else sent me, was it Detroit? I think Detroit sent me the clip that I was speaking about, from the sister from Chicago that was saying, she would rather be with a D-boy or scammer than a 9-to-5 dude because if she say she need 50 grand, she need it right now, all type of weirdness. So yeah, I'm telling y'all, it's just a list. It's a list. Buckeye fan, I did not forget about you, right? I did not forget about you. Thank you for the super chat, right? So if y'all listen to Manifestel and then you click the other subsequent links from Dr. Chantal Buggs, Dr. Jennifer Lundquist, and Christian Rudder, you see it's all about white dudes for women, particularly women of color. It's all about white men. And what women of color are doing is playing this interesting game where they're defending their right to go after white men and to attempt to appeal to white men, which, by the way, is their right. It is their right. But it's not your right not to be critiqued about it, not to even be made fun of about it. Yes, Manifestel, Asian men get to say whatever they want to say about it. You can do whatever you want to do, and then they can do whatever they want to do. And if doing whatever they want to do within legal bounds is making fun of those women, attempting to shame those women, insulting those women, then guess what? That's in their legal right to do. If they're trolling y'all on the internet, guess what? That's in their legal right to do. If they're making fun of you and if they're telling you to go suck on what you said, white chicken, then yeah, that's in their legal right to do. And if people like you want to block their comments or delete them or delete their comments, then so be it. But it's in their right to. You can do whatever you, Miss Manifestel. You can go after the white dude all you want, and those Asian men can critique you all they want. And the other Asian women who you call pick-me's can be like, shit, I ain't one of them. I'm not chasing after no white dudes. Nope, I don't want no parts. If you want to speak about moral high grounding, ma'am, then you don't have the moral high ground. Sorry, not. Dead ass eyes ass manifesto with her fake ass, weirdo ass female empowerment talk, and then black women in the comments copping, please. Black women, you don't have the same issues Asian women do. Stop it. So let me get this right. Everybody's cool and everybody's allied when it goes to the white peen chase. All of a sudden, the same Asian women that when a black man ends up with her is an exotical and y'all ripping her to shreds. All of a sudden, y'all allied with her right now when it comes to defecating on men of color. And then y'all are trying to shoehorn yourselves into the conversation so y'all can take pot shots at black men. To the point where Manifestel threw y'all a bone by saying, yeah, the black community, I heard the black community does this to black women. Manifestel, stop it. You know that ain't true. Nice try, though. And dear black women in the comments, all you black women, y'all got the unmitigated gall, the temerity, the audacity to say it's black women that are being shamed for dating white men in the black community. Like the black community is trying to hold black women hostage in the black community and force them to end up with black men. Black women, y'all got the temerity to say that. Y'all got the ovaries to open your mouth or type with your Twitter fingers like that. Liars. No, it's not black women insulting black men for dating and marrying out. Absolutely not. It's not black women with the shaming tactics with black men. It's not black women that do the fake ass I'm not bothered, unbothered Omarion crap with black men when black men date and marry out. No, that's not it. It's the black community and black men who do that to black women. Okay, yeah, that's it. Manifesto, you know you were lying. And dear black women, all in her comments, which are desperate loser asses, all in her comments, see me, feel me, speak about my pain. The black community does this too. Black men do this too. Stop with your lying asses. Manifesto don't believe you, and she threw y'all a bone anyway because she knew y'all desperate loser asses would be running into her comments with the men of color do this. Black men do this too in the black community. Everybody know you lying. Black women, y'all have exposed yourself so much. Everyone knows you're lying. It's not black men who expose y'all. Y'all have exposed yourself so much, particularly in this era of social media and the internet, that everyone knows you're lying. But people that throw you a bone, and men of color give you a bone, they won't marry you though. Oops. Huh? Black women truly have become the mascot of men ain't ish. And so whenever women want to go after their men or insult their men or belittle their men, they just mention black women to be like, ooh, sisters, help me stomp my men out for a second, sisters. And here come black women, the mascot of men ain't ish. Nobody's helping you at all, black women, but they will help you defecate on black men, and they will bring you in to defecate on their own man. You know, those same men that don't end up being with you, even though the women of their race may be throwing them under the bus. Oops. Let me get this right. Manifesto and other Asian women are marrying outside of their race at 54%. God damn. And Asian men still ain't checking for black women. Well, will you look at that? You got Issa Rae. Issa Rae, who's with a black man, talking to black women about them dating Asian men and how Asian men and black women should end up with each other, and how it would be better if black women end up with Korean men because Filipino men are too blackish. Uh-oh. What do you got to say about that, Miss Manifesto? And yet Asian men were like, yeah, no, we're good. Nah, you could keep that. Nope. Black women never turn down an opportunity to be the mascot of men ain't ish, fake ass female empowerment. Meanwhile, black women's actual material condition, according to the St. Louis Federal Reserve, single black women Single childless black women have the least amount of wealth in America. 62% of black women are single. 62% of black women are single. And in that case, I think they mean unmarried. 62%. And single and childless black women have the least amount of wealth in America. Huh? Meanwhile, y'all running to be the mascot for every little minute-ish function possible. To the point where y'all in Manifest Del's Dead Eyes, I'm gonna just call her Dead Eyes Manifest. Y'all are in her comments throwing black men under the bus. Huh? Only Logical, this is a great comment. And Only Logical says, and once again, Buckeye fan, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Only Logical says, when's the last time you saw a black woman on a date with anybody? Especially an Asian man. Huh? What? Black women are over here on girls trips and 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 deep on girls trips, right? They doing day brunches and day spas and all this other stuff. 5, 6, 7, 8, 12 deep day parties. Huh? They taking cruises, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 deep black women. No man in sight. Black, white, Latino, Asian, or otherwise. Meanwhile, these women like Manifestel bring y'all along to beat up on men. Y'all mention black men just to throw black men under the bus for good measure. And then these women like Manifestel turn around and marry whoever, whether it's an Asian man or a white man or a black man, a Latino man. And then black women are out here single as hell, munching on box, or with their box wine watching Lifetime movies, crying themselves to sleep at night and letting their rose toy cool down. Huh? Y'all ain't learned nothing from the feminist movement. White women left y'all high and dry, backstabbed y'all. You were supposed to throw black men under the bus. White women were supposed to throw white men under the bus. And y'all were supposed to sell out in the sunset, running y'all respective communities. Some of y'all, more of y'all, munching on each other. And black women threw black men under the bus, and white women said, yeah, I'm not going to do it. But thank you for getting black men out of the way. We had a little competition about who was going to be second. And thank you for getting, black men out of the way. And so what we're going to do now is give y'all a couple of symbolic victories. Tell you how you're the backbone of the Democratic Party or the backbone of the black community. You are the mother of the movement. Shout out to Nina Turner. Talk about how fierce and strong you are. And you'll have the least amount of wealth of anyone in America. Black women ain't learned nothing because here you are siding up for the same crap again with Manifestel. It's interesting how throwing black men under the bus makes the most interesting bedfellows. Y'all all defending your right for the white peen chase. Huh? You're all defending your right for that. Here's the difference, black women. Manifestel is exponentially many more times more likely to end up with the white man than you are. And the data shows that. Mr. Z ain't, I'm not even trying to make fun of black women with that one. And by the way, black women, stop it. It don't got nothing to do with your loyalty. It got everything to do with what that white man think about you and what he think about Asian women like Miss Manifestel. Trail, Pyrrhic victory like a mug. Symbolic as hell. Nothing. Just make black women feel good. And I guess tonight she won't cry herself to sleep at night because, yeah, I got to stick it to black men. And I had an Asian woman help me do it. Huh? Huh? Exactly what Only Logical said. Black women not going on dates with anybody. Black women are over here. And white women. And Latina women. Not Asian women, though. Ooh. A couple of them, yes. Y'all are over here complaining that men aren't going to these matchmaking events and these speed dating events. Y'all are complaining that these men aren't going. For what? So y'all can all choose up on the white dude that looked like he got a couple of dollars in front of everybody's face? Huh? Dear women, all women, white, Latina, Asian, black, indigenous, etc. Huh? But particularly black women, because Mr. Z's a black man. Y'all are complaining that these brothers ain't showing up to these matchmaking events. Why should we? If y'all don't get these black women like the ones that's in Manifestel's comment section together, then why should we? Y'all are raising these young women that are in Manifestel's comment section right now. These black women that are in Manifestel's comment section throwing black men under the bus. Instead of telling Manifestel to stay in her lane and go talk about that Asian stuff over there. Whatever you got going on with Asian men and white men, that's you. Don't mention us. Instead of y'all raising your daughters to do that, your daughters over here throwing black men under the bus with Manifestel. And by extension, the black community. But y'all perfectly okay with that because once again, y'all love it being the mascot for Men Ain't Ish. And when y'all say that, y'all really mean all men except for white men. That's why all of you are on the white peen chase once again. But Manifestel and other Asian women are more likely to get him than you are. Huh? Right? Wow. And this is true. And Only Logical says the white men that date Asian women are not the same type of white men that date black women. Look how 0.5% of white men marry black women. So when you control for just marriage, some 12 or so percent of married black women are married to, right, a white man, or at least interracially married. I'm not 100% sure if it's white men specifically. I think it's interracially married completely. So that's white men, Latino men, Asian men, etc., etc. 12% of black women. Meanwhile, 54% of married Asian women in recent marriage are married. So it's 12% of black women. I think recent is like 2012 and up. I'm not that 2012, sorry, 2017 and up. And it's about 54% of Asian women are married out primarily to white men in America. Huh? So when we say it's not the same type of white man, yeah, white men would rather be with Asian women because of his concepts of femininity. This don't got nothing to do with black women. Quite frankly, it doesn't have really much to do with Asian women. It's the white man and his concepts of what beauty is and what femininity is and what's sexy. And we can see based on 54% of a smaller group versus 12% of a larger group. So there's more black women to choose from, right? And white men said, yeah, nah. Huh? And Kevin Miller says, what the hell is a manifesto? That's manifesto, that's a channel, Asian woman, younger Asian woman. She's on some, female empowerment stuff. She's a little snarky, sassy, but dead face, dead eyes ass Filipina, um not particularly charismatic, just blah. But she says the thing that especially younger women want to hear. It's all about you. The world revolves around you. Give men nothing. And she spoke about like this. She used the term market a lot in this, and she spoke about like I want to say it wasn't dating market. It was something else type of market. But she's essentially the like high-minded white businessman's perfect, like Asian 304, right? So yeah, and the manifest talk, you already know, women love that manifest talk, right? And Nema says East and Southeast Asian women have been fantasized for centuries. So have South and Central Asian women. Bro, they don't care nothing. They want to go. They're good with the fetishization from white men. It just got to be a particular type of white man. These Asian, not even just Asian women. Let Z say it. Ooh, I'm gonna hurt some feelings. Y'all not gonna believe me over there on the left. Look, women are good with a handmaid's tale if it's to the right white man. Ooh, Z, god damn, I said that. Oh yeah, I said it. Women are good with a handmaid's tale if it's to the white, excuse me, the right white man. You heard right. Black women, Latina women, Asian women, white women, what they're letting you know is, I don't know if I'm really opposed to it. If he's attractive and he's white and he make a lot of money, I don't really know if I'm opposed to it. So, Naaman, when you talk about fetishization, are women of color really against being exoticized or exoticized or however it's pronounced and fetishization? Or is it case by case basis? And if you tall enough and good looking enough and charismatic enough and white enough and financially endowed enough, then you get a pass. And Kevin Miller says, sounds like a business move on Manifestel's part. Hey, you want to talk about stereotypes, Miss Manifestel? This is pretty goddamn Asian woman of you. Shrewd, cold, and calculated. That sounds like if we're going to go into negative stereotypes about a certain racial or ethnic group, I'm not. Are you sure you're disproving the stereotype? I'm just saying, like, if we're gonna go into racist land USA, if we're gonna start talking about stereotypes, huh? Negative stereotypes, Miss Manifestel, like the way you're defending Asian women's right for the white peen chase and succumbing, emphasis on the latter half of that word. Oops. To white male dominance. If we're going to talk about that, Miss Manifesto, then I don't know if you really want to sign up for the rest of this conversation, huh? And Naima says, I grew up in the Middle East. Z. You'd be surprised by the number of women who were enamored by white men. Same with Middle Eastern men with white women and Asian women. Bruh. Like, and this is why white men can run amok. And I shout out to you, Only Logical. I'm watching your videos of the African women who constantly, like, it's like we every other second. Only Logical, you could do this until you pass, bro. You could do this for the next few decades until you die. Just video after video of a black woman who the white dude piped and left, piped and then married, and then assaulted, we'll say. The white dude, the Indian guy, the East Asian guy, probably Chinese, who just treating these African sisters like goddamn toilet tissue. Because they're so open to them. They're not skeptical at all. They didn't learn anything over the past 500 years of history. Nothing. They learned nothing from what the Arabs did in East Africa. They learned, and that was thousands of years. They learned nothing from what the whites did on the west side of Africa. They learned nothing. Huh? About Gandhi and what he had, what his ideas of black people in South Africa. They learned nothing. Goddamn, black women. Whether it's east side of Africa, west side of Africa, South Africa, black women learned absolutely nothing. Arab men been on the same thing on the east side of Africa for what? A couple thousand years? West side of Africa for some hundreds of years, and black women learned nothing. Nothing. Huh? Thank you, Naima. And Naima says, prime example, the Black Street crawlers hounding Leonardo DiCaprio in Blood Diamond. Huh? And apparently, based on what how Miss Manifestel is talking, Asian women ain't learned too much neither. Ooh. Huh? Asian women ain't learned nothing. Marco Polo across to now, they learned nothing. Dear Asian women, how many of y'all are married to white men? White men still ain't putting y'all on camera like that. Ooh. Huh? Now, look at the interesting thing that's going on now. Black women have like the lowest interracial marriage rate, and yet every second you turn on the TV, it's some white man with a black woman on commercials, on television shows. But yet Asian women are married to white men all over the place, and yet you barely see that. You don't see it on television. You don't see it on commercials. What? Huh? Y'all better stop playing with these white men. They got y'all number because y'all are so predictable. Dear women of color, y'all so goddamn easy and predict. Even Manifesto, you mentioned how you can't go anywhere with an interracial. Y'all don't see what white men are playing. They playing y'all. They know your insecurities. They know your wants. You know your wants to tuck yourself under their testes. Oops. They know what y'all women of color are on. Their balls. Huh? Y'all are so goddamn predictable and desperate, and they see how y'all willing to throw yourselves under the bus, throw the men of your communities under the bus, the men of your respective races under the bus, just for the off chance that the white dude marry you. And even for you, Asian women, y'all remember that clip? Where's that, in the Bay Area? With the Asian woman riding her bike and the white dude in the car, and they almost got into a little accident, and the white dude called her what, an Asian Negro, and Negro is not the word, or something like that. Huh? You would think the white dude would be chasing after a woman like that, and he called it. And you never know. That's the Bay Area. He could. Funniest thing in the world. He could have him an Asian girlfriend. Didn't they find out he was a tech bro or something like that? Huh? The funniest thing in the world is he could have him an Asian girlfriend and still call her that. And you think the Asian girlfriend going anywhere? Huh? Huh? What's his name that kneeled on George Floyd neck? Didn't he have an Asian wife? Oops. Huh? Daniel Holesclaw. And yeah, Manifestel, you right. We bring up the consummate gentleman and Daniel Holesclaw. Yeah, you damn right. Because Asian women like you are the ones who married those white men that produce those type of sons. Manifestel. White worshipping Asian women like you are the ones who produce the Daniel's Holesclaw and the consummate gentleman. Huh? That's why your Hopper sons be all type of weird, because they watch you work, not love their white father, worship their white father. There's a difference, and you know it. Huh? Those Hopper boys be all type of messed up. They be all, yo. I've known a couple. I've engaged with a couple on online conversations, and it's sad because as they when they're kids they don't really get it, but once they start hitting puberty and when they get in their teens, it click. Oh crap! Asian women worship white men. Was my mom on that? Is that what my mom is on? See, the girls have the luxury of not ever really considering it like that, like that. Not the boys, huh? Yeah. And Jay West says Eurasian Tiger a few years back put Asian women and white men relationships on blast. Everybody know what that is, and even Manifesto know what that is. Everyone knows what that is. White women became too goddamn annoying to white men with their freaking feminism talk and their female empowerment talk, and white men said, "Watch this," and they went out and started ending up with women who they felt worshiped them. And you know who the number one woman was? Ooh, hi Asian women. Uh-oh. It's not just a stereotype. Stop it. Huh? It's crazy listening to people talk, women talk about this ugly, like this ugly stereotype that when we end up with white men, we just do whatever they say and we worship them. And meanwhile, black women literally have seminars and conversations about not to be this type of black woman if you want a white man. They're literally saying it. That young sister that said, you know, the way we talk, the way we treat black men, we can't treat these non-black men. She literally said it. Huh? Yeah. And Nemesis, Manifestel herself is Eurasian, if I'm not mistaken, Z. So she inherited that point of view from her mother and aunts. It's generational. Oh boy. Right? Huh. So if that's correct, and Manifestel is mixed herself, doesn't that say a lot? You defending mommy, Manifestel? Huh? You defending mommy? By the way, that's okay. That's in your right to do. That is in your right to do. You feel slighted that these Asian men are saying what they're saying because it speaks to your mother's choice and ending up with your father. And you feel a certain way about it. And you might be going down that same road. Huh? So you feel a certain way about it. You feel personally attacked, and that's okay. You feel like it's not your choice to tell me who to end up with and who I should be, who I should end up with. And you're right about that, actually. Here's the issue. It's their right to do whatever they want to do. Those Asian men get the right to attempt to shame you. They get the right to make fun of you and to insult you and other Asian women that end up with white men. That's their right also. They can't physically do anything to you. Huh? But it's their right. They can make fun of you. They can talk to each other and make fun of you. Huh? And other women like you, including your mother. And Prodigy says, like, share, subscribe to the super chat. Prodigy didn't say that. Mr. Z is saying that. And Prodigy says, Z, did you see Malika Andrews from ESPN married her white coworker? David Carroll was right about that white skin. Is it the same white dude, the redhead white dude? Right? Is this the same like kind of redhead-ish white dude? That's cool. They were together for how long, and now she married him, and y'all gotta know like this was the goal. And then when you see the way Malika Andrews carries herself and the way she talks to black men, the way she spoke to Stephen A. Smith, y'all knew she was gonna end up with a white man. You think ESPN don't know she got contempt for black men? Come on, stop it. Her new white husband know that. Stephen A. Smith know that. You could smell it through the screen. And then her white bosses know that. That's probably why they hired her and kept her. Huh? So look, dear black men, black women and women of color are gonna show you their ass. They're gonna show you their ass, bro. The women that are for black men and that's what they about, that's what they're gonna be about. And you're gonna know it, even if you have issues with them, you're gonna know. And all those other women who are on the white peen chase and in case of emergency break glass black men, they're gonna show you that's who they are too. You can help who you love, and I've dated all different races of men, and I used to date white men, but now I have a black boyfriend. No, ma'am, you used to get passed around by white men. You used to get D'd down by white men. You used to have white men pogo sticking up and down your esophagus, ma'am. And then when they were done with you, they kicked you off of Mount Olympus. You thought you broke up with him. He was done with you. He stopped doing what he was doing because he was done with you, and he was too kind to break up with you, so you broke up with him eventually. Now you have a black boyfriend because you have no other choice. Huh? Huh. So the women who are all about white men, that includes white women, Latina women, Asian women, black women who are all on it's all about white men and like this is what hypergamy looks like to them. Obviously, it's racial hypergamy. It's all about white men until a successive amount or succession, excuse me, that's what I was trying to say, of white men back to back to back. Keep using them and tossing them. Then it's in case of emergency, black man. Because black men are supposed to be what? The savers of women after white men do what they do with them? Absolutely not. I know where I can go. So the women who are about black men, you will know. You will know. Malika Andrews, it's clear what that lady was on. Everybody know what she's on, huh? And now y'all can see what she's on. And by the way, something Manifestel said, which is like the biggest crock of crap ever, right? Which is like something like this is, and I'm paraphrasing. It was something along the lines of like your marriage or your relationship, who you're married to, has nothing to do with how you advocate or what you care about or your political stance. And I'm like, what in the hell are you talking about, lady? Marriage is political. Y'all are weird. I promise these weirdos be talking. You don't know what they talking about. Marriage is political, ma'am. Marriage is social. It's political, ma'am. Yes, who you are married to, literally, if you took his last name or if he gave you his last name. If y'all have legal binding documents with both of your names in them, you know that marriage certificate? If you live in the same home, huh? Y'all are swapping body fluids. Y'all are sleeping in the same bed. You're producing children. You're literally bringing in new life onto planet Earth. You don't see this as political? Huh? Y'all are some weird man. The way y'all talk when it come to white men, boy, women of color be sounding like the biggest hypocrites, biggest moonwalkers, weirdo, right? Mind game playing ass people ever. The defense of the white peen chase it knows no bounds, right? It knows no bounds. Marriage is political. You literally well, hopefully live in the same home. Y'all are paying bills. Well, y'all end up with the white dude. Y'all be hoping that he be paying all the bills, right? Oh yeah, exactly. Saint Cyr and Saint Cyr says, "Remember, Z, Latinas are colonizing white men back." Hey, oh man, when I first read that, I was like, "What in the absolute what?" Hey, the Wusa Z Wusa Wusa. The way people go about explaining things, and that's going to lead me to what I'm going to speak about in a minute with Cam Newton and Miss Cheyenne Bryant. Oh boy, um, the way people go about explaining things is fascinating because what we're doing oftentimes is attempting to cover up or sanitize our actual true intentions and motives. And it ends up making us sound like absolute complete fools and idiots because we just won't come up the middle and say, yo, I feel this way, or this is what I'm about, or this is my lived experience. And like, I feel a certain way about what you said. And instead of us just coming up the middle and saying that, we attempt to intellectualize our feelings and put 4 and 5 syllable words behind it and justify it. Our our actions, our previous actions, our feelings, our thoughts about something, and we end up looking like idiots. And I say we because just about everybody on planet Earth has engaged in this. Huh? Exactly. And I'm Waffles is colonizing from the face down, right? Face down, rear up, colonization. Yeah, that's it. Shout out to all the women throughout, I don't know, world history, but definitely over the past five-ish centuries who thought they were doing that to white men. And how did that work out exactly? All the Asian women, all the Aboriginal women, all the Inuit women and indigenous women, all the African women, huh? All the Middle Eastern women, huh? I already said indigenous women. All of you that thought you were gonna practice face down, rear up colonization, and how did that work exactly? Huh? Huh? So, um, Manifestel, I think she struggles with the fact that these men, Asian men, can critique her and other Asian women. That's in their right to do, right? That's in their right to do. These weirdo, and it really is divester babble. In only logical sense, the way divestors babble is disgusting, and they always sound stupid. It really is divester babble. Divest to the white man babble. So let me get this right. Black women want to end up with non-black men, white men, because black men are not on black women's level. They're not educated enough. Black men are not intelligent enough. Black men are not cultured enough. Black men are not real men. They don't appreciate what a man is supposed to be, essentially a paymaster, right? Okay, fine. So black women want to date out and marry out, probably most likely to a white man. Okay, cool. Asian women, on the other hand, are saying that their issue is that Asian women look too much like their brother or look too much like them. Asian men aren't masculine enough. Huh? Asian men think they own Asian women. Right? Yeah, Asian men are educated and hardworking, but Asian men are essentially the complete opposite end of black men. So black men are hypersexualized and Asian men are desexed. They're essentially seen as asexual beings. So the good happy medium, y'all already know, is the good old white man. Huh? Black men are too crass. Asian men are too PC. Black men practice hypermasculinity. White men, excuse me, Asian men aren't masculine enough. Huh? Black men are just big dumb jocks. Asian men are soy boys. Huh? And so we end up in the nice, just right, perfect temperature white man in the middle. Thank you, Joe. Pink in the middle. Right? Huh? Wow. Detroit in characters. Look, Detroit. And once again, Prodigy, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And what's going on, Ed? Edward Anderson in the house. Detroit, the character. I don't even know. I need translation. Right? I think you're right. And Nema says Asian men are a lot freakier than they're stereotyped to be. Right? And then it's a stereotype that if you don't know any better, expands across Asia. So from China to India to Japan and Sri Lanka, and Indian men and Chinese men are like not alike at all. But the stereotype in the West, in particular in America, pretty much puts them in the same boat. Huh? Oh boy. Right. So I covered this today, the manifesto thing, because I wanted to show everyone that Asian women are on the same thing. The Asian divester women are on the same thing that the black divester women are on. White Peen. And Manifesto could be with an Asian man, but listen to how she speaks. For all we know, she could have an Asian boyfriend, an Asian husband, but look at the way she speaks. Right. So from Mindy Kaling to Manifestel to Amanda Marianne and Madison Brown and Crystal and Karazin to the Asian woman that Compassionate has on his channel, that man on the street interview. It's all about the white peen for women of color. Huh? It's all about the white men. Even Dr. Jennifer Lundquist, Dr. Chantal Buggs told you it's something about these women who essentially she was saying these women who are feminist and all of this and they're different and you and all they really wanted was white men with beards. You gotta love it. You can see it in Dr. Chantal Buggs' face that you would think that these women would be open to pansexual whatever the hell or different sorts of men that exhibit manhood differently, and nope, they all of these women, trans women, pan with all of these weird different everything, non-traditional women, traditional women, they all really were fixated on white men with beards. Meanwhile, these lion-ass white conservative men, huh? These white conservative men who pretend like they don't know what's going on, huh? Why is Alexandra Osorio-Cortez with a white man? Why is Ilhan Omar with a white man? If these white men are so horrible, then why are y'all know why they with them white men? Stop acting dumb. This is America, and a lot of these women of color are waxing poetic about equality and feminism, and then the white man walks in the room. Ain't that right, Miss De Blasio? Oops. Huh? Yeah, you were lesbian until you met Mr. De Blasio, tall white man walk in the room. That make a whole lot of women of color change their mind about what they doing. What they doing and who they screwing. Huh? The biggest let Z say this. The biggest test to see if women are really lesbian or not. Let's send them. Let's send Henry Cavill in the room, and we'll see if you're lesbian or not. We'll see if you're we'll remove everyone, hidden camera. Nobody in the room. We'll let you tell us about how you're different and different lifestyle and men this and toxic masculinity and yawn. And we'll send Chris Evans in the room, and we'll see whether you really are same-sex loving and you're lesbian or not. Miss me with the BS. Huh? We'll see if you're same-sex loving or not when we send Henry Cavill in the room. Huh? We'll see if you're same-sex loving or not when we send Chris Hemsworth in the room. Huh? So, dear Dr. Chantal Buggs, no, women are who they always been. Duplicitous liars. Huh? You actually expected these different women who practice sexuality different like this, and they have these different experiences and upbringing. You thought they were actually different? Huh? And they had this thing for white men with beards. Of course they did. They're about female empowerment right up until it's time to get married. It's all about female empowerment right up until the white man walks in the room. Then you know what? I'll take a bit of patriarchy. I'll take a sprinkling of patriarchy. Huh? And let me know because I want to be part of that. If you're gonna do, because I want to be part of that. If you're gonna do something on that, a panel hopefully. And Ed says, word on the street is these white women are hella triggered over JD Vance and his wife on the low. I may do a video on that and use that angle with it. Yeah, let me know. Right. And Only Logical says, yeah, black women who claim to be lesbians, I'll say it, always have a backstory of being rejected by white men, which is why I do not believe people are born gay. Even American women, when rejected, don't eat box. Yeah, or Asian women, when rejected, don't eat box. Yeah. And Detroit, you said you gave me the translation. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to find it now. Too many comments. Right. And lastly, on the manifesto thing, Miss Manifesto did the "you can't help who you love" stuff. Okay, look, man. Okay, look, women, you can't have it both ways. If you can't help who you love, then why aren't you interested in the 5'4" tall, chubby, brown skin, Mexican, Spanish speaking man? Huh? If you can't help who you love, then why is it all about the white men, Asian women? Uh-oh. Huh? You can't help who you love. You can't help who you love, but yet you put a financial requirement on love. Ooh, goddamn, see? Huh? You can't help who you love. It's fascinating to listen to women say you can't help who you love, and then they start talking six-figure talk. Miss Manifestel, your channel is literally called Manifestel. You literally speak about luxurious living and lifestyle, but you can't help who you love. Huh? You can't help who you love coming from a lady who all she talks about is female empowerment, essentially give men nothing and date for the bag. Huh? You can't help who you love. Women saying you can't help who you love while talking about hypergamy is the uh your channel, you've more than once spoken around, spoken to, spoken about hypergamy. And then you talk about you can't help who you love? Huh? And Only Logical says, with her horrible green contacts, she looks stupid. Man, this lady looked dead inside. Huh? And Mr. Z, it could be Mr. Z. She looks dead inside to me as hell. I've been referring to her as Dead Eye Manifesto for like a day or two. Because I originally watched this maybe a couple days ago, and I kept on telling myself that this lady got the most dead ass face ever. Huh? I've been around a few Filipinas. I don't know what Filipina house she came from. Shout out to all my people out there on the West Coast. What Filipina house she came from? I'm not saying she's from the West Coast in America. I'm saying because obviously Filipinos in California, but still, huh? Dead ass face. Weird, but back to this conversation of love. Women, it's not about love, it's about lifestyle, and that's perfectly okay. That men are figuring it out more and more. That when women say love, they mean lifestyle, particularly women like Miss Manifesto. And for many of you, the person that can best provide you the lifestyle is a white man. That's what you've convinced yourself on. And Mr. Z is about you saying that to yourself. Now, for black women specifically, if that's what you believe, then Mr. Z is perfectly okay and actually would encourage you to go over there, but you just don't get to come back. Huh? You just don't get to come back. You said only logical says you can't help who you love, but never seem to love men who are 5'2" and under. Bro, say that. Huh? You can't help who you love. You can't help who you love. Meanwhile, according to the dating divide, according to Christian Rudder, which is that's dataclysm. So according to dating divide, according to dataclysm, these are all white people or at least non-black men. Huh? You got white women, you got white men, you got mixed black and white with Miss Dr. Chantel Bugs. And they're all telling you, yeah, the way women and especially women of color respond to white men. Uh-oh. But you can't help who you love. Yeah, that's it. Huh? And you notice something also with Dr. Scott Galloway. When he speaks about that Portia polygamy and like how online dating affects men and how like good looking and successful men, how they pretty much rack up on everything and they monopolize, whether intentionally or not, he's not really putting a judgment claim or moral claim on it, but how they monopolize the whole dating, situation, and how out of 44 women, 40 women will huddle up on 4 men when you factor in online dating. He never speaks about it in racial terms because he knows what that will mean, and the Pandora's box he will open by admitting that includes women of color huddling up on them white dudes. Uh-oh. But you can't help who you love, though, right? Women of color? Okay, yeah, that's it. Huh? Yeah. Mm-hmm. You can't help who you love. And speaking on that, once again, and Prodigy says, love doesn't discriminate, but women of color do. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and thank you for the super chat, Prodigies. Thank you for the super chat. Huh? Love doesn't discriminate, but women do. And that's in their right, and that's in their prerogative. And actually, we expect it. Dear women, this is in your right and prerogative, and we expect it as men. The species wouldn't be where it is if you didn't. But understand that the men get to respond to the environment. You're not the only one that gets to respond to the environment. The men do too. And so the men that feel slighted about your white peen chase get to be recluse. They get to be minimalist. They get to see you on the side of the road and keep on going and be like, I hope a white man stops and helps you. Uh-oh. No, Dr. Richard Reeves. The young man said, yeah, about that overproducing for these type of women. No. Huh? Dear women, if you want to play top trumps on destroying the world, the men could play that too. Huh? If you want to race to the bottom, the men could play that game too. If you want to throw a temper tantrum, working class white women, black women, Latina women, Asian women, indigenous women, etc., etc. If you want to throw a temper tantrum because you're not the elite rich white woman, then guess what? The men get to respond to your behavior also. Huh? Yeah, that's how it goes. You damn right. That's how it goes. Uh-oh. Huh? You're not the only one with agency, ladies. Dear women of color, you're not the only one with agency. Huh? So this discriminating against shorter men, or what we're seeing increasingly is men of color, oops, right? Men that are not elite, men that are not white. Dear women, you can do that. And the men can respond. You don't get to say, okay, to all you men, I need you to wait here. I'm going to go over there to the white men first and see if I can make something work and see if they can marry me. If I can get a wedding ring, I'm not coming back. But I want you to stay here. Let me go do my thing over there with the white dudes. They pump a dummy. But let me go do my thing over here with the white dudes. And if I get kicked off of Mount Olympus, then I'm going to need you to be here for when I get back. After I get kicked off of Mount Olympus. Huh? No, man. No, dear ladies, you don't get that right. Huh? You don't get that right. Right? And that's what's happening. Women are throwing a temper tantrum because they want to go over there to these white dudes, and then when it fails, inevitably, especially for black women, then it's an issue because black men aren't there. And I like Crystal and Kerosene. Crystal and Kerosene's situation with the Veganator was a prime example of what Z's speaking about. You brought the white dude on to troll black men. To show black men, this is what a real man looks like. And he likes black women. Huh? You brought the Veganator on to troll black men. He turned that crap around on you and other black women like you, and here you go crying. And yeah, and black men didn't come to our defense. Uh-oh. So even when we tell you not to go over there, you go over there and get your ass handed to you. Black men are still supposed to come to the rescue? Absolutely not. Stay your ass over there. Huh? And Kevin Miller says, the Bachelorette chick is another one. Yes. She's a little cutie, right? I find her attractive. She's cute to me. Not sexy, not all that, but she ain't ugly. She just, just right. And you married the white man. Who you earned more than. You were more accomplished than. From the jump. Problems. But fine, you married the white man. Cool. And now you got to pay him how much money a month? Didn't he file for like emergency spousal support on her? Was she paying him some $17,000 a month? What was the number again? It was something stupid. You imagine a black look. The reason why Mr. Z speaks about these things the way he do is because everybody pretend like they don't live in America. You as a black woman, wait a minute. Let's get into it. You as a black woman, the first black bachelorette, you picked a white man to marry. Fine. Who is less successful than you. Cool. You were paying for everything for the most part from the beginning. All right. Buddy Rowe files for divorce on you. This is America. Shout out to Donnie Glover. I said Donald Glover. In America, you as a black woman are now paying spousal support to a white man in America. Are you not embarrassed? And Mr. Phillips says it's $16,000 monthly. And Prodigies, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. You as a black woman in America with America's history are paying a white man you're paying a white man that you not even getting the D from. Oh man, that now it's public knowledge that you were paying for pretty much everything the whole time. Oh, embarrassing. Ooh, embarrassing. Black women, y'all paying these white dudes to be with y'all. Shout out to the brother that was, and by the way, he said a bunch of problematic things that we wouldn't agree with in the black manosphere. So that's why I haven't really covered his channel. As a matter of fact, Mr. Z should cover his channel because of it, but fine. Shout out to the brother with the dreads who told you, yeah, he watches black women bring these white dudes to these nice ass restaurants and they pay. Dear black women, you paying for white dudes? Are you not embarrassed? Y'all paying for white dude, so you not even get the white peen for free? Oh my God! So you paying for the white dude to dog you and then leave you? Oh, shout out to the young lady from Queens of Kings. Y'all pay. I don't care what that lady said. You said what you meant. Now you over here copping, please. And showing, oh, look, he paid for the mortgage. No, you said what you meant when you were mad at him. You pay for everything. You found him, what you said, in his grandma basement, essentially, or whatever, cousin's basement or whatever, sleeping on the couch, whatever you said. Huh? Your little ass found this big burly white man and you had to clean him up and dust him off? And then pretend like he's out here paying for you and your 2 kids from a different relationship? Dear black women, y'all not embarrassed? Y'all live in a... So let me get this right. How many black women are all on social media, y'all on TikTok and Instagram and YouTube, and y'all tell us how these white men are flying y'all out and y'all living this lavish life, and ooh girl, get you a white man, and then when we find out the particulars of your relationship, he either don't really earn that much more than you and he's really not providing you this luxury lifestyle, or he is providing it to you, but it's really you providing it to yourself because y'all monetize y'all social media accounts. Or even worse, you're actually the one paying for everything. Huh? You're actually paying for everything, and you were paying for everything right up until y'all social media accounts got off the ground. And low-key, that still kind of means that you're paying for everything because y'all monetized it. Black women, this is America. This is America, and you as a black woman are paying the white man to be with you? You don't think that's embarrassing? While you low-key take shots at black men? And then you lie to black women about how likely this is for it to happen to them? Y'all right, this is America. A black woman paying a white man to be with her while she's defecating on black men, while encouraging other black women to sound misandrous about black men. Yeah, y'all right, this is America. Mr. Z, you got it wrong. You think it shouldn't be this way. No, Mr. Z, you got it wrong. This is the way. Huh? Yes, Lion panel today. That's the plan. That's the plan. Right? That's the plan. But, regular streams. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right? And once again, Prodigies, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right? And Ed already kicked it off, so I might as well go there because that was the next thing I wanted to cover. And where's that comment from Ed? Wait a minute. Ed, where did the goddamn comment go that you just said? Goddamn, wait a minute. Where the hell is that comment? Y'all, gives you a second. Because I just read that damn comment from Mr. Anderson. There we go. And Ed says, I bet that mofo agrees with Cheyenne Bryant. And here we go. Right? Okay, let's start this off like this. We got to give her props. She ran circles around goddamn Cam Newton. Goddamn. Look, man, I'm going to need, look, to you brothers, y'all got to be honest about what y'all are capable of and what you're not capable of. I am not saying that Cam Newton he didn't use the right words. He wasn't articulate enough, but she ran circles around this Negro to the point, and y'all saw it too, where he was turned on by it. Talking about goddamn what's the Klingon relationships. Talking about Klingon mating ritual. She stunned him on camera and he was turned on by it. Y'all saw it, Mr. Z, not the only one who saw it. What type of BDSM things are you into, Mr. Cam Newton? She ran circles around you and you were turned on by it. Mr. Z like him a smart woman too, but goddamn. No, Lion, I agree. Let me roll it out before you disagree with me, because I'm not saying she didn't say nothing. She said something. She didn't say anything. I'm not saying that Miss Cheyenne Bryant and Dr. Let's respect Dr. Cheyenne Bryant said anything. She ain't say nothing. But she's really good at not saying much. She's literally a PhD. Huh? And she was able to drill home the angle of broken homes. She's a PhD hood sister. Y'all met them before? Because Mr. Z has. Mr. Z know a few of them. Boy, they'll talk you under a table and not say nothing. You talking, but you're not saying nothing. Boy, they really good at that. Lion, see, this is where I disagree. And Lion says Cam couldn't see through the strag babble. Cam was turned on by the strag babble. Forget not seeing through it. He was turned on by it. If that man could have turned off the cameras and piped her right there, he would have. And that would have been what, baby number 9 or 10 on the way? Huh? He was turned on by her. So where we caution young men and say, hey, bro, when you meet women like this, understand something. Now, props to her. She's 41 years old, no children, so that means she probably got some of them baby yanked. Shout out to Corey Holcomb. Oops. And she said she's not having children out of wedlock. She's been engaged, a couple of times and realized it wasn't for her. And she said what she would find, it was when Cam played the game with her at the end, it was one of the words that he used. Was it disappointing? Was it disappointment? Or was it was something? And she said, she used the word, and she said, if I have children out of wedlock, or if it doesn't work out, I did all of this, I waited this long for this to happen. And so, okay, fine. Cam, if you're going to engage with a PhD, a black woman from the hood with a PhD on top of that, brother, you can't, y'all, please, for the love of God, brothers, listen. Y'all hear how Z speaks? Stop underestimating these goddamn women, y'all. For the love of God, I know. You could, look, you could actually be smarter than her, which, by the way, Cam isn't. But you can actually be, and I'm not calling him a big dumb jock. I'm going to get to it in a minute. You can actually be smarter than her. If she's wittier than you and quicker than you, more charismatic than you, y'all ain't never seen a smart person lose a conversation, lose a debate to the smarter, excuse me, the wittier, quicker person. I've seen it. I've done it, and I've had it done to me. Cam, you started the conversation off like it was going to be a debate, and she took your goddamn head off in front of everyone without really saying nothing. Goddamn. Huh? And Leon over here trolling. And Leon says, Z, I was turned off because those big old, the tiggle bitties still had elastic and they were coming out of that top, bro. I saw her advertising. That wasn't necessarily for Cam, maybe, but it wasn't necessarily for him. It was for all the other NFL players and NBA players and the retired ones that watch his show. That's what that was for. Huh? She 41, bro. Hey, that clock ringing. Forget ticking. It's ringing now. Last call for alcohol. All things must go. She know what she doing. The lady's not dumb, y'all. This is a hood sister with an LA hood sister, a LA hood chick with a PhD. She's not dumb. I would never underestimate her. She know what she's doing. She was advertising like a mug. And if Cam was falling for that, I put money. There's a couple of brothers in the industry that think they could do something with her. I'll see you in divorce court. I'll see you in divorce court. Trill, I ain't even gonna read that out loud. That's hysterical. I ain't even gonna read that out loud. Huh? Lance says, no, that alert went off at 35. No, it did, but this is like really like, yo, the lights are on at the club, bro. Like it's time to go. So she's trying to grab something on the way out the door. So you know what, Lion, you're right. It's not last call for alcohol. It's grab something on the way out the door. You better grab somebody's arm on the way out the door. The lights are on. The R&B song already played. It's done. The lights are on. We're walking out the door. You better grab somebody's arm. Right? Lion, you know what? You're right. Last call for alcohol was 35. 41 is we're literally walking out the door. The lights are on. Dr. Bryant's not dumb. Huh? Lion says, nah, at 41, she being pushed out, but don't want to leave because she's drunk. Hysterical. When she says she's holding out to the door, as the bouncer's pushing her out, she's holding out to the door threshold. Saying no, trying to grab some NFL or NBA or retired NFL or NBA player's arm. She's trying to grab one of their arms, but the bouncer's pushing her out. Right? Hysterical. Vince says, before I let go, hysterical. Lance said, yep. Security had to pick her up, LOL. Oh man, I see we doing the comedy thing today. Right? Oh man. So Dr. Bryant, she ain't dumb. She's not dumb. And she was hitting him upside the head, because first, if he grew up in a traditional household, if Cam Newton grew up in a traditional household, but now he has how many babies from how many baby mamas, She know, and she know how to. Oh, that's your weak point, huh? You kind of regret that. It might have not even been your choice, and you saying you're doing the best with what you got. So she did the silence method on this Negro how many times? We saw it. You know, it's a good thing what you doing, but you did create a couple of broken homes. A couple of, you got this is broken, right? Vince says she's parking lot pimping. She's not even in the club no more. She ain't even holding on to the door. She's parking lot. So she's trying to holler at the NFL and NBA players in the parking lot. She even tried to grab their arm as the bouncer pushes her out. Oh, that's hysterical. Oh man. So what you said? She's in a 1990s Cadillac, right, with the windows down, with some 20-inch Daytons, playing computer love, trying to get the attention of the NFL players and the NBA players, right? She got two 12s in the back, and she's trying to get their attention. Trunk rattling, trying to parking lot pimp. Hysterical. Mr. Z, how could you describe this so vividly? Stop it, y'all. You know why Mr. Z could describe it so vividly. We all done seen it, and a couple of us did it. Huh? Huh? And KMS says Cam ran the yeah, Cam can run the but I'm me. But I'm me. Shout out to Edward Anderson, right? But I'm me play because that's what he's doing. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Huh? So Miss Cheyenne Bryant, and then we get to the mental health. Okay, look. The conversation with mental health with Z is a iffy one. It's simple because I think everybody's full of crap. I'm not saying that people don't have mental issues. I think the overemphasis on mental health now is a bunch of feminine, soft, pathetic, weak ass talk for the lack of material. Now I'm going into my lefty bag. For the material condition of people, we're giving them the answer of, well, have you seen a therapist? Stop. Are you fully healed? Have you self-actualized? Have you self-realized? Well, that's why you don't have a husband. Well, that's why you don't have a wife. You haven't reached the pinnacle of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. This is some weirdo stuff, everyone. Coming on down for this is if this ain't upper middle class white women talk that everybody's rebranding, you would have thought we learned from these weirdos. You know, the mental health issues. We got to work on this with each other and that with each other, and we have to fully heal before you get into a relationship. And you got to self-actualize, and you got to know who you are first. And oh my, yawn, huh? Indigo, this is look, man. Indigo says, "Who's fully healed though?" I read that wrong. Let's read this the right way. Who's quote unquote fully healed? Huh? And L says, Dr. Orion, that's Psychex, A therapist. Oh, wait, isn't that the same person? I want to say that's the same person, right? A therapist also agrees therapy is not a band-aid for all problems, and in a lot of cases useless, right? Huh? And that's all it is, huh? Okay, thank you, Lion. And Lion says yes, that's psychics. This is some very weirdo stuff. And doctor and as I said, I truly believe that. I do think there's mental health issues. I think we're doing way too much talk about mental health. It's not all of these crazy people going on, and if it is, it's mainly because of the socio-economic condition they find themselves in, the social political condition they find themselves in. And if we're not addressing that, we're just addressing, right, not the cause but the symptoms. We're addressing the symptoms, not the cause. Then we're wasting our breath. Dear black people, dear Dr. Bryant, huh? This is some weirdo stuff. And Trail says while therapy is truly needed, it is being used as a shield to deflect from taking accountability. Absolutely. And ain't that some white woman stuff to do? Oozy. And aren't black women too enthusiastic to sign up for that? And a whole lot of other women. Ain't that first white woman thing to do? And then, of course, women of color are going to jump on that and then try to drag you as men of color and men in general into that BS too. Except for the not take accountability part. Oh, they definitely want you as a man to take accountability for everything, including what they did wrong. Right? This is some extremely weird stuff. Dr. Bryant, we watched Cam Newton speak about the dynamics between men and here's something too. This weirdo like equality thing that women are speaking on, but then while also speaking about wanting a man like on their level but maybe above, right? Like, okay, Dr. Bryant, um, father was in the streets, got arrested, served time. Mother was an addict. Okay, cool. Her father was in her life and she adores her father, and he's much of the reason, and she gives him praise. He's much of the reason why she is where she is, right? And it's allowed for her to have a certain view on men and what she likes and she doesn't like and what she wants and she doesn't want. Okay, all right, don't sound too bad, not yet. And then we get into, and this is the same thing Dr. Chris Marsh tried to pull when Cam asked, "Why is a 41-year-old woman like you single?" Right, and I think he put all the extras on it, a 41-year-old educated, beautiful woman like you, or however he framed that question. And she went to pulling a Dr. Chris Marsh. It's not why I'm single. It's why other people are rushing to the altar. And she went on for a while. Shout out to Cam for calling it out. Just because somebody hits your pain body by asking you why you're single, you don't get to reframe the question to make yourself feel better about the goddamn question. You lucky Mr. Z wasn't there. Dr. Bryant was going to have to get up and punch Z or slap Z or however, because they know it. Ma'am, I will ask you that question a million different ways. Oh, yeah, you answering this goddamn question. Ma'am, Dr. Bryant, thank you for answering that question, but that's not the question that I asked you. My question is, why do you think you're single, or why are you single? My question isn't, why is everybody else getting married and rushing to the altar? That wasn't the question I asked. Huh? Huh? And the fact that Cam let that fly, I get it. It's your show. Bruh, no. Nope. Nope. Ma'am, I'm going to ask this question again. All right, you answer it. I'm going to ask it again. All right, you answer it. I'm going to ask it again. Huh? Why is everybody rushing to the altar? Ma'am, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, you're not 22 years old and saying, well, all my friends rushed to the altar when we turned 18, and when we graduated high school, they all rushed to the altar, and I'm not going to do that, innit? Ma'am, you are 41. You're not 21. You're not 19 or 20. You are 41 years old. Now, in the Black Men's Prayer, we have a whole different conversation about age and marriage, but no, ma'am, you, okay, fine. If you want to be 21 and 22 and 23 making that argument, maybe it's something Mr. Z disagrees with, but fine. Ma'am, you're not 20 nothing. You're not 30 nothing. You are 41 years old. Talking about other people rushing to the altar. Huh? And Elle says, now that would have went viral if Cam pressed her about it. I know. And I agree with you. And in the comments, look, Cam is all type of big dumb jock at this point. In the comments, for Nick Cannon and for Cam Newton, black women having a field day with this, because all black women saw with this is Dr. Cheyenne Bryant proved that these NFL players are nothing but what black women already wanted them to be and thought they were big dumb jocks. Huh? Cam Newton sounds smart to dumb people. That's what black women are on in the comments. Huh? And a Split Jim, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And a Split Jim says the Divester League. At this point, they need a flag. Right? And by the way, I agree. Make them an NFL team. Huh? Not just make them an NFL team. And make the ball white. Ooh, Z. Ooh. Spicy joke. Is it a joke though? Huh? And the team might have Asian women and Latina women and black women and indigenous women and huh? No, you're right. You're right. And KMS says, I totally understand what you're saying. But last thing I expect Cam to do is carry our water. Cam has a bespoke lifestyle that she can't impact. True. Right? Huh. And see, these are great ways to frame the question. Exactly. And Black Uru says, by what age did you plan to be married? Did you ever expect to have children? What did you do that conflicted with your initial plans? See, and that's a way softer, give her space to do the whole wiggle out crap nuance, which, by the way, she did it anyway. It's a way see the way Black Uru framed that. It's way softer. It's less coarse, right? It's not aggressive. And there you go. And that allows for Ms. Bryant to have some space to do what she was going to do anyway. Throw black men under the bus, low key, high key. Exactly, Trail. Soothing tone. Huh? And once again, a split, Jim. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Huh? So, Dr. Bryant and Cam are speaking, and she tells you, we already know, turn down two proposals and 41, but it was really, that's what really got to Z. The framing of that question. Why is someone like you, 41 years old, single? And she reframed, she literally, and then went on a little tirade about it too. This is seen as deep. Like, it's weird. Oh, it's so weird. This is seen as saying something. What did she say exactly? Huh? What did she say exactly? Not a nothing. Z, you could have said anything. Nope, I want to say it how it needs to be said. Not a nothing. Huh? Say that, Dre. And Dre says, Z, bruh, she said, she still said she wants to have kids at her age and with that attitude. Shout out to Charles Faulkner Jr. Bruh, black men are the garbage men of the dating world. This lady, especially with this advertising now with Nick Cannon and with Cam Newton, one of these weirdo NFL brothers might go. One of these weirdo NBA play, and I'm not saying the relationship will last. I'm not saying her nightmare, her supposed nightmare, won't come true, and she'll be a baby mama to one of these dudes. I'm not saying that she won't marry the dude just so she could save face, have one or two kids, and duck off and be out of there within 5 years. But understand, it's possible. Not likely. It's possible though. But the likeliness is slim to none. It's none. That number one. But number two, yes, Dre, you're right. I see what you're doing there. You're right. At 41, it's not that she's pleasant. It's not, a brother that's in his 50s. I'll be like, you know what? I saw this, I got it together, and I saw this 41-year-old on, and you know what? Maybe. What Mr. Z keep on saying? These people are doing the wrong thing the wrong way. Y'all not even doing the wrong thing the right way. If you parking lot pimping, dear Dr. Cheyenne, if it's we're past last call for alcohol, the bounce already kicked you out of the club, the lights came on, the bounce already kicked you out, so now you trying to parking lot pimp. Ma'am, there's a way to parking lot pimp as a 41-year-old, highly educated black woman. Huh? There is a way to parking lot pimp, and you're not parking lot pimping the right way. You don't got the right car. You're not really charismatic enough, and I'm not saying she's actually not charismatic. I'm saying based off of this analogy I'm using. Huh? You got stock ass radios, and your system is stock. You don't even got rims on your car. You got the wrong type of car, and you even got rims on it. Trust is Z always trying to throw guys like me to the she wolves. Troll, I know you ain't checking for it. I know. I'm saying even for her to attempt to appeal to you, she couldn't be who she is right now. This is, notice something. You have a Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. You have a Dr. Chris Marsh. You have Ebony K. Williams. Do y'all see something going on here? You have Dr. Fanny, not said Dr. Fanny. You have Fanny Willis, Judge. Huh? Y'all don't see how these people talk? Look at their non-relationships. I was going to say their relationship, non-relationships. I can't even say that. Amanda Seals. Yeah. And shout out to L's Active. Right? Huh. This lady is 41 years old. And she's advertising, but she doesn't really appreciate. It's like she knows, but she doesn't really fully appreciates the magnitude of being in her position. Because okay, you went there and you wore this little thing and you had the tiggle bitties kind of pressed together and you showing the cleavage and you showing how quick and witty you are and you right. You run in circles around Cam, half because he's the host, but the other half, okay, okay, fine. Listen, you're smarter than Cam. You're wittier than him. Okay, fine. Let's concede that. Okay, cool. But do you appreciate the weight of 41 sounding like you to men? Huh? Forget black men because you already said you open to any race, but I prefer black men. But I'm open to yawn because Nick Cannon, I think, asked her that question, and yeah, whatever. Yawn. Brothers, if we ain't going, show me the white men that will. Huh? If we ain't going, ma'am, you are 41. Shout out to LA. LA, this is what y'all educated class of hood sisters sound like. Don't worry, Florida got our own, and they're not that much different. Huh? The lady spoke and spoke and spoke, and what did she say exactly? And I think it's best encapsulated on that, you're 41. Why is someone like you single at 41? Her not answering the question while talking for what, a good 5 or so minutes? Huh? That shows why this lady's single. And y'all gives you 1 second. Y'all speak amongst yourselves. Y'all gives you 1 second. We'll pause right here for a second. And we're back. That's what I needed. I almost forgot about that. One, let's go on the low value versus low functioning, which is a more recent distinction because women they can't keep on pulling the low value, excuse me, because they're running into men with more resources than them, with more money than them. And so, or just a lot of money, successful men. So they were trying to do the low value thing to the men that aren't low value. Huh? So now they're making a distinction between low functioning and low value. And one of them is, you're earning well and you can provide financially, but you're an a-hole, you're mean, you don't get along with your parents, you're mean to me, etc., you're a womanizer. So maybe you earn, but you're a horrible person. And then on the other side, maybe you don't earn, but you're good with people, and you're kind, and you're sweet, and you're giving with the little bit that you do have, and you're generous and the little bit that you do have. Huh? And Charles says, what does low functioning even mean? I think low functioning is the brother that doesn't have much. Wait, which one is it? Because I can't recall which one is the low functioning and which one is the low value. Right? Was it the low functioning that's the one that has financially but is like a horrible person? I can't recall. Right? And I'm gonna read this one now. And shout out to Toya, right? And thank you for the super chat, Toya. Thank you for the super chat. And Toya says, the same blind eye we want y'all to turn towards us, we being single at 40, fat and unfriendly, is the same eye we want y'all to see us as desirable with Z. Look, I expect people. Look, I critique these things. I'm a black man, so I critique mainly black women, but women writ large, particularly Western women, American women, but black women in America specifically. I expect people, when it comes to dating, marriage, relationships, sex, etc., to sound and be hypocritical as hell, particularly women. And so, Toya, I expect black women to sound like Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. I expect them to. I expect black women to pretend like they don't understand why black men would put an age on when they're going to stop trying to do this whole relationship thing and just resign themselves to being single and maybe having a quote unquote lady friend every once in a while. I expect Dr. Chris Marsh to pretend like she don't understand why women are bluffing about being okay with being single when men are not bluffing. That's why they put an age on, if it's 50, and look, when I turn 50, if I don't have the kids and the wife thing, I'm done with that. I'm done with that pursuit. I expect that. Right? I expect a manifestel to act like this is not the white peen chase is not about white supremacy and not about white domination and white male validation that women of color seek, and how white women have internalized, excuse me, not white women, women of color have internalized white domination, white what's the word I'm looking for? It's right there. Hegemony. There we go. White hegemony on planet Earth over the past few centuries. I expect a manifesto to pretend like that's not why Asian women are on this goddamn white peen chase. Huh? So the hypocrisy that you pretty much showing here, like or the hypocrisy that you're emphasizing, better yet. I expect it. Huh? Huh. And we get long on the stream, so I'm gonna bring y'all on in a minute. But let me, and thank you, Toya, for the super chat. Thank you, Toya, for the super chat. But I definitely want to address that now, and I guess I'll address this now. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Translation. Okay, so this was the translation to characters, right? And I'll just leave this one up for a second, and I'll read the translation. And the translation is, Translation: Asian divester is lying as hell. Does this Asian divester know the true history? Um, why the feminists exist today? Mm, probably not. Probably not. Right? I don't. When I look at Manifestel and the streams I've watched her or the videos I've watched of her, she's about like this very it's Chrissy-ish in a way. It's like this luxurious. It's women somehow still getting men to pay for them at the absolute level, while also telling men that they don't need them nor necessarily really want them, don't care about their opinions. Um, it is Chrissy. It's a very Asian quote unquote girly version of Chrissy. The thing is, Manifesto shows her face, right? And I don't I don't know if she appreciates what you're saying with you know once again, translation: Asian divester is lying as hell. Does this Asian divester know the true history of why feminists exist today? No, I don't think she cares. And I think feminists have to old school feminists have to come to terms with what feminism means now, if it ever never meant the same thing, which is I'm about men subsidizing my life without exerting any of the power over it. Like, pay for me, but shut up. Once again, protect, provide, and shut up. And that's what modern feminism is, if it wasn't always that from the beginning. And like Manifesto and Chrissy and Paris Milan and Real Talk with Yanni, and we could keep on going. Huh? And all of these white women that they're all this rah rah rah. I am women, hear me roar, until you send Chris Evans at them, and then these white women, just like all the other women of color, fold. Like, that's what it's about. It's easy to talk all that female power stuff until I send the upper middle class, tall, good looking white dude at your ass. Let's see if you mean it then. So I think Manifestel is just making guap. She's making really good money on YouTube because her videos are looking like they're averaging now 70 some odd thousand views a video. So she making good ass YouTube money. Huh? And so she sells essentially luxurious hypergamy lifestyle from a man that doesn't really exert too much power or influence over you. Hmm. And KMS says belligerent backseat drivers that want their name on the title of the car they want you to pay for. But here's the thing: depending on the woman, KMS, I would argue, at least in the black community. See, I would okay for a manifesto. She might want you to pay for the Rolls Royce Phantom and drive her like a chauffeur in the Rolls Royce Phantom, but she wants everybody to know it's all about her. Like, you bought it for her, you drive her around, and you do what she says. You pay Master 1000 because she's just that great, because she's a, you know, supposedly mixed Asian woman. Whereas in the black community, I think it's different. I think black women want you to buy the Ferrari. They want you in the passenger seat of it, though. They don't want you to buy it and then just give it to them and let them go. They don't want you to buy it and then drive it and they're sitting in the passenger seat. No, they want you to buy it and then let them drive it. So in other words, buy it, give them the title to the car, let them drive it, but you're in the passenger seat. You're in the car. It doesn't count if you're not in the car, because they need other people to see that they can afford a Ferrari. What? But you're the one who paid for it. Yeah, I know. They can afford the Ferrari, and they can make you sit in that passenger seat. Quiet as a church mouse. You only talk when she tell you to talk. Once again, provide, protect, and very importantly, shut up. Oh, the KMS says I'm going on based on the black community. Then the black community, I would argue it's the analogy I'm using with the Ferrari, where women want to drive. Black women want to drive the car. They just want you to pay for it, for you to give them the keys and the title, and for you to sit in the passenger seat. But you paid for it. That's why I say patriarchy under feminist specifications, right? And protect, provide. That's why I keep on emphasizing protect, provide, and shut up, right? That's the whole point, you know. So Sarge Willie Pete has his analogy about, even if you give black women the diamond encrusted passenger seat, they have a problem with it. And yeah, because when he was giving the analogy, I was like, you're not hitting on all cylinders yet, Sarge. You're missing the very important part. Black men are supposed to buy the car, give her the keys, give her the title, but we're supposed to be in the passenger seat. She don't want that car without a passenger. She needs you in the passenger seat, though. Right? KMS says, why is no man signing up for that? And Vince says, what's the incentive? Right? So once again, Detroit, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right? And yeah, no, I think she's lying. I think she's lying. I agree with you. She's lying. Right? She's lying. Clearly. Huh? And so, and once again, thank you for the super chat. Going back to Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, look, I don't think she really said much. She didn't really say much. She did a whole lot of talking. She's witty. She's a PhD. I'm not going to underestimate her. But I watched a clip of Anton and his panel speaking about it, and I agree with Anton on this. I think Anton would have packed her ass up. I disagree with Anton on a whole lot of stuff. Ooh, a lot. Ooh, a lot. But I think he would have packed her ass up in, like he said, 20, 30 minutes. I think he would have did it. And that, by the way, that's not me underestimating her. That's me saying, I think Black Uru would have packed her ass up. I think BGS would have packed her ass up. Huh? I don't think, yes, I understand Cam has a brand to protect. I agree with you, KMS. I agree. He couldn't be too aggressive. I agree. Right? But I do think someone that was a bit more skillful could have still pushed the point without being too aggressive and abrasive, right? And antagonistic, while also pushing, this is just a single black woman with a PhD that's attempting to justify or feel better about being a single black woman with a PhD. Yeah. I think Coach Greg Adams could have did it too. I think Dr. Thunder could have did that, right? I think the Raj report would have handled her quick, fast. I don't think it would have took Raj 30 minutes. I don't even think it would have took Raj 30 minutes. I think BGS would have been playing with his food, right? Huh? Ella said Dennis Sperling. I think attorney Dennis Sperling would have packed her up. I think lead attorney would have packed her up. So when Anton said that, I was like, yeah, no, I think so. I think I could have packed her up. I said it. Huh? And I wouldn't have framed it as a debate, even though I knew it would have devolved into that. Cam walked in the door. He came out the gate debate. I'm like, bro, you can't do that with no PhD, bro. You're coming off way too arrogant. Now we already know what this is about. We already know what this is going to become. Cam, you're right. But the framing, if we're gonna play theater, then let's play theater. Don't if 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 you know what she's on, if this is the game, then let's play the game. And I'm playing the game from the nanosecond your big toe crosses that goddamn studio threshold. The second your big toe crosses the door of the studio, of the goddamn building the studio is in, we playing the game. Huh? And Toya says Roger would have had her losing her religion. Toya, did I correct that for you? Did you really mean was like legion, or did you mean religion? And I'm assuming like autocorrect kind of messed you up a little bit. It'd be happening to all of us. It happens to the best of us. Even grammar Nazi Toya, right? So let me know so I could say it the way you needed it to be said if I said it the wrong way, right? So I agree with Anton that yeah, no, I think Anton would have packed her up. I think he would have. He would have. Oh, you meant it. Oh, okay, okay. I meant legion as religion for sure. Okay, 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 okay. All right, right. Huh. Oh, it's a country saying. Okay, I never knew that. Hey, Trill Kim is trying to come for your spot. I think you're gonna duke it out. Fight, fight. No, I'm playing. But no, look, KMS is high functioning as an Asperger's rose credits. Hey. So you say so it's gonna be like all of like a 2 minute long video. You're gonna introduce her and say, "Oh yeah, she's done this and she works for the NAACP and da 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 da," and you would let her talk, and then she says, "Okay, so there's a difference in high volume, and high functioning," and you come out and say, "Oh, so you mean high functioning as in Asperger's or rose credits?" When this gonna be? This interview would last all of like 5 minutes. Cameron says it would take that much to fold her intellectually. And scene. Oh man. Afro National says Toya. You're a loser and slow, Roger. That's what Raj would say to Dr. Bryant. So you just trying to justify to yourself why you're a loser and slow. And roll credits. Shout out to KMS. And scene. All right, everybody, we're done here. Yeah, that's it. Oh. And Dell says BGS has forgotten more about male-female dynamics than she'll ever know. Yeah, she don't study that. She's not into that, right? And for any of us who have engaged in this type of conversations with friends and family, definitely the women, you ever see how like glossy-eyed they get when you start going in the weeds and the numbers, not just how they feel, right? You start going into the number, like, yo, this is the divorce rate. That's why these young men ain't trying to get married. Women fall for 70 to 80% of divorces. What do you think? Well, just do better. The men said no. Now what? You ever see how glassy-eyed they get? I said it to y'all, and I'm okay with y'all. I actually forget. Okay, I want y'all to use this debate tactic. A girl cousin, even your own mom, a sister, a random homegirl, school. Y'all talking about this relationship stuff, money stuff. Oh, I believe that men should do this and that. Start your statement off with half of American households earn $75,000 a year or less. I said it. I've done this a couple of times now. You level the room when you put even the brothers don't even know what to do with that, because first I gotta say this, because in one of the conversations, everybody assumes you're talking about just black people, but when you say no, Half of American households bring in $75,000 or less a year. You level the room. Nobody know what to do with that no more. If they don't know, nobody knows what to do with that. The women, especially black women, don't know what to do with that. They're done. You level the room. I'm telling y'all this because Mr. Z's done it. Now the women are starting to talk to you, a couple of them, and they're starting to talk like they're being cautious now because they're afraid. Like, oh crap, so he's one of them. You know how black women are. Oh, he wanted them numbers brothers. Okay, and you can see it in their face, huh? I'm telling y'all, Mr. Z's done it. So moving on to the next point. Also, you notice also Dr. Cheyenne Bryant tries to shame black men into staying in the community. Did anybody peep that? As a matter of fact, Cam Newton plays a piece of it in the intro. She attempts to shame black men like y'all trying to run. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, the black community is full of black women like you, even worse, less educated, less money. They talking and moving like you, and at least you got some type of education behind you. You work with the NAACP, et cetera, et cetera. Huh? Huh? And Toya says, BGS would have told her, baby, I'm not a drug dealer. Who hurt you? I would have known exactly what to do with you. Followed by clutch pearls and a rare moment of silence. Right? And you know she doesn't mess with D-boys in LA. You know, come on now, stop it. You stop. We already know. Huh. So yeah, no, look, when she tried to shame men, black men, and low-key men like Cam, dear NFL players, all you brothers with non-black women, all you brothers with non-black girlfriends, baby mamas, and wives, Dr. Bryant took a little shot at y'all. Huh? How dare you get money and get famous and then not be with a black woman? Dr. Bryant over here sounding like the women on Twitter when Kobe Bryant, passed in that horrific helicopter accident. Huh? So y'all don't miss that. And Southern Purchases, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Southern Purchases, what percent of women are quote unquote divestors living in Miami? All races. And what percent are actually succeeding in getting that mythical white man? So the thing with Miami, white dudes in Miami are when they date out, they're mainly dating Latinas, right? So they're mainly dating white and mestizo Cubans when they date out. A couple of them are dating Haitian or Jamaican American women, right? So obviously black women, but that are Jamaican or Haitian descent, or Jamaican or Haitian that have moved here within the past maybe 15-ish years, I would argue. Yes, there are white men with ADOS black women, not so much like that in Miami. When white dudes date out, they're dating mainly in Miami, and I would argue in the Tri-County area. It's mainly Latina, white and mestizo Latina women. White men are not really checking for black women like that in South Florida, right? So yeah, the interracial marriage, it's really, oh, black women, I would argue in South Florida in particular, black women have a better chance at ending up with a Latino than a white man. Like there are a number of Latinos that they date black women, and exclusively pretty much black women. Like now that you might see here and there, right? And it's really more middle class, working class, more not even so much middle, but a couple of middle, but really working class, working poor, um, salt of the earth Latino men that are with black women, right? Some obviously, I have to say it because it's true. Some hood and like street affiliate Latino men with black women. But like the Latino elite man, yeah, nah, nope. Even if he likes black women, like I will say, like especially when you get into the higher rungs of, and when you see a Latino in South Florida, for the most part, it's Cuban. Are there some Dominicans in there? Yes. Some Puerto Ricans in there? Yes. But for the most part, when you hear Latino, some Venezuelans in there? Yes. Argentinians? Yes. But for the most part, in South Florida, when you hear Latino, it's mainly Cuban. When you get to like some of the more elite, um, third and fourth generation, Cuban American, family is making good money, been making good money for 2 and 3 generations now. Yeah, their son is not coming home with a black woman. Even if he's into black women, yeah. He could be really into black women. Nope. You got to be a special breed of Latino man to deal with what the hell your parents and grandparents are going to put you through when you walk through the door with that chocolatey black woman. I don't care how she look. Good looking to not good looking. Right? You got to be a special breed of Latino man to be willing to weather your dad is going to be on some super racist stuff. But your mom, oh, and your sisters, black women, I'm telling y'all, yo, if y'all thought that dog the bounty hunter Cole was crazy, yo, man, these Latinas, the abuelas, the Cuban abuelas, man, I'm not saying that the Latino men aren't anti-black too, but the Latina women, especially about their son coming home with a black woman, especially a darker than brown paper bag black woman, but the Cuban community especially, boy. I'm not saying Papito, the granddad, is a racist. It isn't anti-black, but grandma. That's you got to be different. And I'm gonna tell y'all right now, most Cuban American men in South Florida are not built for that. They're not built for that. They're not built for essentially giving their family the middle finger and striking it on their own completely because they're that in love with this black woman. They will have an oops baby with you and try to hide it from their family. They will marry the Latina and then cheat on her with the cute chocolate sister at the office they work at, and pay her to be okay with the affair for years on end. I'm telling y'all this because this happens in South Florida. In South Florida, we have some very pretty, cute, slim, dark-skinned, beautiful dark-skinned black women in South Florida. Haitian descent, Black American descent, or ADOS FBA, Jamaican descent, but definitely, being Haitian descent. The Cuban dudes they'll mess with a dark skinned slim Haitian sister, Jamaican sister on the side. If their family wasn't so damn racist, yeah, they might have married her. Yes. But bringing her home to that racist ass abuela, ooh, that's a tough one, y'all. That's a tough one. Huh? That's a tough one. Afro National says, wait, what? Books flight to Florida. Right. That's a tough one, y'all. Because I've met Latino men who are into black women for real. All their exes are black and they married to a black woman now. And they give you the vibes of like really not on no racist stuff. And their family was A-okay with it. I've met Latino men like that. Yes, they do exist. Yes, even for a couple of Cuban men, Dominican men, Puerto Rican men. Yes, white Latinos. But for the most part, nope. He'll mess around with a black woman in high school, maybe black girl, mess around with maybe a couple of black chicks in college, but he is not gonna marry one. He'll cheat on his wife with a couple of them, but he's not because y'all gotta wait until his youngest aunt dies. Y'all gotta wait until his mom passes, his youngest aunt dies, and he 50 something now. When he 50 something and he's divorced, then he'll have his girlfriend will be 30 something year old Haitian descent. But as long as his grandma was alive and his mom was alive, and his aunt, see, his sister don't got no sway on him. His girl cousins can't say nothing to him. But as long as grandma's alive and auntie them alive and mama alive, oh no. Right? When he's 50 something and he's in his late 40s and his youngest aunt dies and he's already divorced and he has one or two pretty much white looking Cuban descent children, now you'll hear about Uncle such and such. Uncle Jose is 52 with a 38-year-old black girlfriend that has no kids. Huh? He's 48 with a 37-year-old with a 35-year-old black girlfriend that has no kids. And now he could give her a kid. He still ain't gonna marry her, but he'll live with her, and they'll have one of those, what is it? They'll live together and have children. I'm telling you, this is what happened in South Florida. I want a Latino person in South Florida to tell me I'm lying. Any Cuban person in South Florida, if you hear Z right now, tell me I'm lying. Dade County, Broward County, Palm Beach County, but definitely Dade County. Tell me I'm lying. If any of y'all have any Latino friends that live down here in South Florida, particularly Cuban, send them this section and tell them to tell me I'm lying. Huh? I dare you to come up on my panel and tell me I'm lying. Y'all Cubans is racist as hell, and y'all grandmas be the most goddamn Nazi-ass racist people on the. When I say racist, I'm particularly talking about anti-black. And it don't matter how you feel about a black woman. You bring her home, and they're gonna rip you to shreds. They're gonna make you break up with her. Somebody tell me I'm lying. So all y'all end up doing is capitulating, ending up with some Latina, and she could be a baddie. Cheat on her with the black type of women that you're actually into, and when your parents' generation passes and you're already divorced, now you dating younger black women. Huh? And Indigo Flow says, white Cubans ain't coming home with a black Cuban, let alone with a black American. Say that. Huh? See? And Better You says, that was the case for my Jamaican ex. Her mom had a Cuban, quote unquote, friend that was older than her by a good bit. I'm not making it up, y'all. I am not making it up. I am not making what I just said up. I am not. It goes to the same thing, by the way, for the Dominicans and for the Puerto Ricans, but especially in the Cuban community. They got to hide their black side chick even more than they have to hide a regular side chick, a Cuban or white side chick. Huh? And bringing home a black girl, you might as well say you gay. Right?
And St. Cyr says, as a fellow Floridian, you ain't frontin'. It's mainly just Cubans that tweak the heaviest. That's why I've only been with Central Americans and South Americans when it comes to Latinas. Yep, yep. So Southern Purchase, I hope I answered your question, but the percentage I'm not sure of, but when it comes to black women in particular swirling or dating out, South Florida, it happens. It definitely happens. And definitely there are Latinos that marry black women. Obviously, white dudes, white small hat dudes in particular that marry black women. White wasp dudes that black women get married to non-black men here, but just like around the country, it's very small numbers. It's very small numbers. For the most part, these dudes treat black women like they're dirty little secret, right? And Latinos, even though Latino and black people, like Miami is very segregated, in certain parts of the county, Miami-Dade County, and then even in the parts where Latino and black children go to the same schools, they're friends, right? They'll chill with each other. They play football with each other. They'll chill. The teenagers will be having sex, but it's really the brothers piping down the Latinas. The Latino dudes do have sex with, and I'm talking about high school and college age. They do have sex with, they do chill with black women, but coming home with a black woman like wife, that's a different story. That's a different story, right? It happens. It doesn't happen in too great of a number for black girls that go to school with the Latinos. Because coming home with her is just, that's a whole different conversation. So Southern Purchase, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And I guess I'll read this one now because KMS sent this forever ago. And KMS says, I'm starting to think stuttered. I'm starting to think black women are masochist and they project that onto black men. Who they think they're better than. Black women, I eat ish in the dating market, which means you must eat it too, right? Huh. Hashtag crap rolling downhill. All right. Crap rolling downhill. I do think. See, that's difficult because which stream was I? I was watching which stream, and the black women just admitted that dating as a black woman is difficult because all of these different women want to be with a black man. They admitted it. I can't remember, and it was recent too. It was like over the past week or so, right? Over the past week or so. So, yeah. I'm sorry for that. I got a little distracted. Something came up. Um, Reckless streams, but I think that black women do. Okay, different types of black women. There are black women that do appreciate and understand that black men are sought after. I would argue those black women even split into two. There's the black women that try to shame you into staying out of a sense of loyalty, and they do want them a black man. They're truly not interested in non-black men. They do not want them a white man. They're not lying about it. So they try to shame you into staying. And for those black women, guess what? Most of them got black men. They're. I'm not saying they're still not gynocrats. I'm still not saying they're not problematic in certain ways. I'm saying those black women want them a black man, and they'll hold on to black men for dear life. They're not interested in non-black men. The other black women play this unbothered, and we're still talking about one side of the conversation. They play this unbothered Omarion thing where I don't care that non-black women find black men attractive and find y'all interesting and appealing. I don't care if you go date out. I don't care. Right? I could do it too. Now, that's for one side. The other side, I think, truly thinks that black men are eating the same type of crap they're eating. And they think that we're chasing after the white women and the Latina women and the Asian women who are interested in us. BGS had a conversation with one of the ladies from break down a woman's perspective, and she was saying like, "Yo, like you're right. When I was in high school, the white girls were letting the brothers drive their car in high school. They were buying the brothers things. They were really nice and pleasant. And she admitted it was like these non-black girls, these white girls, essentially, really were the ones that were going over and beyond to prove themselves to the boys, to the black boys. Say that again, Z, slow for people that's going to pretend like they didn't hear it. The white girls were the ones that were going above and beyond to prove themselves to the boys, to the black boys. So you have a number of black women who do believe that it's black men chasing after the Latinas and the white girls. They don't believe that the white girls and the Latinas think black men, black boys are cool. They're attracted to black boys and black men. They find black men and black boys charismatic and cool and interesting and trendsetters. They don't see Big D and swag as negative, that black men are trying to make up for not having the resources of white men, right? So there are a number of black women like they don't appreciate that they were the best men in America, arguably the best men on the planet, and so they think because and you saw Khadijah almost she almost slipped up and said it right in her conversation with Ole and FD and Foreign Man in a Foreign Land and Quaytan and Herbie. She almost slipped up and said it, and like, yo, as a black woman, you got to be the one chasing after the white dudes. She came so close. She reeled herself back from saying it. She almost said it in that conversation, huh? But even if I read that wrong and she wasn't gonna say that, you see multiple videos of black women recording themselves, right? Not being asked a question or being like the question being framed in a way where they have to say it this way. No, black women recording themselves and saying, yo, what we do to black men, you can't do that to white men. And like someone said earlier, charm school for black women attempting to date white men, right? And like you can't speak to white men like that. And the thing is, black men for the most part are them. We're not changing to be with white women, right? Huh. So, right? And thank you. And KMS says, Z, the only women I have ever had to talk up on was black women. All other races of women sought after me. Hashtag quiet part out loud, bro. And I don't think like black women don't really appreciate that for your average black man. So they know that's happening to celebrity black men. Like black women were the ones, remember in the 90s when they were complaining about white girls pretty much standing outside of like the locker rooms and gyms of NBA players just waiting? Am I mistaken? For us millennials and Gen Xers and obviously even the boomers, but do we remember like black women complaining about white girls like chasing after NBA players and NFL players? So they try to do both things. Like, why do y'all end up with these white women when y'all become successful? While also admitting and saying, oh yeah, the white girls is chasing after y'all, and I'm just not going to do that. So you're admitting that she's making herself available. She's there. She's overextending herself. Shout out to Dr. Richard Reeves. Right? She's overproducing on the femininity. And you're saying you won't do that. And then you wonder why I end up with her? Exactly, Indigo. That was the talk back in the day. They're coming over here stealing our men, taking all the good ones. That for all of you Gen Z brothers listening in, this was the talk about 30 years ago, 20 some odd years ago. This is what black women were on 20 some odd years ago. Before the swirlers and divestors pretended like white men were chasing after them and white men treat them so kind and gentle when they end up with the white dude. Before the women that said, well, we don't care. Before the unbothered Omarion ass women. black women in the black community. This is more of what black women were on. Once again, as Indigo said, it literally, like, black women were saying, like, literally exactly what Indigo is saying right now, which is they're coming over here stealing our men, taking all the good ones. Huh? Yeah. So when these white women throw themselves at black men, these Latinas, and it's not like cartoonishly throw themselves. I want to be very clear. But when they make themselves available, they laugh at your jokes, they smile. You could see she's into you. She finds you charismatic and interesting. Mr. Z has been there. Then black women feel a certain way, right? Huh. And Indigo says, I heard it. What are we talking about right now? I'm a little lost. I remember it vividly. Put a one in the chat if you heard it. Okay, I don't know. Did I say something weird? I might have said something weird. But okay. Yeah, no, and I agree with KMS on this. Um, so anti-blackness shows up for black women in dating and marriage. Not to black men, but to non-black men. And it's something that even FD, conceded to when I said it. And he was like, "Wouldn't you say that's like?" Because I was like, "Yo, these white dudes ain't checking up for black women like this." And he was like, wouldn't you say that's like racist or anti-black?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but that's black women's issue." And when I say that, that's not to just dismiss it. It's to say, no, black women are the ones who are giving black men the middle finger and telling us how great these non-black men are. But where are the wedding rings? Huh? Where are the wedding rings? Black women are the ones who are insulting black men, comparing black men to non-black men, namely white men, and deeming black men lacking. So it's not black men's fault that black women said, "I want this type of guy," which is a white dude. Oh, it's not working. Dear black men, it's your fault. Huh? Right? So yeah, no, yeah, I do think they're projecting. I do think they're projecting, but it's difficult to do that with the numbers. 25% of newlywed black men married out. 25%. Dear black women, 25%. Not 12%. 25%. That doesn't speak to struggling. That's not what it speaks to. And that's married out. That's not even the black men that are dating non-black women and have children with non-black women. I would argue within the decade, we are going to see a third of black men married out. Newlywed black men, I think we're going to see a third. And it's not going to be the same thing for black women. It's not even going to get. I think black women's interracial marriage rate, once again, controlled, and this is men, black men and black women. These marriage rates are controlled for married black people, right? I don't think black women, because black men's marriage rate is higher than black women's marriage rate. I don't think black women's interracial marriage rate really rises too much past 15% at max, right? I don't see it rising too much past 15%. Maybe 20 if they're super lucky. I don't see it at 20 though. I'm gonna be 100. I would be surprised, genuinely surprised, and I will come in and speak about it if in 15 and 20 years black women's interracial marriage rate is 20 or 25%. I don't ever see it passing about 15-ish%. Once again, controlled for married black women. And let's put it this way. Let me make a correction to that. Let me or make a let's add an addendum to that. Black women's interracial marriage rate can actually rise if the only black women that are getting married are the ones that are getting married to white men. Ooh. If black women say we're only gonna get married to white men, then black women's interracial marriage rate would rise because it will show that pretty much and for the most part, the only black women that are getting married are the ones who ended up with the white dude and got him to walk her down the aisle. Huh? And that I do see as being possible. Where, 90% of black women aren't married. And out of the 10% of them that are married, 6% of them, 7% out of that, I'm sorry, out of that 10%, maybe 65, 70% are married to a black man, and the other 25, 30% are married to non-black men. That's when it'll be like, 30% of black women are married to a non-black man. And it's like, yeah, because only 10% of them are married. And for the most part, they see white men as being like the pinnacle. And so a good third of those women are married to a white man. 40% of those women are married to a white man. So it is possible. But that's how that number would have to break down. Right? And the Bunker TV says they will be paying all the bills. Yeah, and keeping it secret, or maybe the dynamics would change and they wouldn't be keeping that so secret. But yeah, I don't think the black women we're describing, yeah, it's embarrassing for them, but I don't really think black women have a problem paying the bills of a white man. They understand that paying for his white skin and to brag about having a white husband. Right? So yeah, no, I agree with KMS here where I think a number of black women think that because they struggle to date interracially, black men struggle the way they struggle to date interracially and marry interracially. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. This is why we count marriage and not quote unquote dating and how many times you've been proposed to, etc., etc. Shout out to Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. This is why we count marriage. Huh? Because you could do the whole dating thing. You could tell us how many non-black men you dated to show that how you're accepted by non-black men when really they were just having sex with you. You could call the little fling y'all were engaging in for about 6 months and 3 months. Oh, I was dating this white man. I dated Latino man. I dated really you was just something they were doing for the past 9 months. That's why Kevin only counted marriage. Right? So yeah, no, I agree with you, KMS, and thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. But I do think some of it is projection. I do think much of it is projection. They can't accept that as everything that this anti-black society put black men through. Non-black women still see black men as the dominant alternative to white men. Right? And black men have defined cool for so long now, for decades now. I'm not going back centuries. I'm not going back to Egypt or whatnot. Black men have defined cool for so long now that there are women that forego the white picket fence, suburb life, white man idea of relationships and would rather have just a cool black man. A cool, attractive, charismatic black man. Right? Huh? yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. And Mr. Shook to you says, yo, I'm gonna keep it I'm gonna keep it real. I haven't met a black woman that doesn't mind paying for things. Hysterical, right? Huh. Let me read this one. And KMS says, I'm not a Cam stan, but in his defense, we're critiquing a public figure to dissect lunch lady arms. I read when you said it earlier. I read it and I read it and I ignored it on purpose. And you put it in the super chat, so you made me read it. Okay, I see it. We playing dirty right now, KMS. You playing dirty, right? And let me read that again. And KMS says, I'm not a Cam stan, but in his defense, we're critiquing a public figure to dissect lunch lady arms the same way those of us who are initiated. True. Furthermore, Cam ain't sweating her. She has the body in will call for him. She has the booty in will call for him. Look, see Cam. I don't know. I think Cam was a bit turned on. I don't think he was pretending. I don't. I and it might have been a dominance thing. So low key, damn, I don't want to give away our secret, man. I want to give away our secret. What's the best? Ooh, how am I gonna phrase this? Because I think women know, but they're. How am I gonna frame this? Let's see. Okay. Um, there's something about. Let's use their term. There's something about a person who thinks they're all that and who's doing the most, that planting a flag in their yard, it's just satisfying. I'll say that. And Cam might have been on that, right? Mr. Cam Newton might have been on that, where he might not even be like physically sexually interested in her, but because the tickle bitties was out in the cleavage and the whole I'm not scared of you, I'm not intimidated by you and your money and aura, that he might have just wanted to plant his flag there. Huh? Hey, Indigo, you see what I'm saying? I'm just saying. He might have just wanted to plant his flag there. Just to be like, yeah, all that talk. Right? All that talk, and I got a lake on your stomach right now. All that talking, I got a lake on your back right now. A lake in your mouth right now. Anyway, yeah. Huh. Yeah. So I do think even if he's not, look, you could see from the lady, bro, you can't do nothing with her. But we I don't know how many of you have come across someone and you like, yo, she's not even, oh, I don't even know, but I definitely want to, right? Like it's just, my boy was like, it's animal. Just the way he say it, but it's just a animal instinct. You're not even, she's not even pretty to you like that, but if for some reason, right? So Cam could have been on that type of time, but I don't think he was pretending about the way he was speaking, especially towards the end. I don't think he was pretending. I don't think that was a show or act, right? So that's what I'll say to that, KMS. I don't think that was a show or act. So Cam is, I'm in that lane, so that's what I'm saying about Cam. But I wouldn't say spite. It's not. It's not. I don't think it would have been spite for him. It would have been conquest of someone who thought they were superior. And when you're done doing your business, you're getting up like, yeah, superior. Yeah, that's it. Not spite per se, right? So yeah, that's what I'll say to that. And thank you for this for the super chat, KMS. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe at the super chat. And Harambe says, and thank you for the super chat. I guarantee no one marries her. Her ego is large. Ah. Goddamn, Harambe, you just went right to it. Possible, highly unlikely, I say. I agree with you. Highly unlikely. Not, it is not just the age. You got to factor in, yo, this is why we do the social math. This is why I stress the social math on my channel. Black woman, highly educated, PhD, loudmouth, abrasive, from the hood, right? Standards and requirements, and you could tell once some type of hypergamous type of relationship, bro, where you going? Lady, man, you might as well, man, go get them batteries for that Rose toy, bro. Go get them batteries for that Rose toy. You ain't going nowhere. Or, um, get used to, you know, having your fun and having the dudes that you have knock the cobwebs out for you. Because everything outside of what we're saying right now, yeah, the likeliness is no. Right? Huh. So, yeah. Oh, Black Guru got something to say with that. And he says they will oversell some other aspect of being with a white man to justify her paying. She will say he is some great musician or whatever. Ha ha ha. I'm gonna open up the stream in just a minute. I'm gonna open up the panel in just a minute, y'all. I'm up as Black Guru. If you don't mind, you gotta come up and explain that, right? Huh. Yeah. And Morphle says if she turned down 4 previous proposals and prefers younger men, then she not even interested in marriage. Honestly, bro. I mean, y'all seen the lady. Y'all heard her speak. Y'all heard her speak on Nick Cannon. Y'all heard her speak on Cam Newton. What is anybody? What is any? Okay, what is KMS doing with her? What is Trell doing with her? Okay, um, let's say Black Uru's not married. What is Black Uru doing? What can any brother that we know better you? What you doing with her? Any one of you brothers that we know is doing okay-ish financially and above. What are y'all doing with a Dr. Bryant? Okay, let's say she don't earn as much as we may think she earns, but she's still earning a good 6 figures. Let's say lower 6 figures. She making 110 and above. 110 to like 150. Still what y'all doing with her? Right? What are y'all doing with her? Huh? So yeah, she out here with the younger dudes. Younger dudes, more energy. They coming through. Bink, bink, bink. And she go, and isn't this like peak female sexual strategy? Younger dudes coming through, handling business, knocking the cobwebs out, and all her insane standards and ideas and being fully realized and healed and different. And she's reserving that all for some mythical future husband, right? Better you says, nah, G, my name Bennett and I ain't in it. Hysterical, right? Huh? And this is peak female mating strategy. I'm 41. I'll date as low as 28, right? Shout out to Afro National. I'll date as low as 28. And then, but you got to be healed and you got to do this and you got. Lady, stop. If you don't stop, peak female dating strategy. Having my fun with these guys. I don't have much standards for these guys. I'm having fun with these guys. But my husband, oh man. So, what would you like to see in a husband? And she rolls out the scroll. And she gives you an encyclopedia of standards and rules and obligations and stop, lady, stop. Right? Huh. And this is my point. Thank you, Black Uru. And you pretty much summed up right here. And Black Uru says Cam is a highly competitive athlete. Her fight might have made his nature rise. This is what I was saying. This is what I was saying. Right? And Black Uru also says, you may be surprised how disillusioned many white women are with the 1950s inspired fantasy of suburban white middle class living. All right. Huh. Split Jim, go into that. And a Split Jim says, I see a parallel with her being circulated during a Harris presidency run. Huh? And I'm also says, I think she said 27-ish, meaning she might go younger. Huh. But yeah, no, yeah, her ego is large to what Harambe said. And we'll see. She's 41. She's 41. She used this time to try to advertise. That's what the whole cleavage thing was about. And that was with the whole high-mindedness, Maslow hierarchy of needs, pinnacle, and you got to work on your stuff, and then we can help. And even when she was on Nick Cannon, I'll help you unpack your stuff. You help me unpack my stuff, and that was what her low-key trying to shame black men from dating out. That's what all of that was. She was advertising. She used this time, and when I said advertising, I'm talking about not just her services, giggity, but herself as a potential. Oh boy, Z, you about to use that word? I'm about to throw up. A potential partner. Oh God, I'm about to throw up. Huh? Huh? And I agree with this. And Lion says her strategy is not working for her because she's not counting men's strategy. I agree. I agree. And once again, Harambe, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Toya says the same blonde eye we want. Oh yeah, I read this already. I read this. But yeah, Toya, no, I agree. By the way, I agree. I said it already. But yeah, right. And so everyone, after yapping for 3 hours, Z, how many did you get it together? These monologues going on entirely too long. I'm going to post the link, and y'all come up and speak about either one of the topics. Manifestel and her insanity, her I guess Asian divester talk, Asian swirler talk, um, or Cam Newton and Miss Doctor Cheyenne Bryant. So um, yeah, this lady to me showed you why so many educated black women are single. We're not intimidated by your education or any of that, ma'am. You just do too much. You just do too much. Go ahead. What's going on, KMS?
Hey, how you doing? Thank you so much for bringing me up.
Yes, sir.
Uh, no, I just want to just speak to the. Can you still hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you good. I'm listening to you. I know I get real quiet sometimes. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, I just wanted to
Mhm.
speak to the Cam Newton thing. No, I mean I
Mhm.
don't. I think we're asking a lot of him just to to really
Mm,
just check this chick. I mean, really the easiest way you could do it is that it's the equivalent of me complaining to a billionaire about all his mega yachts and the carbon footprint of it. I mean, if there's anyone who could pull the I'm me card as far as how I live my life in relation to
mhm.
women, it's him. So her checking him is the fool's errand.
Yeah. No, but he is him. That's why I have all my kids in the same house. Even though I have how
Yeah,
many baby mamas and what 8 kids, eight, 9 kids, something like that. So
yeah,
no, you're
yeah.
right.
I mean, there's no broken program. I mean, there's no
Mhm.
broken family because they're all on his program. So for her to chastise him, coming from the situation she's in, I mean,
Mm,
it's ridiculous. And for women saying, "Oh, you got Cam told," I mean, really, I mean,
Yeah.
did he? I mean, Cam roll and Cam slide the DM, you going? I mean, and
yeah.
what I mean by the term will call, all will
Mhm.
call is that's good. You can pick up for those who are not initiated. Will call is good. You
Mhm.
can pick up like at a supply house that are already paid for. All you gotta do is pick it
Yeah.
up. It's yours.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know. Yeah, okay.
Broken
Yeah,
Okay, so actually now I got to read that again. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay.
broken
Um.
broken home means not married in her eyes. In other worth, why have you married?
Yes. Yes.
Because none of
So
them
it
are
was.
worth. But he could have just, you know why he couldn't say it, but he should have said it because none of
Uh,
them are worth marrying.
yeah.
no,
Yeah.
no, no,
Well,
no, no.
we
You
know
don't.
that's
You
what he
don't.
was on.
No, no,
Yeah,
no,
we know.
no, no, no. He don't even have to. He don't even have to say that. He don't even
No, he
have to.
could.
Mm,
It's a situation of listen. I am in the 0.001% of men, not only on this planet, but probably has ever been on
mhm.
this planet. Hey,
Exactly.
everything bends to my will. None of your math don't work for me because the calculus don't apply. I don't
Yeah.
even.
Mm,
I like the fact you're here on my show talking this is A, at my mercy, and then B, at the fact that I have a female audience that I want to feed red meat to every once in a while. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the quiet part out
Out
loud. So
loud.
her
Yeah.
getting him told is just no. What I mean,
He don't have
all her talking points can be folded up like cheap
mhm.
origami by any one of us who've ever been on your stream for like 3 days.
Right.
Yeah. Well, fold her up in 20 minutes would have folded her up in 20 minutes. So let me get this right.
Mhm.
You're 41 years old and yet
Mhm.
you're not married. But yet all these females that hit of his baby mamas are low functioning. I mean,
Yeah.
one can say
Yeah.
in the sexual marketplace, they succeeded. You didn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
In
I
a
mean,
sense.
yeah. I mean, no. Think about it. You have a child from a rich, famous football player who then took responsibility and put all of them in the same house, and y'all are not blasting him for him not providing anything financially to you. And then
And
we
that's why
have,
they cling, but they're
you
He's
clinging
know,
to their
providing for
moral.
them.
mhm,
But they're
He's
clinging to
providing.
their morality.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she tried to play the
He.
moral card. Real quick, Neiman, let me say this one more thing before you go. What she did was try to flip his question on its head. When he asked, "Why is a 41-year-old like you single?" I think her response was this: no, actually, why are you with 8 kids or 9 kids and how many baby mamas? The real question is not why I'm single. I'm doing it the right way. Is that you Negroes ain't ish. It's why are you here with 8 and 9 kids, especially as a quote unquote successful black man. So like I
it
think
would.
to me it was her petty ass way of responding back to him. And then go ahead Karen Messer finish that and then Damon go ahead.
I'm sorry. It would make sense if he was like Johnny Appleseed, just out here reckless, just having seeding campaigns, setting up franchises over the nation. The whole
Mhm.
thing about it
Johnny
is that
Appleseed.
he's acting as a patriarch. He's acting as a father.
Literally.
All
Mhm.
my children in one house. I'm
Yep.
not only investing in them financially, I'm also investing in them. I'm nurturing them. I'm raising them up. I'm uplifting them. So it's just like, what moral argument is there for her to have? She just spouting
None.
off at the mouth because she's jealous. Because once again, she and Will call.
Yeah.
Ready to get picked up, and the dude she don't want her. Once again, you could fold her up like clean laundry within 3 minutes.
She's Ebony K2. She's Ebony K 2.0.
Only a matter
Yeah.
of time before she gets before she has to go down that route.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think she would do that though, Neymar. Let's let Neymar go real quick and then Lion. Let real quick. Neymar and then Lion, because I know Lion itching. Go ahead, Neymar. Go ahead. You can't be too long
But
winded
he
with this
knows
one.
I got the machete. Shit. By the way, it's my this is my final days of 41-year-old, so fuck everybody. But no, I don't mean like that. Like I hate y'all, but just saying that just to tease y'all. It's not. It's just. But also, you look at Cam. There is something. He comes off as a little, eccentric, a little quirky and everything. But the fact that he's able to have everybody, like you said, under his power, he's providing and protecting. He's providing for those children. So the women know to shut the fuck up. Because they know, if they try to mess things up, they're gonna mess up for everybody, and then that's just it implodes for everybody. And the biggest losers would be the kids, in a sense.
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. I'd go one step further. I think those women know that in how Cam is as a father, that if they get off his program, it's just going to be fucked up for them. I think the kids are going to be all right. I really do believe Cam is type of guy.
Yeah. But it's the kid. Yeah, but if they fuck it up, the kids are going to be blaming mommy, and they're going to have a hard time controlling them because it's like imagine how a lot of guys who have like children, especially sons, with a baby mom, they have a baby mom.
Let me tie with you real quick, Naaman. Let me tie what you and KMS is saying together. We're actually speaking about a skill set that Cam has to get how many baby mamas to get on his program, and to put 3 baby mamas to get on his program. This is Shorty Low level artistry right here. This is like we approaching Shorty Low level artistry with Cam Newton. 3 baby mamas, 8 kids, 8 or 9 kids, 8 kids, I want to say,
8.
that you have on your program as a black man in America. Now that's a skill set, and I would argue that's a skill set that we should really stand in awe of, especially once again considering this is a black man in America. Forget his money right now. This is America. This is a black man in America that has 3 baby mamas and 8 children on his program.
But he's not doing anything different than any king or warlord in the past.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, but But Lion, that's not the point that I'm.
I know what you're saying. Yes,
okay.
Given in modern
Yes.
Like given modern times, you're right. But like I said, but I don't think. But that's the part about it, Z. I don't think it applies to him because any man who were to achieve warlord or king status gets what Cam is getting. What Cam is doing is just the modernized version. He's a man. Yeah. He's worth $75 million. So that's what happens with most powerful men back then when they became king of warlord.
Shout out to Elon Musk. Shout out to Nick Cannon. Shout out to what's that? There's another white dude. There's a white NFL player that's on the same thing. There's shout out to yeah.
He's not doing anything different from the past, and the whole thing with the doctor, that was all that was Strabag of what she was saying, because if she was 20 years younger, she would want to be one of them.
Hey, want to be one of them now.
Yeah, probably. I agree.
Yeah, brothers know my work.
Let's let Leon go real quick because he's at work. Go ahead, Leon, and then we'll let Lion finish up, and then we'll get G. Go ahead.
So the first part with the white guys marrying out, I've sent BGS, and I told you I have friends from every walk of life. I sent BGS pictures of my white coworkers that are all married to African, Dominican, Panamanian women that identify as black. And one of my best friends, Corey, he's military. I was happy when he got stationed out here because we grew up together. He's always like black girls, and guess where he's from? He's from Florida. And he married She looks Latino, but she's Cuban. So she's not
Okay.
white, but she's
Yeah.
Latino looking, but she's almost white. And he's always like black women.
Mestizo. That's mestizo
Yeah,
then.
she's mestizo. She's mestizo. And I'm just like, we done dirt together. We done bust down chicks together and everything. And I was just like, bro, if you're not happy and you want a black woman, just get you a black woman. He ended up knocking up another E6 in the army that was black, and he married her. But she's Puerto Rican black.
Yep. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so I have friends that are married and have kids with black women, but it goes back to that same conversation that they separated black women from, island women and African. Media man said that they only have a 30% out of wedlock who are married. So they're having their kids mostly before they get married. So if you
Who are you thinking
separate
about right now? Who has their kids before?
30% of non-American black women that are in this country get married before they have kids.
Wait,
media
only 30%?
Well, they're saying 30% of them have kids out of wedlock or before.
Okay. So 70% of them get married before they have kids. Okay.
Yes, but 78 or 80% of black women don't. They have them before they get married.
Yeah.
And my woman's from Germany, so I'm saying kind of makes sense. But the other part, dealing with Cam. See, I wouldn't go at her age because that's just an attack.
Yeah.
I can do just like what I did with Jess. Simply say, hey, at the age of 40, most guys that are way open to marriage, they're married or they married out. And the reality that you deal with, even though you're saying you'll go down to the age of 26, is that you're competing with women that's in that age category trying to be with those guys. And the other part is just based on numbers alone, if you're looking for a black man, kind of the ones that you liked or you were open to marrying or dealing with, they're married too. So looking at your odds in your age category, what's really left for you? I wouldn't attack her age directly. It's reality. Like if I got a divorce, I'm about to be 37. So if I get a divorce with my income and what I have left over from the divorce, I'm more likely to find another woman if that's the lifestyle that I want. Like guys that want to be in relationships, they're gonna find them.
Shout out to black men that remarry when they get divorced, and the black women that don't.
And that's but see how I said it? It's saying the same thing.
Yeah.
So
no, I agree with your framing. I agree with your framing and framing it in a way that's less abrasive, but the message still gets across. Yeah, no, I definitely agree with this. And it's more effective to me. So yeah.
Yeah. And me and my mom, I'm gonna send you the text message between me and my mom because we talked about it over the house. But I said, hey mom, you're part of the women that are the most free in this country. Okay. Yeah. You want me to tell guys about how I raised my son because he's 2 years old and can already borderline almost read. He knows his numbers up, all that shit. I spend time with him. I was like, that's outside of a woman. So it doesn't matter the woman. That's something that I like performing. So when you get in this morality principle argument, you're framing the principles through your eyes, which you want me to perform, which she wants Cam Newton to perform. And she's like, yeah, so you get it. It's the principle. I said, you're saying I'm in my feelings because I don't care about the principle because they're constructed. That's what I said. They're constructed principles that you want guys to apply to their life to benefit you. Those are your feelings. So you are in your feelings. And she looked at me and was like, what book did you read this time? I read something. Yeah. It's right up on your fucking shelf. It's right up on your fucking shelf next to that Marxist book. But anyway, we talked about this for hours on. I say y'all are infatuated with punching at black guys because it's so simple and it's performative.
Yeah.
I said this is
it's part of female empowerment. Part of female empowerment is punching on men, and black men are the easiest target in America. So black women get free licks all day, every day, right? Ain't nobody gonna tell them nothing. Go ahead.
I said you want guys to perform in a way, and then you attack me in something, knowing I'm not gonna go against how somebody's performing. I was like, if a lady chooses, she's had the choice to have guys, baby. She chooses to get knocked up, and she wants to be the lead, and she really doesn't want the man. She doesn't have to have him. Y'all have a
Mhm.
choice. I
Yeah.
said, but trying to frame a guy to perform, principles that y'all don't even apply to yourselves because y'all are free. So your
Yeah.
principles can change at any moment, but you want him to perform this. That's where
This
I
is
don't care and I
this
don't
is where
agree.
this is where morality constrains you. So the morality is
Yes,
just a tool that they use to say that it's okay that everything I just proposed, train track, everything that I just proposed is hypocritical. I know it, you know it, but I'm gonna use
hmm
morality as this tool to shame you into going along with it anyway. Which,
and,
by the
and
way,
and
I'm
and
low
think
key
about this.
okay with. I'm low
Oh, I'm
key
gonna
okay
say
with because Mr. Z engages in this too. Double standards. That's
yes.
if y'all think Mr. Z ain't saying double standards. I tell his mom yesterday. Okay, short story time. Story time. Everybody gather
Wait,
around the
let,
fire.
let me get this before you say that. Let me get this part
Go
out.
go ahead. Go ahead so I can get this
Why
out and then I could let G go. Go ahead. Go ahead.
why is black male masculinity is
Mhm.
about as thin as white women's performance of femininity?
Say that again. Say that again. Why is
I'm using the wrong word. It should be thin but narrow. Why is black male masculinity is about as narrow as the performance of white female femininity?
black male
So white women
masculinity
don't fit
as
into a certain.
go ahead. Go ahead.
If okay, for white women to be deemed white women and present,
Mhm,
you have to be blonde hair a certain way. They all
mhm,
the same semen. They got blue eyes, blonde highlights, wear similar dresses, perform, talk, do all that. They're similar.
mhm, mhm.
What people say this is a representation of white women, and the rest are just leftover white women that Latino or black guys can have or some shit. That's what Black Guru talked about it. I think when he was talking about how white women compared to black women are not free compared to black women. So is it about the same narrow to where you can frame black guys' existence through these made up principles that never benefited us?
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
that's what I would argue certain women try to do to black women try to do to black men. Excuse me, y'all. Excuse me. So what certain women I would argue try to do to black men is this one foot in, one foot out that your granddad was some type of raving lunatic patriarch, and that black women are not going for it. And on the other side of that are black women that say, look, you can't perform masculinity the way white men do. It's a social construct, and you can't perform it the way they do. So you need to leave that thing alone. And instead, oh, this is where we get into the interesting part. Queer your idea of what manhood is and masculinity is. And when they're saying that, so it sounds like a benign statement. It's already toxic as hell, but it sounds like a benign statement. What they're really meaning by that is for you to bend and break to their will because she's the moral
Well,
compass,
Yo, peep
well,
this,
yeah.
right?
guys.
Would you say
Mhm.
can you say that's the same performance of white women, since black women are pretty much the most freest group in America?
So I've said this
Like the
before. I'll use Kamala as example. I've said this before. I definitely see us having a black female president before a white one because black women being in power, particularly over black men, does not harm the overall white ethno state that is America. White women, on the other hand, having power over white men, oh goddamn, code red. So I guess I hope I'm answering your question. Um, White women are not allowed to be free of white male rulership. Black women could do whatever the hell they want to and in the black community,
Real,
not
real.
outside of it per se. You can't do nothing to no white man, no, not to no Latino man, not to an Asian man, but definitely not to a white man. But
But
yeah,
you're
you can run things in the black community.
Yo,
forgetting
peep.
Hmm.
about white men. White
Hmm.
men will have a problem just because she's a black, not only just because she's a woman, because she's a
Yeah,
black woman.
true, no, true. But if they had to choose between a black woman and a Kamala they'll choose Kamala over Hillary any day,
Yo,
as
peep.
much as they hate Kamala, is what I'm saying.
I
Yo,
don't know
peace to the
about that.
gods. Yo, can I
Mhm.
get in real quick,
Yeah,
Z?
yeah. Go ahead, G. Go ahead.
Hey, how the brothers doing, man? The brothers feeling all right today?
What's going on, G?
Man,
Good
I'm
We
on
missed you, bro. We missed you. Where you been?
man. I've been working, man. I just been working. I ain't had much to say, but on this topic, I got something to say. This
Go ahead.
issue,
We listening. We listening. Go ahead.
listen, this issue is an issue of confusion amongst the men.
Mhm.
And the reason I think so is because as black men, we tend.
Is that me?
No, it was him.
G, you went out. You went out. God
You
damn, you
went
was
out.
about to make your point.
Can you hear me now? Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay,
Go
now,
ahead.
so
All
as
ears.
black
All
men,
ears.
as black men, we tend to give people the benefit of the doubt. And we've been so attacked and persecuted that we think that these women have power. That's not what's going on. Black women are playing a sexual mental mind game with black men. And this is what I mean by that. The reason this 41-year-old talking about she gonna go mess with a 25-year-old is 'cause that's the only person that wants that old decrepit cooter. That's the only a young man. I don't know about you. I've tried to sleep with women that were in their 40s. You can't get aroused by them. Well, I can't. I can't really get aroused or get a full erection with a 43 or 44, 45-year-old woman as opposed to a 25-year-old woman. I don't know if we not gonna speak on that and it's taboo, but I do not
No,
get fully erect for an older
I can
woman.
I can understand what you're saying, but I definitely have seen
No,
some
he's
Now
not
some
wrong.
40-some year olds that
let me
definitely
land on that, Zoe. Just let me land on where I'm
let me
coming from.
ask you a
This
question.
is the reason that the black women have the issues. Hold on, because
G,
black
it's more
women.
about this. It's
Go
more
ahead.
about the sexual performance of what you're getting. So it's
Exactly.
like
Hold on.
I
Let me
like
land real. Let me land
yeah.
real.
Let him land real quick. Let him land real quick, and then we'll get because I think Black Guru was trying to say
So
something, and then we'll get you, Leon. Go ahead. Go ahead.
this is what ends up happening to black women, right? And black men, we miss the whole play. Black women perform their sexual peak as long as they can. Most black women like to be hoes. They're not monogamous people. They like to have a man for this long till they get bored with him and jump man to man until they're no longer sexually viable. Now they're looking for some old man or some fat truck driver or something that will accept that beat up old coochie because they know no valuable man wants them no more. This is what happens with black women in the community. They spend from 16 to 40 or 35, whenever they lose it. Most of them lose it around 40. From 16 to 40, they jumping dick to dick, having niggas babies that they want and all of that. And then they play this sexual mind game with black men like, well, we don't want you because, we don't want you no more. That's the real truth is that nobody want nobody looking for no 43-year-old bitch to marry.
I mean, we
Who's
know.
out here? Who's out here looking for a 43-year-old woman to marry except a geriatric old man?
No, we know that. I mean, that's the thing. That's
This is what I'm saying. We're putting intellectual shit on it because we are intellectual as men. Me and Black Uru had this talk 1,000 times. As black men, we are intellectual. So we look at the women like they're making intellectual decisions and they're not. They're making sexual decisions.
Well,
And black men are affected by the sexual decisions of black women wanting to be hoes and fuck niggas until
Hey, she getting you cut
He
off.
went out
She
again.
getting you cut off.
Nah, but to what he said,
the point.
Wait,
all I'm
Ryan.
saying,
Let's let
bro,
Black
is
Guru
that
go
black
because
men are
go.
intellectuals, and we
Uh-huh.
put intellectual thought into a lot of things that we do. Black women are not intellectual like that. They do not think like that. They are sexual people. They want to have sex. They want to have party. They want to eat, and they want to have a perceived image. So they play on black man's intellect because they know we're intelligent. They know that we overthink. They know that we're trying to plan and to make our way in this world, and all they trying to do is get their sexual urges satisfied and get some food or something. So we get played with
This
this
nigga G the
marriage game
worst.
because they know for sure that nobody wants to marry no fucking 45-year-old. What
Let me say.
man is out here looking like I want to get married with a
Let me
45-year-old
break
with
it
4
down
kids?
in a way you.
Wait. No, name it. Wait. One second, Black Guru. 1 second. I'm lightheartedness for 1 second. She said 28. Y'all keep on going lower. Somebody said 20. I think KMS or somebody said 26 earlier, and now we saying 25. She said
Yeah, so
28.
listen, when you 25,
Alexa,
when you
play
listen, so
Flow Rock.
when you 25, you remember we was 25. Them old bitches was throwing that pussy at us. Man, when I was
Yeah, that's
25
true.
and
That's
27,
true.
Yes,
That's
sir.
true.
man, 38 to 50-year-old women, they would give it up the first couple hours I meet
Yeah,
them, bro.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I remember.
That's
No,
the
no
Alexa,
whole
lie. No,
play
thing.
Low by Flow
But it don't
Rider.
matter. The
yeah,
sexual quality was never
yeah,
equal to a 22 or
Yeah.
23-year-old. It
yeah.
was
It's
never
not.
equal.
Okay, okay.
They never felt the same.
No,
They
you're right.
only got
You're right
sexual.
about that because I had that happen to me multiple. No, bro. Even at 37, I'm not. What G is saying. At 37, I'm getting hit on by 48-year-olds and 52-year-olds. So
Yep.
he's not lying about that. But go ahead, Black Rule. Go ahead.
Well, no,
Mhm, mhm,
hi, G. I hope you're doing well.
mhm,
G's absolutely right.
mhm,
What I wanted to talk about was why she said what she said.
mhm,
You know,
mhm,
the reason why she said what she said was twofold. Was to sell herself as still being very attractive, and
mhm, mhm,
desired. And you do that by referring to a younger man, a man who 27 years old, entering or just about in his sort of physical prime and physical attractiveness, that sort of thing. So that's
mhm,
a way of sort of indirectly, in, artificially inflating her perceived value by
mhm,
And she's an idiot.
referencing to his youth. And then I also think it was a not so subtle jab at Cam himself. Whenever a woman, an older aging woman, mentions to a man, and and maybe an older man that she's fucking or is desired by younger men, that's a way of her attempting to try to sexually intimidate the man that she's saying this to. So that was the purpose of her referring to the young men. It was
mhm,
all
mhm,
everything she describes as true, but that was a way of her trying to push back. It was her way that's the way girls fight. Girls fight
mhm,
by trying uh, to intimidate or to, and particularly sexually, intimidate a man. So you got this sexual, because they're talking about sex. They're talking about these men
To make you feel
and
inadequate.
these attractive men, and they're making all these children, and they're at the prime of their lives, and they have all this freedom. And so I'm going to push back against that by saying, well, hell, I'm desired too. And these young guys with these hard dicks want me too. That was the purpose of her saying what she
If
Yawn.
said.
if that's the case, then she's an idiot and running a fool's errand.
Yeah.
Because what would be more advantageous for her to say would be,
Well,
hey, this famous guy is involved
Mhm,
with me. But if some woman tells me that, hey, some 22-year-old to jump up and down, I'm like, oh, okay, I guess you bought him a PS5, or the
right.
well,
NCAA 25 has come out.
it's not really about that. What it's about is like I made the comment before. Like if I'm working 80 hours, my
Mhm,
performance is not the same sexually as when I'm 26. So if I had to compete as many hours as I work now in my mid 30s to my 25 or 26-year-old self,
mhm.
I would feel insecure. You know what I'm saying?
But
Like just
let me
that
let me let
mindset.
me ask y'all a
Well,
question. I have to
I'm,
ask y'all a question because I don't follow football as well as y'all. Which brother was it that was having the I don't know what type of meetup he was having or whatever he was doing for the young kids, and then like they tried to jump him?
That's
That was
Cam.
Cam.
That's scam.
That
Thank
was
you.
Cam
I
Newton.
knew it. Yep, that's it. So thank you. That's what I figured. So in other
It
words,
was a
ma'am,
football camp.
to yeah, thank you. So in other words, you try to flex on Cam with the but I know them brothers was like 18 or 17 or something, whatever, 19. But still, you tried to flex on Cam with the type of dudes that he stiff armed.
And he's 6'5". He's six
You
foot
try to,
five. Consider
and
that.
this is going to what Black Uru was saying. Like what you attempted to do. First of all, most men missed it anyway. Let's call it thing a thing. We missed that little female flex that you tried to do. Right? We don't even speak that language. So that's number one. Number two, the ones of us that did catch it, it meant nothing to us because all you're saying is, and we say this is what we say about women like you, dear Doctor Bryant. If you don't know, we call you target practice.
Yes.
That's
Well,
Exactly.
that's what. Go ahead.
it's particularly bad to say it to Cam because
Mhm.
Cam could run through a dozen chicks half his age right after that meeting.
Yes.
That
No,
means
agreed.
nothing to him.
Mhm.
So I mean, it's one thing to say that to some regular brother who might
Mhm.
be particularly interested in her, but they're disagreeing. And then she said, "Well, I can go fuck a young dude with with
Mhm.
a bigger dick than you or whatever." That might actually mean something to that guy. But to say that to Cam is crazy. Cam getting ready to impregnate the next chick right after that meeting.
Literally,
But
literally.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. She,
Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
everything she was doing was literally just trying to. She was that was like cognitive dissonance to the 10th power, because
No,
at the
it's
same
not.
time she's calling the other baby mamas like low functioning, or trying to say
Mhm.
low value women, but at the same time she's trying to disqualify them, but meanwhile she's already disqualified because
Well, let me go to
Wait, hold
something
on.
that you're going to. Wait, real quick. Let me say this, Black Root. Lion. In a weird way, are you saying that she's saying that you should have been with a woman like me?
yes,
Yeah, I agree. I
exactly
agree.
Yeah.
what she's
She's
saying.
trying to say that
I
she's a
agree.
high value female. Get the fuck
She's
out of
Yeah.
here.
trying. She's
Yeah.
like,
Which,
No.
by the way,
she's saying
y'all
a
remember
lot.
I told y'all Amanda Seals tried to pull the same stunt a few months ago in an interview, that the men like she didn't mention Cam, but like men like Cam are who rightfully she should be with, but they run from women like her. She
Yeah,
like
you caught the
alluded to
part.
intimidation or
Listen,
whatever the
brother,
hell.
You
listen.
caught the part.
Yo,
You caught the part when she tried to play it, because when
yeah,
Cam answered that question about her not being married, she was like, "Well, I was low functioning at the time. I'm high
yeah.
functioning now. I'm a better woman now." But I'm like, how so? According to the
Low
men,
functioning what?
Yawn,
She.
What the
according to
hell
the
she mean by
men,
low
that's not true.
functioning?
yawn.
According to
Ladies
the
and
men,
gentlemen,
as of right
listen,
now,
I,
where you
y'all.
stand, that's
Yeah.
not true. Because once
Okay,
again, like I always tell you, Z, they don't account for men's sexual
they
strategy.
don't. They,
So yeah,
and
she'll
the few
cut
of them
out.
that do think that they shouldn't have to. Yo,
Yes,
that's it.
there's
Well,
plenty
but
of
Hold
but
on,
but
so
just
young men who will
but to
snap.
be fair,
There's, there's
no
Well,
mammalian female accounts for the sexual. The only
to their own detriment.
sexual
to their own
strategy that
detriment.
I'm just saying,
Mhm.
listen. I mean, look, if you look in the animal kingdom, the females do not give a fuck about the male beyond getting that sperm
That's true.
and maybe
That's true.
some
That's true.
protection.
Until they can't.
Some temporary protection
listen.
maybe during pregnancy.
Hmm.
So,
Yes,
the
until they
only
can't.
difference between, black women and most other women is a lot of them are extra dumb enough to say out loud I mean, the Asian chick, do you think the Asian chick
Yep.
is concerned about the sexual strategy of her male Asian peers?
Absolutely not.
She don't give a
nope.
flying fuck about the fact that she leaving Chung Lee on the road while she go get with Brad. She don't care.
Yep. Yep.
And that's
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
fine. But that, and you know what, that's fine, but that's also a reason to account for their failure. So if they don't want to do that, and they don't want to give a fuck, they don't have to give a fuck. But
Say,
what you're saying,
Lion, say it with me
Ladies
now.
and gentlemen,
Social math. Say it with me. You got to say the whole
yeah,
thing.
you're not
They're
doing the
not.
social math. So at the
They're
same
not doing it.
time, they don't give a fuck. So at the same time, men don't either.
but this is the
Yeah.
My.
thing,
My.
though.
And
Listen,
there's a
no.
cost to that.
Um,
Well, let's
Hey,
let
no,
G go, and
listen,
then I think KMS is trying to go. So go ahead, G.
listen. In
Mhm.
Babylon, everybody was free. Everybody could
Mhm.
do what they want sexually and everything. So why did King Solomon have 1,000 bitches? That's
That's
female
another
nature,
thing,
bro.
because the
That's
women
female
do
nature,
huddle up.
bro.
Exactly, the women
They'll
huddle up on the
listen.
dudes that they really like that. Yeah,
Exactly. That's
yeah,
female
yeah.
nature. Listen, we know the story of Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah.
Mhm.
But in
Mhm.
Babylon, everybody was free.
Mhm.
Every woman could have a husband and a man and all of that. So how the hell did King Solomon end up with 1,000 women?
Yeah.
Because King Solomon had the money,
Yep.
the law, and the
Mhm.
sword.
Now, as soon as
Now
listen, Mr. Black
Cam
Guru,
might have the money,
Mhm.
but he definitely don't have the law, and he definitely don't have the sword.
but this is
Yeah.
what I'm Black Guru, this is what I'm saying. Once soon as we separate our romanticism, because men are romantic. We want the
Mhm.
romantic. We want the love, and we want. As soon as we separate that from them, we'll be okay. You know what I'm saying?
I I I
Everybody you
I
hear,
I think I want to say this about romantic, because this was going to a stream I did a couple days ago about romantic love. I think that's a more recent development that we ain't gonna get rid of, and barring some type of like cosmic event, catastrophic event, that is a recent technology that human beings are not gonna let go
I
of.
think we're unlearning romantic love. I think
But think about it
fixation.
without
Hmm.
without
Oh,
without male role.
hold
Wait,
on.
Listen,
wait, wait,
go
wait,
ahead,
wait, quick,
go
G.
ahead.
Let Black Rule land with that. Let
Sorry
us
about
go.
I,
that,
I
big
think
brother. Sorry, big brother.
I think supplementing porn for women, video games. Uh, you're going to be moving into to dolls and the androids and the virtual. I think if you compare the behavior of men to just like their fathers and grandfathers, they never would have done the kind of stuff to separate themselves from the sexual attention of women that you younger men do today. You know, the incel thing, the it's so much more separation from having to be fixated on sexual pursuit of women. Now, there's also some exaggerated responses in other regards, obviously, OnlyFans and stuff like that. But I mean, there are a lot of, to me, there's a lot of evidence that a lot of young men, especially as the technological aspects of things become augmented and freer and become more freely accepted, I think a lot of well, let me put it this way. I think the romantic love or the energy for romantic love will be redirected away from women to a large extent into other things, either artificial or
So,
other pursuits. And I see a lot of evidence of that. Some of it healthy, some of it maybe not so healthy. But I think we are becoming, you know, collectively, and you younger men in particular, are becoming disabused. I think the fact that so many young black boys ignore now young black girls and young black women suggests to me that they're becoming disabused of a lot of the fantasies about the romance of women, and why they will pick another girl who is at least willing to pretend that she actually likes him, and she must actually reciprocate, you know, some sort of actual material resource to him to justify their continued interaction. I think that bodes well for younger men and boys,
I'm I'm gonna
particularly
have to
black men.
really after this KMS, I'm gonna have to really grapple and sit down with what you said, Black Root, because I I think I might agree. And but I'm gonna have to like sit down with that for a little bit, because like the dissipating of romantic love. I'll say this: my initial thoughts are it's gonna be reserved for the people on the top that got everything anyway.
Well, sure. I mean, obviously, they will always be able to replicate whatever
Exactly my
fantasy or
point.
reality they
Yep,
want.
yep. That's exactly my point. Go ahead, KMS.
I I want to speak to, but I want to speak to what you're saying about the video about them for forgetting about romantic love. And you know what? I'm absolutely fine with that. But when I got into the part when they're
Or
trying to
was
talk
that Black
about
Socrates? Real quick, line. Was that Black Socrates started talking, or was that KMS earlier? Because I was mistaken.
No, that's Black Socrates. I think he.
Oh, okay. Then my bad. Okay, so let's let Lion go. My bad, Black Socrates, and then we'll have you, Black Socrates. So finish up that line because you already talking, and then
I got you.
we'll have
I'm right.
Socrates. Go ahead.
I won't be long at all. I won't be long at all. I was just saying that speaking to that video about foregoing love or whatever, romantic love, that's absolutely fine. But when you go into what that looks like and you're talking about communal love, like, okay, but what you're saying is at the end of the day, you're not getting past the value part. You will not get any community unless you are valuable to the community. So you have to be willing to offer something. It's still no different than a relationship.
but
At
this
the
is
end
what
of
I'm
the day, you
saying.
have to have something to offer.
Well, this is what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Hmm.
That's the whole. There's no. Listen, what I'm saying. Men wanted romantic love, like love me for who I am. Women want shit. That's the whole big difference in it. Men like love me for who I am, no matter what. Women like I want this fucking house. I
It's
want this
But
car.
by the way,
So
G.
this
I'm
is
not
the
laughing
whole
at what you said
discussion.
because you're right. Real quick,
I think
G.
that
You're
you,
100% right. It's the words you said and how you said it because you're 100% right. We
I think,
actually believe in it. They don't. Go ahead. Go ahead.
but I think
Listen,
that
think
used to
about
be
this.
true. I
Think about
don't
this.
think that's true anymore. I don't think men
Man,
are
Mhm.
going for
what?
love. Not
Okay.
anymore. I
No, 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 no,
totally
no, no.
agree.
I think we might
I
be
think
overdoing what the black manosphere and maybe the non-black manosphere is on, but I still think men are still there by and large. I
No,
think
we're
it's
trying
slowly
to
changing,
hold
but by
out.
and large, I
That's
think we
what I
still
said. I
are.
think it's slowly
Listen, we're
Mhm,
trying
changing
to hold
slowly
out.
but surely.
mhm.
I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
it's
No,
Listen,
I
we're
slowly
agree.
but
trying to
surely
hold
I
out
agree.
because we don't want
Well,
to we don't want to
let me
accept
ask
that
you
our
a question.
moms.
And by this week, after Black Woman, we gotta get Socrates in. But go ahead, Black
Let me
Woman.
ask the panel a question.
Hmm.
Amongst you men who are not married, how many of you all have issued at least one marriage proposal?
I've been married before. I'm a former divorcee.
I said those who've
Hmm.
not been married.
I have not proposed as of yet. That to be determined. That's coming
Right,
up though,
right. Okay.
like soon,
All
soon.
you do is don't
What
do it.
about what about you, Namer?
Honestly, never have, never will.
Okay. What about you, G?
Gee,
I think they
Yeah,
he
got it
probably in a
I've
again.
dead
been
zone or
married
something.
already. I was
Well,
married. I was
Easy to
married for
do.
7
Oh,
years.
you
Oh,
were
he said he
married?
was. Okay, okay.
Oh wow. I somehow
He said that before. Yeah, G has said that to us before.
I
He
was
told us
Oh,
that.
married.
Yeah,
never
yeah.
heard that. First
who
time for
else?
me to hear.
Mhm.
7
Anyone
years?
else on the panel who's unmarried who is
Well, I
Me, I'm
suppose
unmarried.
have you ever issued a marriage proposal?
No.
Okay, so now
Yeah, I didn't propose either though.
you men
I
are
didn't
all
propose. She proposed to me. I'm gonna say that.
okay. So you men are all 25 plus, 30 plus that have not issued marriage proposals, right?
Yeah, I think everybody on the panel right now is 30 plus.
Okay,
yeah.
so
Yeah.
I'm
in
gonna
a
be
prior
42
world,
tomorrow.
there's no way you would have the statistical probability of a high percentage, at least on the panel, who are of age 30 or whatever, who've not at least issued one marriage proposal.
Black Girl, I'll do you one better. I think we're all over the age of 35 on the panel.
Right, right. So when you tell me that men are so much more romantic, I'm like, usually in a prior world, in a more romantic world, you guys would have issued at least 3 marriage proposals by now.
Not necessarily. I think because the sampling bias, the people here are a particular sort of people who actually listen to this content.
I'm saying
So
in
they're
the
not necessarily
real
representative.
world, though, in the real
Yeah.
world, in the
Uh-oh.
real world, prior to this current world, a man was going to propose to somebody, regardless of his philosophy or whatever. He was going to marry somebody. That was just going to happen,
But
regardless of blue pill, black pill, whatever. I mean, that's why there would always be so much attention on this guy. He's a confirmed bachelor because he was like one of like about 50 motherfuckers.
I think that was in your days too, before there was women out here saying
Well,
you
I'm
have to
saying
pay for my
historically,
babysitter. You know what I'm
I
saying?
know, but
Historically, women wasn't telling man to pay for my babysitter to take me to get some food.
I get that. I'm saying that because of all of that, G, men are forcibly being broken from the spirit of romance. It still
Okay.
lingers, but I don't think the you are as romantic as your great grandfather.
No,
Fair
we
enough.
definitely not. We definitely not, because my grandfather took care of other niggas' kids, and we
Yeah,
not doing that shit.
exactly.
No, fair enough. I think that the type of woman is not the same, and I think that men are reacting to the current type
No,
of woman that exists.
the women
Yeah,
are the
I
same.
think my
The women
argument
are the
is the
same. The
spell is
men
No,
are
they
being
no,
different.
they're not. No, they're not.
No, they're not.
No, they're
my
not.
argument is the spell is being broken.
I
The
think my argument.
socialization is being broken. Men have to be socialized to act in a certain way. Otherwise, society, the way you want to form it, is going to break apart. And so, society has to do a better job of encouraging and giving men rewards for such things. Otherwise, men will be
But
having sex willy nilly. They don't care about that shit.
goddamn BGS, can I introduce you, please? I don't even have no intro like Art New style though. I need to get my life together. I need to get with
Yeah.
compassionate.
Oh yeah.
Like,
It's a reckless stream. You know how it is.
it really, yeah, it is a reckless stream. You already know. Go ahead, y'all.
Could we entertain the notion that men nowadays to be involved with women would have to be more romantic? Just give me just 2 minutes on this. I think men of an older generation, they were less romantic because they know involving with a woman, she was going to bring some tangibles. She's going to cook, clean. She's going to have that certain skill set. She's going to be able to do these things. Whereas nowadays, if a man was to be involved with a woman, he'd almost have to be a romantic just being involved with her because all she's presenting is intangibles. She may like me, she may love me, but that's all she's really selling. She's really not selling anything else. Former
Romance
generation
has
was
to
buying
be
tangibles.
romance has to be sold, and there has to be some kind of pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
I mean, wouldn't the romance be in the eyes of the beholder? As in,
No,
you
the
know, I hope she does
Rome,
this for me.
I mean, coming from an older generation, and Rule can tell you, we were sold on the 2.5 children, the picket fence, and the happy
Yeah,
life. Okay,
I
yeah.
mean, that's
It-
true, and I'm not pushing back. It's more of just a more of a discussion aspect of it. But you also were told that, you know, hey, I put this woman in a house. I come home, these things are going to be done. The older, newer generations are not being give that. It's almost to the point where you'd have to romance and hope that
it-
she does this stuff.
it's called
Well,
return on it. It's called
No, I
return
mean,
on
doing all
investment.
that today is not called romance. Doing all that today is
It's
called
hookup.
being insane.
It's hookup.
but
Well,
also, how can
I'm
how
saying doing it from the perspective of thinking this woman's actually going to love you and become dedicated to
It,
you.
It's
it,
That's
called
it,
insane.
simping, yo. Let's use the
okay,
word
hold on.
simping.
No, exactly. I think we're all getting to a certain point. I think men are being delusioned of romance because it's almost being a situation of where to be with a woman nowadays for what they're offering, which really isn't much.
It, it,
Would you'd
it,
have to
but there's
almost
also
be romantic?
Disillusion.
that's why I showed you the
Disillusion, sorry.
Chinese. I told you the Chinese guys, right? Okay,
Hmm.
okay, okay. The cost is too high in
Yeah.
America.
Exactly.
Okay, today to be with a woman back then used to be fun. Okay, well, that's how you enjoyed yourself. You enjoyed her, good conversation. You enjoyed being with her. Okay, nowadays they're so insufferable. Why do you why are you going to be around them? Okay, for what? Why go
Okay,
go?
so
I'll try and date them. To be interviewed like somebody's interviewing for a job or something like that, or they gonna
so
eat food while they flip on their phone.
so to your point, BJ, that a man can't afford to be romantic because he gets nothing.
He gets okay. What are you romantic for?
Yeah.
What do you want out of a romance? You want somebody to engage with you, make you feel a certain way, right?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. If
Correct.
if she's insufferable, she's not making you feel a certain way.
Right.
That is correct.
Look,
So
when you're being
another
romantic, you have a fantasy in
uh,
your mind of what this woman is and how she makes you
uh,
feel. Well,
and how
what
she's gonna
happens when she
how's she
totally
gonna
blows
respond to
that
you?
to bits
Yeah.
in reality? You
Yeah.
can't be. How are you being romantic when
Yeah.
she's literally shit?
And then she's not
Cause
even offering
it
anything
was
tangible.
just his
And
imagination.
women are the same way. Why do you think women dress up and wink and all that kind of stuff? They're looking for emotional attention from men.
But
Okay, it's the same shit.
by the way, to the point of the lack of romance. So when you listen to the Asian lady talk, the manifesto, that's all you heard was a very cold calculus about what a man is supposed to be, and it was nothing but tool. You ain't hear no
well,
romance at all. It's all lifestyle.
well, well,
In the ancient days, there was no romance, right? They matched you up. You grew up together, and you said, "Okay, that's your wife,
And
your husband," and they put you together. There was no romance.
but BJ, so you didn't catch it earlier, but like when I was speaking about her and like just assuming that she was listening, she's not. But I was like, if we're gonna go off of stereotypes, ma'am, you being an Asian woman and you wearing a traditional Japanese garb or
Yeah,
Japanese
Kimono.
wardrobe, kimono, you sound very stereotypical right now of what people think about the shrewd ass Asian woman.
yeah.
The way you're speaking about men, you're hitting every single negative
Oh yeah,
stereotype that
yeah,
people have about
yeah.
Asian women.
Yeah, it's very pragmatic and it's
And white peen
very
chasing. Don't forget that part. That's the part I'm trying to
yeah,
emphasize. Go ahead. Go ahead.
white peen chasing is nothing more than social status chasing. That's all it is.
Yeah, sounds pretty damn Asian woman to me.
what, what
Go ahead.
what makes it even worse is that reducing everything to commodification and shrewd calculus really doesn't actually serve women.
No, and
Women
it's one
need
of the worst
grace.
things ever. I
They
agree.
need
I
they need
agree.
romance. They
In,
need
I
in,
agree.
fantasy
in the
for
long
men to deal
run,
with them.
in the long run, it doesn't serve them. In the short term, it does. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Before because it takes men. Well, number one, men don't believe. Okay, they're just tripping, right? Men say, okay,
Mhm.
it'll blow over. Until men
Mhm.
say, okay, this shit's not going anywhere. I need to adapt. And once men start to adapt, like they're doing now, okay, basically, guys from 18 to 25, they're not even dating, never been kissed by a woman, and
Yeah,
don't
Yeah,
care.
I was surprised how
That's
many it
why
was.
I
there's
was
already
saying
I
women
was
earlier.
surprised.
That's
there's
why
already women breaking down,
they are.
crying about lack of dating options and men don't approach them more. It's becoming
Yeah.
more prevalent now.
Well, of course, and the thing is, it's not going to slow down. Okay, it's not going to slow down. It's
No,
because
because as the younger man get further in life where they're able to live comfortably without actually having to fuck on women or you know, the things that we used to do, BGS,
Yeah.
where, you know, those aren't a part of their life. You know, we to some degree center a lot of ourselves socially
Uh-huh.
around dealing with women. They
Well,
don't do that.
especially in the black community, basically, you weren't a man till you had a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we judge each other, you know,
Yes.
as forms of competition in
Yes.
terms of
How,
pursuing women. They
how
don't
many
do
you can
that.
get?
I'm gonna
Yeah.
be honest.
Hey,
The black
but wait, wait,
community
wait,
ain't
wait, wait, wait,
different,
G,
man.
real quick, wait, real quick. So, and I said this before. Hey, that whole, oh, you ain't getting no pussy. Try saying that to the young niggas now. They'll laugh in your face, nigga.
And
And go ahead, yo. Go ahead.
But the reason
Nigga, I
that
got my
they'll laugh at
flashlight.
you, but hold on, the reason that they'll laugh at you because they is getting it. Like this shit is easy. Like
who
it's
Is
the
that
not
me?
even
You
hard.
went out. Yeah, you went out. You
no,
went out
no,
for a
no,
second,
no,
G.
no, the young guys, and I confirm this because I talked to a whole lot of fathers. Okay, are not on that shit, man. They're not on that shit
Yeah,
at
they're
all. They're
not.
not
No,
getting it,
They're
no.
and
not.
they're not getting it. They don't even want to talk about it. They're not even trying to get it. They're
Yeah,
not.
Yeah, see, that's why it's
yeah,
maybe
I have a
because I'm a
son.
pookie. Maybe
Yeah,
because I'm a pookie. The
wait,
dudes in my environment, they hitting these little
how
shit.
old are you, man? How old are you?
Right now, I'm 33.
And I'm talking about 18 to 25. You're not in that age range. You're not a Z.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is kind of environmental, and like BGS says, amongst the very youngest, and I see it myself amongst children, in some cases grandchildren of cousins of mine.
Hmm.
They're pretty kind of estranged from a lot of the
Yeah,
pursuit and the
yeah,
socialization involving girls.
yeah.
They
They
just
don't care.
are.
They don't
Yeah,
care.
yeah. No, I have a 14-year-old son, and it's indifference. He don't
Yeah,
care. He
they
don't
don't
care at all.
care. Yeah. In fact, it's like why? Like why should I bother?
Yeah, I think that's the environmental. Like I don't know, in my environment, I'm perceiving that the little dudes don't care, but they don't care because it's so easy to get. Like they
I
not
don't.
even actually
I
the
don't know what
girls want
environment
to.
you. I'm not in what environment that you
Yeah,
in.
no, I don't think
Yeah,
that's the case. All right, yo.
well, because in
Yeah,
our environment, like it's so easy because they want to come hang out with us. So when we be together as guys, I'll be with a bunch of 24-year-olds and 25-year-olds, not 18 so much, but yeah, them little girls is throwing that shit at
no,
us.
let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick, G. So I literally just got done reckless streams talking to a coworker, and so his son, Latino dude, seen the son before. Average looking Latino dude, not ugly, young man, 16. He's even complained. He's like, yo, he don't want to go outside. He play video games. He chill with his friends and stuff.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
and they do go out. They go out. When you say go outside, you mean like go after the women, bro. Or with the girls, the little girl. He's like he's so not interested. And guess who he listened to all day, every day? Y'all already know. Tate. He's listening to. I was like, oh, he listens to Andrew Tate.
Hmm.
Oh yeah. So there you go. So exactly what we're saying? This exactly these young men. They're not interested. They're not.
Yeah, yeah. I've heard it. I heard it well before the stats came out. Okay, well before the stats came out, but the stats are starting to reflect them. I'm looking on Medium, and it's like 50 different articles from men and women talk about how guys don't pursue and how young guys are not even interested in women. Basically, they came out with a survey. Was it 2 years ago? Right. Uh, there was there's a whole bunch of guys, like 30% of 35% of guys from like 18 to 30 had not even had sex yet.
Yeah.
30%.
And wasn't there one also about them? They haven't even got a kid before we even talk about sex. Haven't even had a kiss before.
Had a
Yeah.
kiss. Yeah.
That's frightening. That's. Whew. Yep.
Yeah,
And
I
by the
think
way,
that's
you can't have social cohesion with this. This bodes horribly for maintaining a
Uh,
society.
yeah,
the Chinese have done it for years. So
and to speak to the gentleman who was speaking previously about I guess the self-proclaimed Pookie and the dudes, where he's at, the younger dudes being involved. I bet they're running from a binary standpoint. I mean, I don't think they're pursuing anything. I think it's sort of a situation where, hey, man, if the food's here, I'm going to eat, but if it ain't here, then it isn't. I think a lot of these guys, I think a lot of younger guys are kind of going with an up or down vote. At least that's what I'm seeing. It's not a situation either.
That's
If I'm the
exactly
man,
what it is, brother. It's like they not chasing it, but they'll take it if it's there.
yeah. I mean, if I'm the man, great, I'm gonna eat. If I'm not the man, hey, that's cool too. So I think what's
Mm.
being removed is the hunt, the pursuit of it. I mean, I'm 43 and I still remember, when I was my son's age, that's all I thought about. He could literally care less. If there's
yeah,
a cute she cares,
exactly. And
yeah,
how old is your son?
14.
14.
Yeah.
See,
So that
Very
speaks to,
common.
and so here's the, so KMS, but here's the issue. So this is where Dr. Richard Reeves come in, and then he's attempting to shame the young men to overproduce. So the young men don't get with the young women. The young women try to huddle up on a KMS. And what ends up happening is that the young men are like, fine, if it's all about KMS, then I'm straight. I'll play video games and Jergens lotion and whatever.
Mhm.
But they want those men to overproduce because they know eventually KMS is going to shake most of those women off, have his wife, and then his maybe one or two, whatever, right? And so overproduce for those, and the young men from what we can see right now, it's looking like a no, and they're like, no, yeah, absolutely not. Tell her to starve or go, end up with
Yeah.
a same-sex loving relationship.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, and this is to use an equestrian analogy. I mean, the Triple Crown winner, what
Yeah.
their life is after that is studying. That's all it is. You're not, if you're in a winner's circle, you're not looking at these women as no long-term partner. I mean, you may select one as a long-term partner, but you're still the champion stud. And what they're going to do is you find a whole bunch of other brood mares, and they're going to have to figure it out. And that kind of ties into the situation with Lunch Lady Arms talking to Cam Newton like that. I mean, if I was Cam Newton, I'd have been insulted. I'd have been like, "How dare you talk to me like that? How dare you?"
Cam is a black man. He's used to being. He's used to it.
And he's on the grift. So
yeah.
I totally understand that, but if the cameras.
If the camera was off,
if the camera was cut, and he had a couple bourbons in him, he might have looked shit. We all know. We gonna will call. All right.
Well, no, when the camera's off, she's probably talking to Cam.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's probably what's happening.
We know.
That is
we
true.
know.
Yeah.
So and because of that, while they're having the conversation on air, Cam is like, "Yeah, bitch, I just took your dick out of your mouth."
What she's gonna say at her age, right? Are you the kind of guy that I used to date?
Yeah,
used to, right? Before I aged out. Yeah, past tense. Okay.
Yeah.
And he probably gonna say it. He'll show me a picture when you were young. Yeah, you probably would have dated me back when you were young.
Yeah.
And I think I agree. Something that Lion was speaking to earlier. She was pulling the Amanda Seales playbook, which is low key shame you for not ending up with one woman, and it's me. You should have ended up with me.
Yeah, that's basically what it was.
All he had to say, and then your rolling credits was like, "Hey, you know what? Due to the legal situations right now, I really do not want the law in my environment.
He did say
I really don't want the law in my life."
He
Yeah, exactly.
He did say that. He said, "I'm more afraid of divorce than I am of marriage." Okay.
He said that early too.
Yeah. He said
So to hell with your morality.
And Nick Cannon said the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, and there's one more thing I gotta say, and then I'll jump off. And this is just something that was discussed earlier. Any woman trying to talk to me about how she's going to find some young dude with a strong back to blow her out, it is ridiculous. In this sense, that's like a person who owns a chocolate factory telling me how much chocolate they can eat. No shit. It's not. You're not saying anything special.
You know what, KMS? You know what I tell them? A woman that says it to me, I said that your target practice, baby. Of course.
Thank you. So her saying she wants to go involve herself with some 28-year-old, it might as well be 18. Yeah, whatever. Okay, fine.
Go all the way down to 15.
Why only one? Have 5 of them at the same time. I mean,
exactly. Because here
have a train. In fact, have 10 and just one after the other. Like, come on.
Because to me, it just seems like gluttony. Okay, you're the chocolate factory. You're gonna eat all your chocolate. Okay, bravo to you. Okay.
Z,
you're being lazy if you're only taking one. You know,
she should have married that shot caller when she was young. Okay.
Yeah, no. Let's let Naima go real quick. Go ahead, Naima, and then
I'm about to switch phones, but before I say, but to continue what you guys are saying, I think Bernie Mac summed it up because he talked about, like, if y'all remember in Kings of Comedy, when he was talking about that bit where he's sick of fucking. He had like his wife was like saying, "I'm gonna go get me a younger man." He was like, "Go get the motherfucker. Go get the motherfucker. I don't know. Go ahead. I don't care. In fact, I'll watch. I swear, I'll watch." I'm sure he would have said some shit like, "Yo, motherfucker, you're doing it wrong. You gotta hit it from like this angle, whatnot." Like he directing and shit, just to fuck with him. Go ahead.
No, but all right. And then he's gonna have to wait because Mr. Z is about to get on the road, and I'm not gonna be able to look down.
I want to stress this about Ms. Bryant also, or Dr. Bryant. So this woman, we already pretty much established she's out here. That's it. That's it for her. She's 41. She
Yeah.
out here, and
the wall
so
has claimed her already. Yeah.
so that's all. And so now, to me, it's about salting the earth. I don't care how these women frame it. When they get to a certain position and they haven't really come to terms with this is me now, they try to salt the earth. And I see it with Miss Perry, Stephanie Perry. That's the darker skin sister. You covered her before too, BGS. I see that with Dr. Chris Marsh, low key. I see that with I'm seeing this with Dr. Bryant. I see it with Amanda Seals. They salt the earth, which is, oh, you don't want to be with me or a woman like me that I can live vicariously through for a little bit at least. Then I'm gonna salt the earth, and I'm gonna talk negatively about you, which is what Amanda Seals tried to do to Mr. What was his Myron Rowe? Myron.
Oh yeah,
Myron Rowe. Yeah, so exactly. So that's what they do. They try to salt the earth behind you, and so that's all I see that with her, where you have to be fully actualized and fully realized, and you have to be healed, and all of that female mumbo jumbo crap.
Yeah.
For why men like Cam aren't with one woman and a woman like her.
But how is that? Because this is all I want to say before. I think the whole conversation is actually irrelevant and like ridiculous. Number one, Cam is an entertainer, former football player, and an athlete. He does not typify or stand in place of the average man or 90% of men. So to have him as a stand,
99%,
or 99% of men, to have him as a stand-in, as some vicar or archetype for men in general is ridiculous. That's first of all. Second of all, a man of his stature who's worth $75 million or whatever, who have multiple baby mamas, and he can afford it. How is that relevant to the vast majority of men who do not have that kind of money and who cannot afford to have multiple baby mothers?
They're living vicariously through.
It's almost like if I had a conversation on ancient Gaelic mysticism, and I'm trying to make it seem like this is relevant to the rest of society. It's not. So I don't understand.
Well, but understand what's going on there. If I can break the great and mighty Cam Newton, I can break all the rest of you.
All of y'all.
Yeah.
No, because break him in.
No, but he's not brother. Don't overthink it. You're overthinking it.
In other words, is this your king? Okay.
Yes.
He's not.
No. You're overthinking this. You're overthinking this.
Trophy winner, played in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. And if I can break him,
prostrate this nigga.
Yeah.
This is bug breaking. If I can prostrate this nigga,
it is. No. I mean, no. But Socrates. No, it is. It is. Think about what we're saying. Okay. Rest in peace, Kevin. Think about what we saw when Kevin passed. You saw women celebrating as if some type of African goddess, and like that's really what they were on. Some type of African goddess that they were praying to. Did you know what? You're right. Let me take him out of here. So like that, we're talking about a people, right? That they really do believe in this weirdo stuff where like, karma only applies when I want it to apply. And breaking your king in front of you, whoever you think is the greatest person, whoever. This is why they celebrated low key, high key. Lori Harvey and ending the relationship with Michael B. Jordan, because it's like, if this is supposed to be your good looking, charismatic, famous dude, and we're treating him like toilet tissue. Right, and it's not even it's Lori Harvey, and we're treating him like toilet tissue. Then what are you? What are you if Lori Harvey could do this to Michael B. Jordan?
I have a question. Can I ask a question? Quick question.
When Kobe died, you had bitches claim to be witches.
I agree. All right. Do the dumb person need a reason to be dumb?
No.
Okay.
So let me ask you. Hold on. Stop. How many people are leaders in a society? What percentage of people?
Very few.
How many people are followers in a society?
The vast majority.
Vast majority. Who do they follow?
Who's they?
The
women are like.
They follow the leaders, so they follow the alpha males. Okay, the alpha males are your representatives. If you break your representative, you break the king, you break the kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wait. So
if I can get a Cam Newton to bend to appear to
bend the knee,
that's a very persuasive and powerful image to present to black men overall, in particular.
go back to the second half of Dune, right? The Dune 2, right? At the very end, what did he
Yeah, I
make
saw it.
what did he make the Emperor
He
do?
made him kiss his ring. He could have.
Kiss his ring.
He made him kiss the ring.
He kissed the ring and bend the knee, right?
Yep.
That's why
He
you
could
do
have
it.
killed him. He could have did a bunch of things. He made him kiss the ring. That was the point.
Kiss the ring, it was the whole point. Yeah.
Yep.
No. I fully agree.
Yeah, but my point is that Cam Newton is not. I mean, I don't
Yes,
know
he
if he
is.
is for other people,
Yes.
but
Yes, he
how?
is.
Because athletes and entertainers
Because
are not.
You're Morgan.
It's what Cam Newton represents.
What he
Oh, I'm sorry. Goddamn.
Yeah, go ahead. You're good. You're good right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Thank you, BJS. What he represents. So, okay, and I'm probably gonna Borg again. So let me hear if I get this out. So it's what Cam Newton represents. And Cam for them breaking Cam doesn't do what we know it does. What we know it does is it makes young men that watch that even more resentful. It makes them be like, oh, that's even more reason why I'm not messing with y'all. But what it does is say that again.
What does it do for the women though, right? Her audience.
Yeah.
Her
For the
audience,
women,
right?
this is the way it's supposed to be. This is the right way of things.
But that's why I asked that question of do a dumb person need a justification to be dumb? I believe, I've said this for a long time, collectively the women are dumb. They don't need a justification to be dumb. Whether Cam Newton is there or not, they're still going to be dumb. Women are going to still have these highfalutin ideas until society, if they get ground to dust.
All human beings follow the alphas. Okay, they all do.
Okay. Yes.
So we're collective. We're not individual. We're collective, right? Okay. In
Yes.
other words, if I can show women that the man that you most want, who's rich, who's athletic, who's charismatic, who has status, he's the epitome of a fucking alpha male. If I can bring him down, guess what? Everybody else has to bend the knee too.
No, I fully agree. I fully agree with that. I fully understand that. My only question is just a general question.
Bring him down.
Bring him down in status. Yeah.
I mean, I understand what you're trying to say, Socrates, but to name this epic statement, what is truth to a narrative? You're trying to add logic to a situation that's really just optics, which is why it's so important.
Shout out to Neymar.
Why it's so important for black women to see that.
Yeah,
truth is optics too. So it is what it is.
Yeah, that's true. But what I'm saying, as you said, like you're right, a truth to a narrative. The thing is that the status game is illusory. It is illusory because most people, it's a certain respect. Most people don't have status. Most people don't have status.
Laws get made by people who have status.
You know,
money gets made by people
who have status.
Wars happen because of people who have
status. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but what I'm saying,
here's where I think the disconnect is. This is what I'm saying to you, Sucker. I think the disconnect is you see Cam Newton as just an entertainer and an NFL player, and you're not wrong. But for the masses, breaking him in front of black men this is your rightful place. And did anyone ever see that documentary about the jungle in Africa? And it was they were showing the back and forth between.
You're Morgan again.
It's
God
a form of humiliation.
Give me
It's a humiliation ceremony.
Cam,
It's the humiliation ritual. That's the thing with Cam. That's what he was trying to do.
Went to the NFL because of his status. He's not in the NFL because of his status. Because he's fucking Cam Newton. His name is like Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Right? It's like Kobe Bryant.
Yeah.
He's a living status symbol.
Yeah, Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
Status. Yeah.
So I mean, of course you want to put stain on Cam Newton's name if you are a black misandrist. Of course you do. That's cool.
They believe that regardless.
Because then you can go around for the next 10, 15 fucking years talk about how you broke the great quote Cam Newton.
They're gonna do that anyway.
Yes. But so Socrates, you're proving his point, and I'll show you how you are because you're like they're gonna do it anyways. But you know what? Go to your nearest Walmart, and you're gonna see a dude in there wearing flip flops, socks, in a white t-shirt and he gonna be with some overset white woman.
Mhm.
Would they talk bad about him as well? Yeah, but he's supposed to be doing what he's doing. However, Cam, that is their prize. That is their great trophy. Why? Because
Yeah.
of status.
Yeah.
So you're proving everyone's point as well. I mean, it's just a situation of a status thing. He is a status symbol. You may not see him as that, but they see him as different. Cam is a physical guru. Whatever you say about that dude,
I
he's
get
6'6",
that.
built like a truck.
I get
I
that,
may
but I'm
cut in
saying
for a
that even if they didn't quote unquote humble him, they would have like it's like the argument you have with a woman and bring logic, facts, figures. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what happens in the real world. They're still gonna have these ideas regardless. If this conversation with Cam never happened, they still would have the same exact beliefs.
But it justifies it. What Cam speaking to? No, they didn't understand give me some space to kind of roll this out. What it does is it justifies it. It's something that Amanda Seales tried to do on the interview she did a little while ago, which is you big dumb jocks that make money because white people pay y'all to be big dumb jocks. Y'all supposed to be under the leadership of women like me. I'm the smart one. You're the one who just manages to make money. Exactly. I'm the one who. I'm the wise one. I'm the wise sage. The only reason you make money is because currently in the world we live in, your big dumb ass can make money performing for these white folks. So, but you need to be under the rulership and tutelage of someone like me. And that's what she was forwarding with all of her PhD talk. That's what she was forwarding with all her therapy talk.
So Mrs. Z, if she or other women had no justification for that belief, would they not believe it?
What do you mean? I'm a little.
If they had no justification whatsoever, would that stop them from believing that?
It wouldn't stop it from believe, but it's harder to believe it when you don't have examples of it.
Women don't need.
No. This is what I'm saying. And it's more difficult to believe something. They'll still have the belief, but it's more difficult to believe it when you don't have examples of it in your face. So for them, her essentially doing circles around Cam, it's proof that so he is a physical specimen. Might be attracted to him, but he's fretting like he's smart. He's speaking like he know what he's talking about. He don't really know.
Black women believe that there's plenty of black women that believe that white men want them or pedestalize them. There's absolutely no justification for this, and they still believe it. They have women. I've seen women.
You're right. Wait. No. Socrates, I'm not saying you're wrong, but here's the thing. And what else do they have going for them? What they have going for them is the Queens of King lady and her white husband. What they have going for them are all these little swirler and divester channels on social media, right? That go to bolster the delusion. It's more difficult to believe it. In other words, notice something. When you look at bell hooks, when you look at all of these old black scholars, what do they say? It's racist because the white men aren't marrying us. Why? Because they didn't have as many examples of these one-off swirler relationships. Now you hear black women saying what you're saying because they do have one-off examples of these swirler relationships, so they can indulge in the delusion more. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you, but they were talking about worshiping the white peen before there was the social media.
Yeah, but it wasn't. There was no but there was no idea of it being reciprocated.
But
there was no idea of it being reciprocated.
I agree, but they still had the belief.
The desire was there. The desire was there. The belief wasn't. No, the belief of white men wanting black women like that wasn't. That's the whole point of saying they won't marry us. Right? Okay. That was the whole point of it. The whole point of saying they will. Now, will they have some sexual fun with one or two? Yes, but there wasn't a belief of white men desiring black women. You don't get that until more and more black women say, "Well, look, the white dude when they do end up with the darkest of us, and look at these commercials, and look at these TV shows, and look at these celebrities." When we know, once again, that's not reflected. And the reason for this example is to emphasize, Dr. Bryant went on there. She did her best, and she didn't remember Nick Cannon and Cam Newton now. And if you read through the comments of black women, it is a look at one of our proud moments of a black woman doing circles around these black men with money, very importantly, with money and status. This one black woman single-handedly is breaking black men with money and status. And don't ever think that they're not thinking in the back of their mind, Kevin. This is get back for Kevin.
You have
That's
women
what I'm
that are
saying.
You have
go
women that are 5'2", obese, with 3 kids from 3 different baby fathers, who I never seen in their entire life high status man marry a woman like that. That's never happened. I've never witnessed this, but they still believe it's possible. They still believe it. They
Brother,
still believe this in their brain.
I'll go a step further. I'll go a step further. They believe that you and KMS owe them.
Okay, that's,
You didn't even go far. No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. By the way, so I just want to make that clear. I'm agreeing with you. I'm going a step further.
Their delusion is not bound by justification. Their delusion is not bound by justification. They'll be as just as delusional as they want to be, regardless of what's happening outside in the outside world. That's what I'm saying.
I agree. My apologies, line. Give me a second, because I was on the expressway and I could not.
I mean,
go ahead.
with all due respect, brother, you kind of look. It takes all kinds of ingredients. There's all kinds of things to make a cake. But you can make a cake with different ingredients. You can make a cake with different proportions of ingredients. You know, and so a lot of what happens in the world is not this or that. It's this and that. You know, black women are baseline delusional. And guess what? If I want them to be even more delusional, and if I want them to exhibit their delusion
and maintain it,
ways, then I'm going to do this. I'm going to add this stimulus or that stimulus. So, I mean, at this point, it's kind of like, of course, they have a baseline kind of mentality. But if I want them to do certain kinds of things or think certain kinds of things or replicate certain kind of things, then this is what I do.
Yes. And that's all. So that's what y'all don't understand how much I've been struggling not to call her Carolyn Bryant. Yeah, I've been since I started the stream earlier. I've been struggling not to call her Carolyn Bryant. But this is what Miss Cheyenne Bryant. That's what she engaged in, and it was received the way I would argue, wanted it to be received from black women. Now, once again, black men, we operate differently. We hear something different, and I would argue all of these public displays of black women attempting to humble black men and boys, I don't think they really appreciate how much this affects their daughters in the future and how much this affects them. These young men are those of us about mid-40 and younger, we're not following behind this. You're not humbling Cam the way you think you are. We resent this.
Those
Go ahead.
techniques, those techniques work in the world in which, you know, you had to get married, you know, and it was going to have to be a black woman because them was the only women they were going to let you marry. So so using these shame and intimidation and mommying, that all worked back then. It don't work now when younger men have more opportunities, a lot are not religious. We underemphasize how the change in religion or the lessening of the influence of religion has across all black relationships. I mean, all business relationships, schooling, everything. The lessening, the decrease of the influence of religion has radically altered all aspects of
I agree. Because religion enforced a code of conduct, a code of ethics, and so what the decreasing of and community. So especially in the black community, and quite like look that what Naaman said, and look at how many of our entertainers come from the church. Everybody from Mariah to Whitney to Aretha, all these people come from the church. So
a lot of them saying
what Black Uru, right? So you know, emphasis on what Black Uru said, but it's the code of conduct, and what you see from women with the lessening of black men being in the church is a weirdo way of shaming men for not being in the church. So this is the funny thing about the church, right? The pastor gets to get a twofer in, where Men are not in the church, so we're less moral. While he also gets to pipe on the women, and right, the women get to play moral high ground because they're in the church, and they then get the pastor to regurgitate their worldview.
And
Yeah,
then
but
on
hold
top,
on, hold on,
and I
hold on.
think a lot of reasons.
Right.
The modern women, and this is something that I hear, and I'm always confused when I encounter it. This notion that modern Western women attempt to moralize, based on what? Based on what? Like it's like there's a preemptive argument that's almost in the middle without a premise or supposition, right?
Now, you know what it is. You know what it is, Black
Wait. I gotta
Socrates?
answer. Go ahead. I'll go after.
This
Go
is
ahead.
what it is. Back in the day, when they was growing up, they mothers raised them. We are generation
Okay.
like, I'm 33. Our mothers didn't raise us. We got kicked out the house when we was 12 and 13 and 11 and shit. So we didn't develop that same type of idolation for women that they had. The number one thing I notice when I'm talking to an older man versus a younger man is the way he looks at women and the way we look at women as far as listening to them and honoring their opinion. We didn't get raised by our mothers like that. So these later generations, we didn't really grow home. We didn't grow up at home in the house with our mamas. And a lot of older men grew up with their mother. They grew up
and
having that respect. And
let me say this first. Let me actually address what Socrates said. So the moral high grounding that women engage in, particularly Black women, is based off of a historical grievance that says I wasn't in the position of power you were, and you did this. I'm responding to, and not even responding. I'm reacting to you and this environment that you created. As a matter of fact, Manifestel spoke on that earlier, right? So, like,
wait, quick interjection. I understand what you're saying, but that presumes that I buy into a leftist historical narrative. Right?
You know what? Wait. Yeah. You don't have to buy into it. It's not about you. It's about her appealing to the higher authorities and making you behave the way she needs you to. It doesn't matter whether you buy into it or not. The authorities. I agree with you. Okay, go ahead.
What authorities are going to make Black men behave? Like, what authorities are you referring to?
I'm talking about politicians. I'm talking about the corporate sector.
How the politicians
slow
do it?
Slow down for a moment. This is a 41-year-old woman.
Yeah.
So she is a kind of, she overlaps into different modern stuff, but then some traditional stuff. She probably went to church when she was young. She might have grown up around people who were largely married. She herself, I think, says she came from a married, intact family. Did she not?
No, her mom was hooked on drugs. Yeah. But her dad was on some street stuff, and her mom was
I wish they had kind of delved more into that. But so when a lot of these women of that age and older, they're utilizing traditional language and traditional stylings of.
But they're not traditional women.
Well,
they're not traditional women at all.
Wait. Because Socrates, you got it. This is the thing. You're saying these things and you're right. Real quick, Black, because I got to address this part. You're saying these things and you're right. What I think you're not speaking on or maybe factoring in is we already assume we know they're hypocrites. We know they don't buy into none of this stuff. It's all about getting what they want, however by any means necessary, right? And go ahead.
Like, here's the thing, it's real. I'll break it down for you simple, Socrates, because yes, what you're saying is right, but here's one thing you need to factor in. Delusion is the new religion.
Interesting.
That's pretty much what it is. Even though it's all bullshit, it's all lies, we all know, but it doesn't matter. They believe it because the delusion and the solipsism is that damn strong.
Yeah.
We know in reality, the outcomes will not be for the majority of women. It will not be what the hell they're thinking. We know it won't be. And deep down they know. Doesn't matter. Delusion is the new religion.
Well, and you make an interesting point about the majority of women, and that is, you have a lot of women like herself, your Kamala Harris's, your Michelle Obama's even, are very willing and comfortable with encouraging women to sabotage their own best interest. And so they're, because and they'll profit from such. They'll make X number of thousands of dollars per speech. They'll make X number of millions of dollars selling books. They'll sell and encourage you and create strife and mischief amongst the majority of women and elevate their own personal selves, not in her case, but in the case of other women, their own family interests, their own children's interests, on the basis of sowing discord amongst the masses of black men and black women. So that's another phenomenon here that some women are smart enough to see and touch on. You might have your Shay Chardays or whatever who might allude to it. But this sellout factor amongst
Tyrese just spoke on this.
higher position black women over sabotaging the masses of other black women is not talked about enough.
And to what you were saying, Black Uru, Tyrese literally just spoke about this, which is all of these black female entertainers that go home to boyfriends, baby daddies,
Exactly.
husbands, and but their songs
Yeah,
are
all the
yeah.
rappers, everybody got to be hoes, but I'm married.
Yep.
So
Yep. Shout out to Uncle Luke and Trick Daddy and how many other
Cardi B and
Yep.
all them jokers
Mhm.
going home to a whole husband,
It's just
and everybody, you want everybody else to be hoes.
Literally.
yeah, but it's just fascinating. You got this woman who should purposely showing her cleavage to just have a corset on, basically. 2, she's 41. I probably assume that she didn't have sex since she was a teenager, so that's 20 years of having sex. And yeah, I'm supposed to sit here, and she probably has a couple of abortions under her belt. But I can't ask her about that. I can't talk about her body count. But we also pretend that she's traditional and that men like Cam are the problem because they didn't marry women like her.
Let me say this. I think we have woefully underplayed and haven't emphasized when Melissa Ford said traditional progressivism or she said progressive traditionalism. we joke
down left right.
No, literally though, because let's think about that. So Melissa Ford of all people, and that's why it's important emphasize that Melissa Ford said progressive traditionalism. That's what she subscribes to.
What does
What
that
she-
mean
she-
exactly?
You know what progressive traditionalism is?
Go ahead.
Progressive traditionalism is I do what I want, and nigga, you do what I want. That's
Yes.
progressive traditionalism.
Yes. It's patriarchy and the feminist specifications is how I call it. But
Because what's going to happen is
yeah.
I'm going to be as much of a hoe and spend up as much
do
money
whatever
as
I want.
can,
Mhm.
but then you traditional Negro come in and rescue me from all that bullshit after it's all over.
Yeah. When I crash out, when I crash out, you pay,
And
you
you take in
subsidize
my-
my negative liberty.
And you take in these baby bastard kids.
Yep.
And you pay off my student loans. That's the traditional part about it.
Okay, so they're progressives, and they want traditional men.
Yes.
But not fully traditional men, because fully traditional men understood the exchange. They don't want you to actually be a fully traditional. They want to provide. It's provide, protect, and shut up. They want the provision part, the protection part, but you don't assert any of the power and dominance that come from protection and provision. So that's when you get all modern and wiggly.
Unless you're a white man.
No. Even for him, no. They know that, but they're willing to bite. They're willing to take that from the white man. But even for him, if they could, no.
Responsibility
Tony
without
from
authority.
Girlfriends.
I want you to take
Yeah.
responsibility without authority.
Yes.
Okay.
Z,
All right.
Z, it's
All right.
Tony. It's
So-
basically like Z.
Go
It's basically
ahead.
like, no, it's basically like if you remember the show Girlfriends. What's her name? Tony, the one who was married to a
Yep. The dog chocolate system.
who was married to a lawyer, and she fucked it up. And she had to
Doctor.
relocate with
She's
him.
married to a doctor.
No, it was a lawyer. And you remember he was like, and he explained to her like, she was expecting a certain lifestyle, and it was killing the bank. And when he explained that to her one time, and when they were in bed, she just went off on him the same way she would go off on a black man. And that's
Wait,
when he
are you
realized,
talking about are you talking about the Jewish guy?
yeah,
Nah, he was a doctor. He was a physician.
with the doctor, okay. Either way, she
Yeah.
was like, demanding that he provide with a certain type of lifestyle. But he's like, come on now, this is getting too much. And it's and if you looked at it, he was a very unassuming individual anyway. So she went off on him and tried to sun him like she would a black dude. And eventually he's just like, you know what? I'm cutting ties. I'm just getting a divorce. And afterwards he just relocates back to New York. And she realized she's got to take, because she has a daughter with him. And she was pregnant when they got divorced. She decided, like, I got to move back to New York so my daughter can be close to her father. Because she knows, those custody battles are no joke for her. Secondly, like we said, what is it, like progressive traditionalism? Basically,
Yes.
that's traditionalism by progressive specifications.
Yeah. So which means it's on and off. It's hopscotch traditionalism. It's on and off.
Z, what's
It's
my word?
but
What's my word? Z?
feminarchy. It's feminarchy.
Exactly.
It's yeah. But
So
it's
in other words,
dependent
this is
on her. There is no rules. There's no hard and fast rules that she doesn't dictate. Go ahead.
So in other words, they really don't have any moral foot to stand on. There is none. That's not morality. What you're explaining.
Wait. No. There is one. It's based off of what she says.
But what moral system? What moral system? There's no moral system that's ever
She
existed.
dictates the moral system.
That's arbitrary. That's literally tyranny.
You're right, but that's the point. I'm agreeing with you, by the way. Go ahead.
If I am a goddess, whatever I choose to do is inherently moral by virtue of my divinity.
Yes. Ooh. Yeah. Hey, compassionate. Wherever you're, clip that. But Black Uru, I need you to say that again. But oh man, clip that. Compassionate.
I am a goddess. Whatever I choose to do is moral by virtue of my divinity.
God damn. Hey, that's
why don't they leave with that?
And if you really think about black women, that's exactly what they're on.
Yep. And by the way, everything else that you're doing is false idol worship.
Of course. Anything you do outside of anything you do outside of it is idolatry and should be severely punished because it's sinful.
Oh, interesting. They should leave with that then. They should be open about that.
Let me sum it up in another way.
No, Brian
calls herself. Hold on, brother. When a woman calls herself a goddess, what do you think she means?
No, I'm talking about in the Cam interview. Bryant did not attempt just to say I'm a goddess and black women are goddesses, and that's why you're not doing right by us goddesses.
No, but it's not about him. It's about her. It's about her.
Sure.
I'm talking about the broader mentality of black women.
No, she did.
Wait. Let's pause right here. Line, go ahead, because I think you got to say something. Go ahead.
He did say it. High functioning, low functioning.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that's her way of saying it, but they're saying she didn't say, she didn't use those literal words though. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But which by the way, so I agree with Lion on this. She didn't use those words, but that was the message. Y'all know how I usually say it. No. So she did say it. Yeah.
She tried to be sneaky. She's trying to use communitarian, more for the community. You're harming the community.
Agreed.
Families.
Agreed.
Yeah,
agreed.
It's a backdoor morality. You should be honest. Stand on your square. Say no. I am the morality. I am the standard. I am the measure, and you're doing wrong by my say so. Say that.
We're not there yet for them to be that blatant. We're not all the way there yet. We're almost there, but we're not all the way there yet. Yeah.
Here's what I wanted to add also. Here's another way to look at it, Socrates. And I'll sum it up in two ways. First of all, it's like as Professor Blacktooth says about the white supremacists. They have, when they talk about, or they try to spin what they're doing and everything, they try to not justify but rationalize what they're doing. They say they have two things they use: moral relativism and situational ethics.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, hold up. In other words, moral relativism means morality is only applicable when it's relevant. Situational ethics is only applicable depending on the situation. Secondly, where I come from, There's a term we used to say. We used to have this weird discussion whenever the laws were changed. We used to say in my mother tongue, we say that like the laws are written with a pencil. The laws are written with a pencil, not with a pen. So she can erase it and rewrite it, erase it and rewrite it. So she can just change the rules as oftentimes as she wants because it comes from the female tendency for solipsism and the narcissism in them. I don't mean like they're like a narcissistic personality disorder.
That's the word.
Well, unless you're like Amanda Seal with a dumbass. But I'm saying it's like, they think it's all about them.
Yes.
In short, Socrates, yes, what you're saying is right, but here's the rule. Here's the rule you're forgetting. Don't you ever underestimate female solipsism. Don't ever underestimate it.
Ever.
And the
Don't you ever underestimate female solipsism.
Ever, never.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait, Lion, real quick. Notice something. Lion ain't saying nothing about black women. He said female solipsism. He ain't saying black female. He ain't saying black women. He said female.
No,
Ever. Go ahead.
Because they're all feeding off the same honey.
Thank you.
I agree. I've seen videos of Chinese women, and China is a very far more blunt and to the point. A matter of fact, culture, and they're still delusional. They're telling them they're Christmas cakes. They tell them they're done, and they still delusional.
To add on real quick, Damon, real quick. To add on to what you're saying, Socrates, it gets worse when BGS covered that the women were admitting, our bars to the moon, and these Asian men got the unmitigated gall to find them some non-Asian wives. No, some non-Chinese. I'm saying that wrong. Yes, our bars to the moon as Chinese women. And these Chinese men got the unmitigated gall to go find them a wife that's easier, that's not Chinese. How dare they?
So what that says is that solipsism is a very natural and I would say necessary condition of the female mammal.
Yeah, it's about survival.
But the extent to which its value is measured is based on the environment and
the society and
the necessities of individuals, families, communities. You want a woman to be solipsistic. You want her to be particularly fixated on her well-being because for health reasons, to be able to carry and nurture children. That's why mammals are more preserved. Female mammals in nature are more preserved than males. They have a higher, on a per unit basis, a higher per unit value because they are the conduit and the bottleneck of the perpetuation of the species.
Yes.
Solipsism in itself is not a bad thing. What happens is, though, in the wrong environment, under the wrong set of laws and court decisions and law enforcement, etc., it creates some fucking monsters, which is what we're dealing with.
Yes. And so that was what I was going to add, Black Woman. So you got to it before me. Anyway, and let me read this real quick. Let me read this super chat. And goddamn, the super chat ran from me on the damn screen. Oh, there we go. And Heavy Hitter 33. Finally, I'm reading your super chat. Says the gynocracy is the reversal of the patriarchy. No, because the patriarchs understand.
Is kind of a product of a sort of patriarchy.
Yes,
but it's very complicated.
But the difference is the patriarch understand that there's a trade-off, and so the patriarch. So it would be matriarchy. Arguably, would be the trade-off because matriarchs understand there's a trade-off. Gynocrats don't want to do anything for the boys or the men, so it's get it how you live, but then throw a fit when those men then reciprocate and say, well, I got what I want, but I don't want nothing from you. I don't want to do anything with you.
The other thing with the gynocracy is it can only exist without a greater hegemonic force disabling the males within the gynocracy and enhancing the females. So it's not even a natural system. It's a perversion of human decision making and environmental conditions that create itself and could not exist without some stronger or more influential
outside manipulation,
outside support. You know, you remove white people and
That,
there's no
that's what I was
way
gonna say.
there's
Thank you.
going to be a gynocracy anyway.
So
By the way,
in other words, real quick, I'm sorry, Nim, I'm sorry, but in other words, the black community is a gynocracy because of white hegemonic rule, particularly in the black community, but across the black diaspora. And what's beneficial for the white man is a broken black man, and they use black women to help that endeavor, right? So, and that's why it's a
And that
gynocracy.
also explains, by the way, why you, as you said earlier, we are becoming precariously close to the possibility of a quote black-ish woman becoming president of the United
Yes,
States.
yes.
all right.
Most definitely. Go ahead, Nima. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, folks. I'm a little snotty. It's not like I've been to Miami lately. What? We gotta have a hysterical moment every once in a while up in this reckless stream Z. Anyway, first of all, the opposite of a gynocracy would be an androcracy. Androcracy, when you think about it, not a gynocracy, not a patriarchy, an androcracy, because gynocracy means gynocentric. Androcracy, androcentric, as in male-centric. That would be the term that needs to work on. That needs to be addressed and everything. But at the same time, it's just I lost my train of thought because I kept getting interrupted. Oh well. Anybody hear me?
Yeah. No. You have
we
you.
trying to give you some time to work it out.
Right, exactly. No worry, it's happened to all of us. It's happened to all of us.
Maybe you need to take a break and then come back later, or what?
No, it's happened to all of us. It's happened to all of us. This has happened to me before.
Black Guru, seriously, I would just need to start grabbing a couple of Louisville sluggers and start swinging or something just to get my rage out. But I just need to take a minute. That's just to calm the fuck down, By the way, Black Guru, on a side note, what advice do you have for a young man who's about to turn 42? What should I be expecting at that age? I'm turning 42 tomorrow, so
no
Happy birthday.
no kids.
Thank you.
I mean, the part about you not being married and not having children,
that's for reasons.
It gives me pause somewhat because obviously I made different choices. So, I mean, I guess I would say it's a good time. Well, the first thing I would advise you to do, especially at that age, is go get your colonoscopy and go get your prostate exam, frankly.
Well, actually, sir, I've already gotten the exam last year. I got tested last year for that.
Because that's the time when you want to start checking the bits and pieces,
Yeah, other shit, it's just,
you want to make sure.
Wait, Nema, real quick, Nema, and I'm Black Roo. Nema, if you ask Black Roo the question, you gotta let him answer the question. Go ahead, Black
All
Roo.
right, sorry.
Well, like I said, it's somewhat difficult for me to say because obviously you kind of live different life. You come from a different place. 40 years old. I guess that's definitely a good time to really sort of reflect, or think where you think you're gonna be. Let's say you 65 years old as a marker of, okay, I'm kind of gonna start to wind it down. So for the next 20 years, what's your plan, brother? What's your plan, player? And what are you putting together to make it happen? Because time's a wasting, and I can tell you, the time going from 0 to 20 looked like it took forever. But the time going from 40 to 60, man, I hardly even remember. So it comes a lot quicker than you think. It comes and go a lot quicker than you think. So now's definitely the time to start to really think about what all you want to do while you're probably as fit as you'll ever be, hopefully, to do those things,
Tell you the truth.
Good luck, God bless you.
Thank you. Tell you the truth, man. I mean, just like recently, I had to be hospitalized over some minor issues. But it was a good thing I checked because they thought it could have been something to work. It could have been serious, but thankfully they just had me in for overnight observation and everything was all right. As far as like I said, prostate already got tested, PSA test last year. The colonoscopy thing, that's had to be pushed back due to bureaucratic nonsensical rights going on right now with the medical system here. But I'm no stranger to colonoscopies. I had my first one at 28. 28. Hell, I've had an endoscopy, so I'm not afraid of that. By the way, an endoscopy, folks, is when they put the camera down your throat. Because sometimes one thing people have to consider is you have to be also concerned not just about colorectal cancers. You also have to worry about things
I'm
like
not sure we want to go too deep into.
gastrointestinal.
This is why okay. Let's pause right here. I did this on purpose. Because
I know you did.
I did this on purpose because I wanted to show this is why I be reeling Namer back as aggressively as I do. Because if you don't reel Namer back, whatever we're on the expressway, whatever exit lane Namer take off, he's gonna go local all the way until we run into the ocean.
We've been going through colon rectal.
Thank you. I purposely let and don't y'all let Black Roo slide. Black Roo realized I put and he entertained the shit.
Z, right? You remember what I said a few years ago in a stream?
No, I don't remember. Go ahead.
Something I mentioned like a couple years ago in a stream. Like I said, the system is going to shatter a lot of people, right? And the only people it's not going to break are those that are already broken.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, I do remember that. Yes. I remember.
I think you're right about that.
And I would know because I'm already broken, so that's one thing I got to deal with.
Well, it definitely makes you flexible to the changes in the environment because you're already suffering.
Anybody remember World War Z? Was it World War Z? No, that wasn't World War Z. It was the sick. It was the sick one. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, but we got to give the premise now with the Black Root. So the premise that was Brad Pitt, right? Brad Pitt. So in other words, some disease breaks out and pretty much turns everybody into those weirdo like zombie. But these zombies are fast though. These are like super fast moving zombies. This is not the slow, cumbersome people. So these zombies move fast, and so what they notice is that there's certain people that the zombies would run around. They wouldn't try to attack them. They wouldn't try to eat them. They wouldn't try to infect them. Come to find out, it's the sick people. Exactly. And so they would go around the sick people. And so Brad Pitt, I'm not going to spoil the movie. I'm not going to spoil the movie, but yeah, they realized that. That's what I'm going to leave it at right there. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I get what you mean because I remember two examples of that was like in one scene, there were two people that never heard. One was a skinny, emaciated kid. And when they were
I remember that. Yep.
He got on his knee, he got on the ground, and they just ran around him. The second time was, and this was the second person also was an elderly man, and he's like dumbfounded, like why are they attacking me? And he's like scared and doesn't know what to do. But anyway, back to our scheduled reckless stream.
Now you understand the struggle of it being tongue-tied.
But it's interesting you show the Asian women and BGS refer to them as well.
Yeah.
It's a sobering message for you, young men. You must stay vigilant. This sickness is spreading.
Yes.
And in a rather aggressive fashion. And so wherever you
go, this is a sickness. Go ahead.
Exactly. Wherever you go, wherever you choose, you're not going to be out of the fight.
So I've said that Black Uru, in the early days of Passport Bro type of conversation, or at least the reemergence of it, we know that it's been with us for a little while. Number one, but number two, this is why when I walked into the Black Manosphere, I told y'all we're Black, and so our particular issue is Black women's behavior. But be very clear, these other women, particularly women of color, are on this too. And you'll mess around and stop dating Black women and then run right into Manifestel, right? You'll run right into this Asian woman, right? So it is. Notice the the way she's speaking about Asian men, it's not the exact same. Maybe it's not as abrasive in a particular way to us as what black women would say about black men. But the message is very clear. It's all about the white
Not
dudes and
only
protecting the white
is
guy
the
shades. Go ahead.
message clear,
Mhm.
but the contempt is there too.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Now, again,
well,
it's subtle. It,
Mhm.
like you say, it's not as abrasive,
Mhm.
but and I think there's an inherent contempt that breeds within a mammalian female that considers the male below par. I think
Yes.
that's a part of it,
Yes.
and so
Yes.
you'll see it manifest with black women, like you said. It'll be tend to be more blatant.
Mhm.
The atomic, you what you call it, the atomic
Nuclear
rejection.
rejection.
Yeah,
Nuclear
nuclear
rejection.
rejection.
Mhm.
Black women are more blatant at it, but when you watch that video,
Mhm.
you see and hear that same level of wholesale
Mhm.
disregard for men of her own kind, right?
Mhm.
And I've seen videos of Indian women
Yep.
doing the
Me too.
same thing.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
So
Yep.
it's not just black women. Black women do it in the most bombastic fashion.
Yes.
But this zombie Z virus, feminist
World
virus,
War Z ass virus.
it is
The
spreading
white peen World War Z virus. These
it's spreading everywhere.
and by the way, I purposely say that because I could just say white worship. I could use a myriad of different ways of saying it. I want to be crass. I want to make it sexual. I want people to cringe. I want to say things like you let women of color talk, and we all gonna be under the white man's balls. I'm purposely being this aggressive with this rhetoric and this language because of the way women of color, particularly for us black women, are speaking about quote unquote non-black men, but really it's about white men. I
But here's
purposely say it the way I do.
But here's the
Go ahead.
thing
Yeah.
about the white men. But here's the thing about the white men.
Yeah, I was about to say yeah.
But
Yeah.
here's the thing about the white man.
Let's let real quick, Line. Let's let Line finish, and then if Toya, you can speak whatever you want. Yes, Toya gets that type of pass on Z's channel, and then we'll get Big Kev. So Lion, Big Kev, but if Toya want to jump in, she can. Go ahead, y'all.
But here's the thing about the white man worship. The only ones who are really going for it are Asian and black women. But you see how white women are talking reckless about white men too.
Yeah,
you know
but
why?
there's nowhere else to go.
because they know the majority of them ain't like that or not Mr.
Yeah.
Cartwright.
Exactly.
Because they're doing a
Exactly.
comparison because Asian women and black women are doing the comparisons from their, the men
Their vantage point, and they're saying you lost, white men won, and that's where we going.
Yeah, but the problem is the white women are saying no, he ain't shit either.
White women are saying actually turn around, ain't nowhere to go.
Hypergamy is not proof of another man being better. Hypergamy is the perception.
Yes,
that the other man is better.
I know.
Yes.
Not the reality.
But the thing about hypergamy that doesn't also gets missed is hypergamy cannot actually be realized or optimized unless the man says yes.
Yeah. Well, Line, you need to bring up the other quote what's the other quote that you say? You're not competing against the other man, you're competing against her delusions.
Yes, that's where we're at right now as far as dating concerned. Dating is in 2024 is shit because men are not competing with other men. We're competing with women's delusions.
Yes.
Well, that's what happens when you mix neoliberalism with like feminism.
Socrates, you sound like Z. Socrates, you sound like Z. You've been on the channel too long. Go ahead and embrace the dark side. Go ahead and embrace the dark side.
You could have Frankenstein monster. It's a Frankenstein.
Yeah, like what you say, Z? Negative liberty.
Negative liberty. That boy. Hey, bro. Hey, y'all should have never let me come up on this goddamn word. Y'all should never let me come. Bro, it's negative liberty all day, every day. Well, negative. What the term? Better yet. Yeah.
But this is the thing about hypergamy, and what you're seeing here is this is why you have men like Richard Reeves and Scott Galloway want to talk about
scared as shit. Yep.
They don't.
But because of feminism, they can't tell the truth.
But they don't give a shit about men. They give a shit about helping women really optimize their.
No. Let me say this. I don't think they don't care about men. I think they're couching it that way on purpose. Dr. Richard Reeves has 3 sons. he cares about the outcome of men, particularly white men, obviously, being a white British dude, but he does. He's couching it in female empowerment talk because he knows that right now that's the only way to couch it.
100%.
I don't think he doesn't care about boys and men. I think he actually does, but he can't couch it that way because, first of all, he made the ungodly mistake of having 3 boys. You done fucked up. Number one, but number two, he has to couch it that way because the framing of everything has to go through the female lens and what benefits women. And even remember Hillary, real quick, we're going to tell Socrates.
That $1 billion
that money that came from exactly. If y'all remember, years ago, and maybe even Black Uru remembers this, Hillary Clinton was speaking about some war or something, and she even exactly. Thank you, Lion. That's what I was talking about. How these wars affect the women, not even the dead ass men or the maimed men or the men that are going through PTSD or none of that. No, the women that are those men's mothers, sisters, daughters, aunts, etc., grandmothers, etc. So yeah, exactly what Lion was saying. Yeah, so everything got to go through that lens.
Hold on, emphasize that point. A minute, because in that example, it was almost as if men didn't exist. Like the men that are being blown to bits in these wars, it was like they don't. I mean, that's just how far afield these women have gotten in the reconfiguration of reality towards their hypergamous and their feminist refiguring of reality. You know, that the millions of men, you know, you got to skip past millions of men being killed and blown to bits.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, but
because according to the feminist lens, anything that happens to men is men's fault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And anything that happens to women's is men's fault because this is when they do the hopscotch of I am women, hear me roar. But anything that goes wrong is a man's. I'm a victim of other men, of men, but not even other men. Of men.
Then you add in some neoliberalism, materialism that says that status and material.
Hey, Socrates, you've been around here too long, Socrates. I've
always had this position. I just think that the remedy is not. Quote unquote,
I agree. Yeah, no, you've said that before. No, you've said that before. No, I agree. Yeah, but we both are coming to the same diagnosis, though. Yeah. Well, the same issue.
Called, there's actually a term called the Tocqueville paradox. You ever heard of this?
No. Go ahead, Drew.
Alexis de Tocqueville was a famous sociologist in the 1800s that came from France to America to study the budding American country to see how it was. And one thing he said is that Americans are doing very well, but because of their democratic inclinations, it created this sort of paradox where the more the better they do, the more dissatisfied they become. That's why it's a paradox.
That's some women ass shit.
That sounds like some shit women would do.
The more the better Americans do, the more dissatisfied they become. Because what happens is that
there's an insatiability. There's a sense of there's like a gaping hole that can never be filled, or it's like a bottomless pit, so to speak.
That's part of it. What happens is that once your big problems get solved, now you can spend time on minutia, and so the minutia becomes actually a bigger deal than the big problems that were solved. And so you play a status game. He came up with the concept of the keeping up with the Joneses. He said that American culture had a tendency of looking at their neighbors and wondering how they forward compared to their neighbors, and just add this
There's
to
a
the
movie
whole
that
gender.
best examples that.
Real quick. So you could tell we're here because we literally have the green bubble versus blue bubble iPhone debate.
What? Yeah, 100%. And what's crazy about it is from a psychological standpoint. I know it's gonna sound crazy, but the green bubble versus blue bubble is as important as whether you're eating or starving to death. And I know it sounds crazy, but
I agree.
From a psychological standpoint.
No. So I you know why I agree? So for those of you that remember me saying this to but to BGS years ago, they got me like goddamn 3 years ago at this point. I said to BGS, these women are black women are so gun-ho on the lifestyle thing that they would rather starve. He was like, "No, Z, they saying that, but they won't rather starve." I'm like, "I don't know, BJS. I think the way they're speaking." Go.
No. To what you said, there's a thing where there's several things called marginal utility and economics, hedonistic adaptation, and like the fact that the better your life becomes, the less it has an impact on your happiness. There's actually a number that at one time 10 years ago was about $80,000. That once you reach $80,000,
I remember that.
Any amount of money you reach more is not going to really materially affect your happiness like that. So now put this into a situation where Americans do Americans, and I know most Americans won't believe what I'm about to say because they say it's insane. Americans live a quality of life, materialistically speaking, that is higher than most people on the planet and most people who have ever lived in human life.
No, you're right. You're right.
Ever.
No, you're right.
But if you ask the average American, they are struggling. And it's like, no, you're not. Like you're really not.
No, here's the thing. They're struggling in context of nations. Exactly. America in its current form. Yes.
So my thing is that they took a snapshot in the 1950s, right, which is abnormal by any measure. All right. No one was living this way 100 years prior. No one's probably gonna live this way 100 years in the future. But nevertheless, they went to the 1950s when America was a sole world power, destroyed all other nations through World War II, and also reduced their population because they died overseas, where you have a smaller population that's nothing but growth and nothing but the ability to sell to the rest of the world.
And the U.S. dollar is like what 80% of the goddamn world's currency. Something. No, actually, it's more than that. But right now, it's 80%. So it's like goddamn 90-something% of the world's currency. Yeah, right. Like
it was backed by gold.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah, because that was before the Nixon and
correct.
What was it? So
they take this snapshot and say, all right, this is where America really begins, and this is our standard for life forever. I'm like, that presupposes no one's ever going to compete. No nation's going to catch up. No demographics aren't going to change. Social conditions not going to change. Nothing's going to change. And I'm like, that's just not realistic. And this is where I find the conversation to kind of be a dead end because of everything I just mentioned. The fact that people get more dissatisfied the more they have. The fact that America is taking a snapshot in history and using it as a standard forever.
You fucked up. Wait a minute. You know how you fucked up? Socrates, what do you identify as?
A libertarian?
No, I'm not talking about politically. Your gender and your race. What do you identify as?
I'm a black male.
You done fucked up. Because you are a natural sociologist, sir. And so you are breaking down how America got to where it is, and what you think is that other people give a fuck. We care, right? So when you're going through, and no, I'm like joking with you, but I'm not joking at the same time, right? So like you breaking down first, and I actually want you to continue when I'm finished, and then Toya, whenever you want, you could go after the Socrates. You breaking down. And I agree with you, and I've actually said that too. This window in time that got closed pretty much 1980, late 70s, maybe depending. Different people make different arguments, but you could say it really started closing in like early 70s, late 60s, and the door was damn near shut closed in our faces by early 80s, which is about the time millennials started being born. So that America is the sole superpower on planet Earth. Competition got blown to smithereens. Like we've heard this argument before. I've made this argument before, right? So what I think ends up happening, but all of our opinions.
You also missed the baby boomers taking millennials and Gen Z's inheritance and spending on it, and also using it on.
I'm going there. That's exactly where I'm going. That's exactly. So what ends up happening though? All of our opinions are formed in that time though. All of our opinions are formed from about 1950 to now.
Fair enough.
About what America is and should be. And so, but which is a bad thing, but wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if you continue to bolster the things that made those opinions. What ends up happening is you forgot, in other words, okay, let's talk about the FHA loans for homes. You forgot that the middle class in America just spontaneously it didn't just come here. It's not what's the immaculate conception, right? That's the term I was looking for. Immaculate conception. It's something that the government did as government policies to create that. And so what ended up happening is that we forget that it's really the Egyptians forgot what's the term that they used? They forgot the promise. They forgot the term. Somebody has used this term before on my channel. I forgot the goddamn term. But
What's the term
they
you're
forgot
looking
Joseph.
for?
Yeah, they forgot Joseph, right? Or they forgot
Oh, you mean
the
no, but
Egyptians
you're
forgot who
talking
Joseph
about
was, or something like that. But it's you forgot that these things are bolstered up by systems, and the systems are created by the social environment, the political our politicians, and the corporate sector that goes along with it. They take a little bit of hit, but they get all of that pause on the back end from helping these people to live a certain way. We forgot that. So now we're in 2024, still talking about the great old times in the 1950s, 1960s at the latest. And yeah, there was systems that created this. It was an environment that created this.
Yeah, but
That's what I'm
I
saying.
don't.
You know.
Yeah, and I agree, but I don't. The question is, I think that the question is why when I look at the right and left paradigm, I say I'm a libertarian. I think they're both full of
Yeah.
it, and they're both full of it in different ways, right? One is full of it by saying if we just concentrate on the top 20% and bring more people into the top 20%, life will be better. That's the Democrats,
Yeah.
that's the left, and I'm like, what? 20%, 20%? What are you talking about? Then the right is like, yes, we can bring more people into the top 20% by just working harder. I'm like, what? What are you like? What are you both saying? That's how I'm confused. And
selling
also,
dreams.
also the fact that both sides want migrants but won't admit it. One side is saying,
No, I agree. I agree.
we need to close the border. I was like, yeah, I agree that we need to be able to check who comes in and comes out. But let's be honest, we also need economic growth, and we also need people to go and do the jobs that Americans don't want to do. And the fact of the matter, when Republicans keep telling people on the right, oh, if we didn't have migrants, wages would go up. I'm like, no, they're not. That's not true. No one's gonna pay some guy $20 an hour to pick berries. It's not happening. I mean, you were lying, right? And on the left,
not yet. They'll pay people $20. They'll pay people $20 an hour to pick berries. When $20 an hour to pick berries is like $5 or $2.
Not to mention that if you did pick $20 to pick berries, it would increase all the cost of the supply chain.
Yep.
Now berries would cost $15 a package or something like that. I'm like,
Yeah,
you people
stupid.
do not. There's a way to fix this problem, but baby boomers don't want to do it, and it's to lower their. When I mean their, I mean baby boomers' conditions, and they don't want to do that. They are not planning to live. They want to die like pharaohs. Wait.
We got a boomer on the panel. We are not age discriminating against black boomers, but definitely white boomers. Oh, you Dave Ramsey types. Oh, you got.
They want to die like pharaohs. They want to be in tune with all their assets, with gold bars and platinum around them, and also they're not done. They're not done. They'll come into your room and take your stuff and go with it.
Nancy Pelosi, Silent Jen. Joe Biden.
I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing already. Go ahead.
Okay.
Ronald Reagan, Greatest Generation. Dick Cheney, Silent Jen. These the people who made the decisions that set.
Like we said, stop the boomer slander.
No, I'm saying whenever these conversations, whenever the gender wars start, motherfuckers act like they no longer know how to read. When Ronald Reagan, for example, who was born in what, like 1920, shit like that. That's not a baby boomer. That's not even a silent generation. Greatest Generation. And these are the people who put all that together.
Yes, true.
They put all that shit together. They gave y'all no fault divorce.
Yes, that's true.
Reagan set up the tax code that resulted in grifting the pension systems and getting rid of all the unions and all
trickle down economics bullshit.
Wait, but didn't Reagan also give amnesty? He had some kind of amnesty plan for illegal aliens.
Yes. Like I'm telling you, both the right and the left
were put in place.
Go ahead, Black.
the pension systems, all that you all might have had to try to do. Them guys, it was a bunch of old guys who dead that got rid of all that stuff. So now you're complaining about the boomers getting something that you can't get, and you're blaming the boomers, but the folks who made the decisions that made the changes are dead or died.
But Black Guru, I gotta state the obvious. I gotta state the obvious. Real quick. I'm gonna let you go right after. We gotta get to it. I gotta state the obvious. But Black Guru, you know, when people say boomers, they really mean old dudes. It was you goddamn old dudes. You know it's a catch-all for all the old folks. But I agree with you, by the way. I agree with you.
No, I'm just saying if they just said old people, I mean, I don't have any argument because you'd be right.
Yeah.
But it's not. But it's also the fact that I agree with Mrs. Z. We do mean old people, but not just the old people. It's the fact that 80% of Congress is over 65. The whole executive boards are over 65. People over 65 rule though. It's a geriatric.
Geriocracy, I think they call it. Geriocracy, something like that.
I was one of
Geriocracy or something. Somebody said it before. I can't remember how they was pronounced, but
exactly. And that's worldwide, right in the West. My whole position is that they have the power, they have the money, they have the votes, they have everything they need to actually change things, and they refuse.
And we gotta be honest, and this is why I do a distinction between race and between BGS and Black Uru. First, the race thing, it's really white boomers. Oh, they like the worst. Number one.
Sure.
But number one. But like you gotta be around white boomers. I've worked with them. You gotta be around them to appreciate the hypocrisy and the entitlement at the same time. Oh boy, it's fascinating. Get your hands off Medicare and shut your old ass up.
I'll tell you where they are. They're in Naples, Florida. That's where they go with
Hey, it's so scary you said that. You know where I was last weekend? Y'all remember? Y'all remember? That was in Naples.
Yo, let me tell you.
Literally, that's crazy you said that.
You tell them about Naples? You tell them I've been to Naples? I was like, yo.
Bro, number one.
It's offensive.
Look, between the homes and the hotel. Put it this way.
Let me tell you something. I was in Naples, right?
Let me make this one statement. So geriatrics run Naples like it's their fiefdom.
100%. It's a giant resort for them.
Yeah, literally. I was just there last weekend. That's why I didn't stream last weekend, y'all. Right? And y'all say happy birthday to Ms. Z, by the way. Y'all say happy birthday to Ms. Z, I just told you. Y'all say happy birthday to Ms. Z. Right? So yeah. So
you wanted to bring around some old white folk and see how they live it?
No, I wanted to do something a little bit. I wanted to go to the west side of Florida because I haven't been on the west side of Florida in a little while. So I wanted to go. And even the sand is different, y'all. I'm not joking.
Right?
Even the beach sand is different, y'all. It's different. But goddamn, Toya, you left. I was literally about to let you go.
In Naples, all the cars.
Yeah.
All the cars are like supercars. Like
they're all new shit. Yeah, it's all new stuff. It's all new stuff.
Are super car. Aston Martin, Bentley, Rolls Royce, Tesla. Every single car on the road was a supercar. I never seen nothing like that in my life. Huh?
What the hell's going on over there?
That's where the old folks from around the country, especially the Northeast, that's where they come.
Correct.
So they come to Florida in general, but then they move to places like St. Pete, Naples. And so essentially, what Miami used to be in like the 50s is where other places of Florida is. So St. Pete, Sarasota, Naples, kind of sort of Tampa, not so much. Fort Myers, to a certain extent. But yeah, like it's really right now it's like the west coast of Florida because the east coast is for them, especially southeast Florida is way too congested. That's Dade County, Palm Beach. Palm Beach County is really where they're going if they're on the east coast of Florida. But Palm Beach, Broward County. Yeah, Fort Lauderdale, so that's Broward County. Miami, obviously, Miami-Dade County, and then Palm Beach. That's where Trump is, right? So Palm Beach County. So that's where. So if they're on the East Coast, they're probably Palm Beach County, but they're on the west. There's multiple places on the west coast side of Florida that they're in, and it's mainly Naples, St. Pete, and places Bradenton and places like that. So yeah.
Okay. By the way, I just remember what I was going to say earlier with Black Socrates earlier when we were talking about the whole hypergamy stuff, I wanted to mention because we were bringing up Asians. And,
Okay,
Asians
Neymar, I'm gonna have to pause you, Neymar. My apology. I have to pause you
ladies
because we
first.
gotta let Toya. Yeah, we gotta let Toya go. Go ahead, Toya. Go ahead.
Hi, you guys. I'll be quick.
Go ahead.
And I'm a little heated right now because I literally just had an altercation while I was waiting to speak. But
Oh man.
What
yeah.
happened? What happened? You're okay?
I'm a little shaken up right now. You might be able to hear it in my voice, but I'll be all right.
Like a almost accident, or like you had to fuss somebody out.
No, I had to fuss somebody out.
Oh boy.
Oh.
But it's okay. It's okay. So
welcome back to the Northeast.
exactly. No, seriously.
I already know. You don't even gotta say it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. So I wanted to just use an anecdotal experience with reference to today's conversation, because I have a very close friend of mine who, and I'm going to make a long story less long, but to just show how pervasive this thing is that we're dealing with. We went to high school together. Black guy who moved out of his mom's house right around 18, been taking care of himself all his life. Never knocked anybody up, just been working his way through life. Doesn't have degrees or anything like that, but he's always been a working man, and right now he lives pretty comfortably. Met a woman in Australia and married her. They had a daughter, moved her to the United States, took care of her. And she has turned his life upside down any way that she can. Now he's maintaining, but he is a single parent to this biracial young girl who probably traverses the world very differently than he does. And so he talks to me about this kind of stuff all the time. But recently her mother made the decision that she no longer wants to be a mom. And because of her whiteness, she gets to walk around this world very differently than he can, even as the sole parent.
Yep.
And so I'm bearing witness to a friend of mine that I would vouch for on any level have to navigate his feelings of love for this woman who used to be his wife, while she is playing around with other people who mean her no good, and deciding that she doesn't want to opt into the whole motherhood thing anymore, but she still wants to take advantage of the opportunities that she has as a white woman in America. She also attempted her life. And my thing is, when you talk about selfishness, when you talk about the pervasiveness of the gynocracy, I don't think people really get how deep that is, and how Black women are not just autophagists in nature, like I've said before. Once they even feed off their own hunger on each other, they start feeding on others. And this is what it gets you. And so my heart really goes out to y'all. I've said it before, but I mean it now more than ever. I love Black men. And yeah, I'm gonna get out of the way because I just wanted to share that.
No. Because obviously I have some questions. Wait. Don't jump off yet. Don't jump off yet. So the Australian, where I'm assuming it was a white lady Australian, so he's messing with an Iggy Azalea maybe, and cute white chick with a booty. Okay, that to me is heartbreaking, because you have this mixed daughter who's not gonna fully appreciate her father's experience. It depends. You have this white ex-wife who's playing games with her life and the daughter's life and his life, and whatever new dude she has life. Okay, cool. And this one woman who literally is from the other side of the planet is affecting at least two people. We don't even know about the new dude. Oh boy. Yeah. And all of this because she didn't want to be a mother. Oh, I'm sorry, Big Kev, you've been quiet too. We gotta get Big Kev after Toya. But yeah, so this is it's scary to me, because so this is not even a Black thing. Yeah, no, this is. This is frightening. Yeah. So,
It is
you
funny.
know, Toya, thank you for the story. You know, if you want to add anything else, you obviously you're welcome to stay. That it is, yeah, that's some, yeah. And this is why.
I
And shout out to Charles, real quick. Shout out to Charles that says, you can't be blue pill for black women, and I mean, sorry, you can't be red pill for black women, and then blue pill for other non-black women. And go ahead, Toya, go ahead.
That's
Ed
so
says
true.
that.
Hmm.
That's so true. I was just gonna
Yeah.
say, I really wanted him to come share his story in the space because I think it would
Hmm.
be a lot more powerful from him because I'm giving you the Cliffs notes to be quite honest.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I just like I said, if you could zoom out, if you're listening to the sound of my voice, just zoom out from what you commonly see every day, and think about the things that you don't see,
Yeah.
and just be
Yeah.
grateful, man. Like the picture says, every minute of it. I love
Yeah.
y'all.
Yeah. And thank you, Toya. And Toya, calm down. And
Let me test this.
was it traffic related, Toya? Was it?
No, it was
Oh,
violation related.
oh, okay. Oh, somebody. Yeah, bro.
And
Y'all
Let me
keep
I
your
share
hands
this
to
with
yourself.
y'all.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
I always ask for
yeah,
respect before I get
yeah.
disrespectful,
Yep, yep,
and
yep.
I was still violated. So yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry,
See,
Toya.
yeah,
Hope,
yeah.
No, I'm
hope
Thank
good.
you. Yeah,
everything works out.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
I'm
hope
yeah,
good.
everything works
No,
out
I'm
for
good.
yeah,
you.
Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm in the car. I'm
Okay.
good.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Anyway,
Mhm.
to substantiate what you said, I
No,
remember.
wait, nope, nope. Namer, you did not hear me. I said, get
Yeah.
Big Kev next. Because we remember Toya and Big Kev been here since for a little minute. So
All
okay,
right.
Kev.
Big Cat, do you need me to spot you?
No, bro, I'm good.
Hey,
No, bro, I'm
hey,
good.
baby, hey, Big Kev said I'm gonna be able to lift these big girls. Look, I need to get. No, I don't know. I don't need help. Go ahead, Kev. Go
Come on,
ahead.
man. It's a
Yeah,
running gag.
but
We
Right.
can't go without
yeah,
the running gags.
and so
Right.
funny enough, man, I was actually able to get up to like a couple months ago. I was actually able to get
Mhm.
up to like 355 on the bench press. So
Hey, he's
I'm
trying to
trying to
come
get
from
back in the
Charles.
gym.
He's trying to come for Charles Crown. Go ahead.
No, man, no, man. Charles is on another level, man. That thing was talking about he bench 500. I'm like, damn, goddamn, like, ooh, yeah,
Charles
like,
lift,
yeah, I'm
Charles
good on
lifts the
that,
weight
man.
and the gym. Go ahead.
Yeah, like
Go
I'm like,
ahead.
no, you got it, bro.
Right.
but in regards to this again,
Mhm.
if we could say it, like what Lion was saying earlier, I don't know if Lion's still on the panel, but a couple of things you said, where you said that the reason why these women, well, it's a couple of things. Number one, the reason for this like flagrant misandry and contempt, it's a couple of things. Because number one, um, the reason why we're always talking about the inadequacies of working class so-called black men is because working class so-called black men do the most objective good for the community. I mean,
Uh-oh.
and
Say that.
this is not me just saying this. This is like literally like when we look at the film, or should I say, to use the sports terminology, when we look at the film, when we study the film, the people that are doing their jobs, like doing what they're
Hmm.
supposed to be doing, more often than
Hmm.
not are the very quote unquote 9 to 5 lames and squares that we're always bitching and whining
The
about.
salt of the
Like,
earth people.
yeah,
The
salt
salt
of
of
the
the
earth.
earth black
You
people.
know what I'm
Yep.
saying?
Black men.
Like
Yep.
meanwhile, the ones that are talking shit, the blue black elitists, the strong and independent women's, your fake street niggas, your dumb street niggas, y'all are basically like the corners that talk trash but are constantly getting beat up of a basic double move. Every other pass play, just constantly just boom, 20-yard gain off of a basic ass double move. And they're like, all right, bro, like goddamn, bro. But number one, number
It's
two,
funny because it's true.
yeah, right. It's funny because it's true. Number two,
We don't have black class traders. We don't have BGS intellectual traders and Dr. T Hassan Johnson who could have Dr. T could have easily played the game, y'all. He
yep,
could have easily played the game. He
Yeah.
didn't. Same
Yeah.
thing with Dr. Tommy Curry. He could have Dr.
yep,
Ron O'Neal, Dr. Dunbar. They could have easily played the game. Dr. Thunder is
yep,
married, y'all.
Yeah.
He could have
mm-hmm,
easily played the game, and
yep,
he's not.
Even G.
yeah.
Right?
Yeah, again,
Yeah.
and again,
Yo,
like
Dr.
this,
Green Gorilla could have easily played the game.
I
Definitely. Go
think
ahead.
because they
I'm
have
sorry, Kev.
sons, though. But I think
Yeah.
Dr. Thunder's got a son, Dr. T.
True.
Hassan Johnson's got a son, so
True. 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 True.
yeah,
True.
that's what
but
keeps them grounded.
Mhm.
yeah, and then another thing too, in regards to like, when people talk about like the misandry or whatnot, I'm like, like we said before, I'm like, all they've done is basically take all like the toxic femininity
and the misandry and the whatnot that most so-called black men have been exposed to, all the elites did was basically just hit copy paste when it comes to men throughout Western society. All they did, they saw the fucked up shit that we were going through and say, you know what? Let's export it via second and third wave feminism. So that's pretty much what all that's happening right now.
Yep,
You know,
yep, yep.
and then another thing too, it's like, again, you know, contrary to what we've been taught, I'm like, if women don't have a burden of performance to adhere to, they're gonna naturally mentally and physically decline. I mean, you know,
I agree.
to put it another way, like women need accountability and standards too, not just men. You know,
Yes, I agree.
Their burden of performance is as wives and mothers.
Mm-hmm.
Which he's taken away.
Can I interject? All right. I think the brother performance, the brother performance have been declining since like the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, we agreeing with but what we're saying, Vince. Well, I guess what Big Kevin's saying is like, and Black Uru was saying is because it's not there, that's how we get here.
Exactly.
Right.
They're not designed to have the same burden of performances.
Yeah, but they still designed to have a good performance.
Well,
yeah.
They've been tricked and trained into thinking they're supposed to have the burden of performance of men.
Yes.
But time and their bodies and whatever belie. And that's how you can have a woman who can be excited from age 5 to age 30 to be a doctor and then become a damn doctor and work a few years, maybe even beyond their residency, and meet some dude and become his wife, a housewife, and have some baby. They don't really have the same. They don't have the same motivation of men. They're not built for it. They're not wired and designed to do it. A man can work himself into a grave every day of his life if he's motivated to do that particular thing, and will be happy and proud to have done it. Will be proud that he worked himself and died under his damn car working on some radiator or some shit.
But Black Girl, stop talking about me like this.
and everybody, and you know what folks will say at the funeral? Well, he died doing what he loved working on them cars. Don't y'all remember?
He's a hardworking man.
I mean, so they don't have the same. They'll never have, with a rare exception of a few of them. They'll never have the burden of performance that men have.
Yeah. I challenge this though.
I agree.
If they had the same burden of performance, they wouldn't have as many social benefits to actually prop them up.
Yeah.
Well, that's what. So, real quick, we're coming. So that's what Jason Black covered this a few months ago, which is that they're slowly being pushed into that more and more, and we're watching them crack under the pressure. Right? They're being pushed into that more and more because the young men. This is where young men really shine, and they're like, "Fine, you want it? Fine. Here's the keys to the Rari. I know you can't drive though." Right, so like they're cracking under the pressure, but the society needs the tax base anyway. The society needs the kids anyway. It needs it. We already know you could see that off of child support. I don't care who paid. Somebody got to pay for this kid, right? You don't have to be the biological father. Somebody paying. So for women, what I think they didn't appreciate is the burden of performance for men that they poo-pooed and joked around about and thought that this was a joke until you start to put that. I'll give you a prime example. Y'all already know my relationship with my lady and where I am with it now. I've expressed this to y'all, right? And there, as I'm saying, like, okay, yeah, that's the next step. I can feel the weight of like, bruh, you know what that means, like forever, right? I can feel that, and it's something that Black Rose said at one point. And hopefully I don't go too far with this. When his oldest daughter got married, and he there was a sigh of like, all right, that's not on my shoulders anymore. That's not necessarily right. Go ahead.
Every day for my son-in-law.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. I did not really realize how much I would appreciate him
until sometime after they had been married. Because, you know, when your daughter's out there in the world, you know, doing her stuff, you know, it's always like, man, I hope I don't get some bad phone call, right? You know, and so it's always kind of a lingering kind of thing. And what I realized was, man, I literally don't fear for my daughter anymore. My eldest daughter. And my eldest daughter kind of is a sort of, she was a little more rambunctious and outgoing. And of the two of my daughters, she was the kind of gotten in a little bit more trouble. So it was always kind of a, and I hope I can get her married off, you know? So yeah, you have no idea how, when your daughter's married, you have no idea how much of a relief it is. It's a huge
Yeah,
relief.
yeah. Basically, what you're saying, like it was like, you want you would prefer, for your daughter, to deal with a man that like genuinely likes her and respects her, not just because for the good of the relationship, but also too because, like you said, is you can just kind of easily hand off that responsibility and not have to worry about like, oh shit, what's gonna happen to her? You're gonna be like, oh, like damn, I did my job, man. So now I can sit down and kind of enjoy my old age,
And
which is
that
again goes,
yeah,
it,
but
this is
go ahead.
yeah, and this goes back to my earlier point when I say, how working class so-called black men do the most
Yes.
good for the community. As much as people want to talk shit about so-called lames and squares, even the most even once these, fakes and dumb street niggas that talk shit about dudes that work regular jobs, I'm like, at the end of the day, if you had a daughter, you're gonna want your daughter to deal with a quote unquote square. You're not gonna want your daughter to deal with a quote unquote fuck boy, some heartless fucking womanizer. No, you want your daughter to deal with a man who, obviously has, those desirable traits, but also like genuinely likes her and respects her in return. So again, that's just what I absolutely find hilarious. I'm like, y'all talk the most shit about dudes working regular jobs or dudes being quote unquote lame and square, but you would damn sure want your daughter to be with a square.
I think
Like
I
that's for
think
sure.
that's a certain part of hip hop culture in particular. So a subsect of a subsect of this of a subsect of the black community. But yeah, no, I definitely agree with you where it's the concept of 9 to 5 and just a stable life, being a stable person and a stable man in particular. Being kind of square and like maybe that's not what I would like for my daughter or I would like that for my daughter, but I would like her to sow her royal oats, whatever the hell that means coming from about women. But sow her royal oats before that. So it is some weirdo stuff. But and tied that to what I was saying about the pressure, and I purposely brought up Black Guru and his dynamic and me and mine is to say that women are there's a certain level of pressure they're feeling also because of that student loan debt and because of the burden of performance at that job. Because remember, 40 some odd percent of women are single right now, 62% of black women. So they do, and we know when they say single, they mean not married, but still, um, but that burden of performance is sitting on their shoulder with, oh, but I still want to look sexy and get a man's attention. With, but I still want to be feminine. With, right, like I still, so
Hey, Z,
that
can
burden
I
of
add this?
performance is go.
It's also this is also unprecedented.
Hmm. Hmm.
Well,
That's all I want to
I
add.
mean, I wanted
Yes.
to kind of emphasize your point. Well, maybe you were trying to finish your point, Z,
No,
or
go ahead. No, go ahead.
well, I mean, those two don't go together. You know, having the pressure of pain. You know, that's why in prior generations, technically, only the husband could actually be responsible for the debt, because you didn't want the woman to have the burden of being both the man or bearing the burdens of being a man and a father, along with, like you say, being pretty and being a woman and being feminine. And, you didn't want a woman having to bear both of those,
But
right?
Black Guru, I gotta pause you
but
for a
they
second. I
wanted
gotta
it.
ask this question. Real quick, Socrates. And what did you see in Miss Cheyenne Bryant?
What did
You see
I
what I'm saying?
see?
What did
Well,
you,
I
no,
mean,
go into what you're saying. No, go into what you're saying. What do you see in Dr. Shinebright? What do you see in Ebony K. Williams? It is that dynamic, right?
well,
That
I see in
mhm.
them the failure of balancing those two, obviously,
And
because
that's my
both of
point.
them is.
You- Go ahead, Black Widow. I'm listening. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm just was saying that. That's my point. That's my point.
Yeah, I was saying that this is what they asked for, isn't it? Hello?
I'm sorry, y'all. But yeah, no. I heard you. Yes, and yes, and so that.
My dilemma with women is always I don't view them as I do men. So I mean, it's like I look at God, Kamala ain't got no business being nobody president. That's a chick, man. I'm serious.
No, but seriously.
I mean, that's like my first thought that comes to my head.
How
That
can
chick
you
ain't got
respect?
no business
Like,
being a president.
I don't mean to sound sexist, but like, how can you be intimidated by someone who's 5'2"?
What? She's 5'2".
Yeah.
She's 5'2".
Like seriously.
Wait, she that short?
She's
Yeah.
5. I mean,
she doesn't want to stand. She doesn't want to stand in the debate.
Yeah, she's little.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
don't want to stand in the debates because she don't want to
She's
bring
not
attention to how short she
Yeah.
is.
She's
Yeah.
not particularly forceful of
Mm-mm.
personality. So
Mm-mm.
she's a woman. She's short. She's not
Diminutive.
particularly compelling or particularly charismatic. So at the least you could. I'm trying to think like who would be somebody who would be a somewhat diminutive woman, but is a powerful female presence. I'm trying to think who would that be? I mean,
not to mention the fact that
Pelosi in her prime was
Yes.
a formidable woman.
Yes.
Was a
Yes.
formidable, and if you were gonna make a woman president, Nancy Pelosi, that's who you would make a president. I mean,
Yeah.
she's past it now, age-wise. But if you were gonna make a woman
She's in her
president,
80s.
yeah, you were definitely gonna make or brother put up Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah, of course.
Yes.
So
Yes.
there are women who convey some sense of
Judge
power.
Judy. So, why you bullshitting, Shell? But yes.
What's the name of that other judge?
Yeah.
The black one?
Exactly. Yeah,
Mhm.
Judge Judy probably would be
Yeah.
a good president.
Oh yeah, the black judge. Yeah, the cute one, the one that her husband just passed.
Yeah,
what is her name?
I was married to a 6 blonde doll like it.
Yeah. She always been bad to me. Anyway, go ahead. Yeah, that's a.
I just want to come in anytime. That's a problem.
You don't in any way convey any sense of presidential power at all.
They don't command respect.
Not to mention
Lynn Toiler was who we were referring to. Lynn Toiler, but y'all go ahead. Yes, and thank you, I'm sure.
And then not to mention the fact that, obviously, I guess as the stories are coming out, apparently she has a reputation for being real fast too. So it's like, and for getting niggas locked up in jail over petty shit. So like, that's like a recipe of like.
Well, what about the fact that I think didn't everyone in her administration quit when she was VP? And they were saying that nothing like working for her.
Was it everyone? I don't know if it was everyone, but a lot of people, they were talking crap, and a lot of people did quit. So it was pretty bad. It's pretty bad. And remember, she got into a physical altercation with the Secret Service too. By the way, go ahead, y'all.
Not to mention that when she ran for president the first time, she was completely unpopular to the point where she had to drop out the race before they made it to convention.
Exactly. She didn't even make it to the first convention.
Yeah, and when she was VP, she was rated one of the most unpopular VPs in recent history. I just think if she was a secret weapon this entire time, why did they wait so long to trot her out if she was so remarkable?
Well, no, it's not about being a secret weapon. It's if you follow the tinfoil conspiracy the whole time, it was supposed to be Kamala from the jump. They just didn't realize her negatives were that much. And so Biden and everything he was on and her being his VP was all the point of getting her in there. If you follow the tinfoil talk.
Nah, I really thought Biden was gonna run until it was exposed that he couldn't run, and then they had to throw her in because it would look bad to not have her run, even though they only want her to be VP to get black women votes.
Even though they never even publicly endorsed her, they still have. They never
Say again?
publicly endorsed her.
They never
No.
publicly. Yeah, I think he did after. I think he did.
Yes.
No, Biden did, but the rest of the party didn't.
Okay, brilliant.
It's obvious astroturfing, and my whole thing is like, this is surreal.
Yeah,
I'm like,
definitely.
I'm like, first of all, I don't even know what's going on anymore. Seriously, like, what are the policies? What is the agenda?
Socrates over here
What's
being a
going
comedian.
on?
You talking about policies and Kamala in the same sentence.
My fault. You're right. I know that. What am I talking about? I went to our website. Our policy section is empty. I'm like, there's no policy.
You didn't. No, it's not empty. There's a word there. You missed it. It said vibes.
It said vibes.
There's a word. There's vibes.
But she don't have good vibes.
Agreed. But it's being, once again, what you said, AstroTurf. So we know that there is no, but the Democratic Party. Oh, I got to give them this one. Boy, the confetti around Kamala and the party material and it's beautiful. It's freaking I got to stand in awe of them making her any more. Kamala is not charismatic worth a damn. You got to shout out Barack with this one. At least he studied people. He studied us. He was good at it. He was good. Kamala is not, and that's all you're seeing right now.
Well, I believe Trump is going to win him by a landslide. I've been telling people this, and they tell me like, no, that's not true.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Right? The reason why I say that is because the fact that they have to astroturf as much as they do, the fact that she doesn't talk to the press, the fact that when she does talk to the press, it has to be doctored and controlled, and Tim Walz have to be there. The fact that they have no policy positions. This is all signs of weakness. It's all signs of you trying to dress up a pig to try to pass it off as something else, which is a fact. So
no, I agree with this. Yeah, but I don't think that automatically mean that she's not going to lose. I mean that she's going to lose.
I'll tell you. So what the issue is, the debate, the debate that's going to happen is really going to, because you're not trying to get the moderates. I mean the Democrats. Democrats are going to vote for whoever's blue. They're blue until blue no matter who. Then you have red or they're dead. These people aren't. You're not going for them. You're going for independents. Will make up 1/3 of the voting public and the moderates. These are the people you're voting for. And the problem is, you're going to have a debate and you're going to bring your politician up there. And I agree, a debate should not necessarily determine an election, but that's not what we have. So it's a reality. This is what we have. She will fail the debate. She will.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think you're right. I think once
she has no shot. Because
here's the interesting thing about that. There's a full 2 months between that debate and the actual election day. And from what I've observed, things are changing on almost like a daily basis. Like perceptions of things and what's important. Like, let's remember a month ago or a little over a month ago, we almost saw a former president get his head blown wide open.
Fact.
And nobody ever even thinks or talks about it.
That's not true. People talk about it. The media doesn't.
Okay, brother. Goddamn. You know what I mean.
Okay.
It's not part of mainstream discourse.
If this was another time in history, that shit would be, everything associated with that would be leading the news. There's no way that event happens and it's not a part of every conversation, every conspiracy theory. You don't have X number of news organizations investigating. That's leading all major news, but that's not what happened here. That story mostly came and went in terms of any major gravitation
within a week and a half, 2 weeks.
In the major news. It came and went. So now you're going to tell me that a debate in September is going to win an election in November? I'm not sure about that.
Well, the reason I say that is because the fact that they don't talk about the assassination attempt actually bodes ill for the media. So what's happening is that the equity that the media has built up from the Walter Cronkite era until now is greatly diminishing to the point of irrelevance. where the
No, it's
media,
gone. It's gone.
yeah, the mainstream media is no longer a point of reference, and they're making it worse on themselves by doing all of this. They're making it worse on themselves. CNN is about to go. I think the write-off of CNN CNN, MSNBC was like $9 billion. It's a loss. They're not making money. Their viewership is diminishing. Yes, you have a staunch, die-hard contingent that will ride and die for CNN and NBC, but they're slowly dwindling, and they're not the majority. And so the issue is all these levers that you depended upon to manipulate society are diminishing in terms of their influence. So, and also bad because when you lie so much like this, you also deceive your allies because your allies don't know you're lying. So what happens now is that I actually, personally, because I don't want Kamala to win, so I actually get happy when the media keeps gaslighting the public and say how wonderful she is, how great she's doing, because that's going to leave them uninvigorated and enthused because they think everything is fine. And I say that's great. Let the Republicans feel that they're under threat. Let them feel that they have to fight, that they have to campaign, that they have to go to door knocking. Let give the impression that Kamala is a sure thing. Go ahead. That's horrible. The more you lie, the more people cannot even your allies can't rely on you. So these polls, I believe they're lies. I believe she's not doing nearly as well as they present her as. They're trying to play the same game that they used to play in the past, but they don't realize that they've lost relevancy and legitimacy. I don't think people believe them like that. They don't just not aware of it.
Yeah, I think of two things that I don't know how we can measure right now. The ambivalence, particularly amongst white females for Trump, and I think and suspect there's a growing Trump fatigue factor. I think there's a growing, it's almost like we've been dealing with Trump since Obama was president. And I think there's gonna at some point be some percentage of people who just want to get rid of Trump. And I think you can do that within the next couple of months.
I agree.
And now how do you measure that? How do you wield that and how you measure that? I don't know. But I know it's there, and I know it could be a factor in this election. And it's not necessarily an indictment of what quality of President Trump would be. It's the whole Trump phenomenon, the MAGA phenomenon itself. And I think some white people are tired of that.
I understand what you're saying.
Real quick, Socrates. Sure. Real quick. Let me read this. Fine. And Leon says, being romantic represents to me being aware of all competition in my class cast, performing to her why I am better than the other broke dusties. Hysterical. And I don't know if I disagree. I actually do agree with that. And let me read this one real quick now too. And like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Joe says, and thank you for the super chat. There are Reddit threads about women telling their BFs, boyfriends, I wouldn't hook up with you, but I'd marry you. Wow. LOL. This ish is on broadcast daily. Wow. So I did not know that.
Wait,
I did not know
what
that.
do you mean by that?
That shit's crazy.
That's wow. Okay, yeah, okay,
Wait a minute.
Hey, she want to go with you. You should be her dude.
So let's let Black Socrates finish, and then Neyman, I know you want to say something. Vincent and AB, y'all jump in whenever y'all want. But go ahead, Socrates, and then we'll have Neyman. Go ahead.
Yeah, to your point about the fatigue, about the Trump phenomenon, I agree that is a thing. To what extent, I'm not sure, but I do believe that last thing I said about the legitimacy of the media and the influence it has, that a better indication, I believe, of where things really lie is probably social media and things like probably Facebook and Twitter. And I know people don't think it's reliable, but it is. And the evidence is that, look at the whole gender discussion. Mainstream media is, I would say, like a decade behind the conversation that's going on social media. They're still talking about, 2 decades, right? So men need to step up. And it's like, we're past that. That's why I think in terms of the politics, I know, like, I go to both. I go to Democratic events. I go to Republican events. A lot of people just go to one. You get a better picture of where things really are when you go to both. The Trump phenomenon is a damn near cult. That's a fact. Scary even.
I'm with you on that.
Kamala, people force smiles with Kamala. It's all phony. They're like,
I'm with you on that one too.
Forcing smiles. They don't like her like that. They're like, she's in their minds, she's the better of two evils. That's how they see that.
She's the means to not go for Trump. I agree.
Yes, and there's a contingent of progressives who despise
Vince, right after
her.
Socrates.
Who despise
and then we'll
her
get Naaman, because I know Naaman got to talk.
Over Palestine, over her waffling versus fracking and climate change and all this other stuff, and our corporate establishing. So and the problem with the Democrat Party, they're ignoring this base, which is one of their most vigorous base. They just act like they don't exist. I'm like, these are the people who campaign for you. These are the people who are going to actually work the polls for you. These are the people who are going to go out there and spread the words, and you're treating them like they're pariahs. So who's gonna get votes?
They take it for granted.
Good point.
Think about it, man. They take that voter base for granted.
Real quick, Naaman, I'm gonna pause you for 1 second. Let me let Vince go, because I know he could be in and out, and then we got and then we'll get back to you. Go ahead, Vince.
Now, I just want to add on to that one point real quick. That I was doing some work. I'm on the field, so I'm doing like criminal justice stuff. And I was in the field talking to a family, and it was like, I'm going to book them out. I don't care. I don't. She don't have to tell us her policy. I was like, oh yeah, we're fucked.
Let me pause you real quick, and then let me. And Raj, let me know if you need me to put the link, because I'm gonna close out in a little bit. So I'll put the link for you if you want to jump on. And let me read this real quick, Vince. Vince, let me read this, and then I'll let you finish up, and then we get Naaman. The Raj report says, and thank you for the super chat. And no, I didn't forget about all of you up ahead of Raj. I just want to read this real quick. And the Raj report says, how is she going to lose if she hasn't done anything to compete? And she's doing fantastic. Say that. She hasn't won the nomination. It was given to her. True. The media seems to be on her side. True. It's hard for her to lose at this point. So Raj is saying what I've been trying to say. I had this conversation with Papa Z yesterday. And I went to go see my parents, and I was talking to Papa Z, and I'm like, Dad, understand, with his Haitian accent. But I'm like, understand, I'm not saying that Trump couldn't win or wouldn't win. I'm saying I don't know if he will win. And like I'm trying, like, and when I said it, I'm like looking at him to see if he understands what I'm saying. And like I said it again, and he understood. I'm like, oh, you get it? Like, it's bigger than him, right? This election is bigger than Trump and what Trump represents. They need somebody. They need somebody to do what they need them to do, especially concerning Ukraine, Europe. Like there's a bunch of people that are invested in this election with her. There are people that invested with him too. I'm definitely not saying that's not the case, but understand something. Go ahead.
Mrs. Z, I agree with 100% that it's the machine behind her that's really pushing this and allowing it to happen. But here's the issue. Here's my issue that I don't think people are factoring in. Yes, she has a machine. Yes, the media is behind her. Biden had the same thing, and he had COVID, and he had George Floyd, and he had BLM, and he had mailing voting, and he had and he barely won. He barely won. Right? I'm like, she hold on, almost done. She has less of what he did. Same machine, but less of what he did. She doesn't have social media like that, because X now belongs to Elon Musk, and Elon Musk is now basically X is a platform for Trump. And
no, he endorsed Trump, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yes, 100%. And there's a vote of contempt. People are forgetting the vote of contempt. The fact that inflation has destroyed grocery prices, and they sit there and they blame corporations, while corporations are sitting at DNC convention in elite suits looking down on people, and they're expecting people to not pay attention, not notice, not care. And I'm like, I think a lot of people are going to smile, and when they get into that, if they have any personal problems or any emotional qualms what has transpired in the 4 years, this is their time to show contempt. And then my issue, when you give money to Ukraine, when you gaslight people, when you tell black men, just vote, protect them, like, yeah, okay. I can't say much. I can't do much. What I can do, yes.
I think there's going to be a corruption of this election.
Link is for the Raj report. Link is for the Raj report. Go ahead, Black Room.
Unlike that has ever occurred in the history of this country.
I'm not even sure if the American public are going to decide this election.
God damn it, Black women, you overtly saying it. I wasn't trying to say it, but I agree with you, by the way.
You can call it black pill or whatever, but considering the fact that this woman got nominated and not a single damn vote was cast for her, tells me anything can fucking happen in November.
That's true, but my question.
So while what you described makes logical sense, I think we're moving outside of. I think we're moving in a different direction in what's going on here. I don't trust what's going to happen.
I see what you're saying. Can I ask you a question?
I agree with the not trust part.
Yeah.
And Socrates, hurry up and answer that question because I got to get Nina after this.
And I'm going to
rewind
and BJ and S and I disagree.
What about me?
I disagree, and I'll continue.
I literally said your name.
And I'll continue.
I'm tempted to derail this conversation.
And I'll continue to disagree with BGS. I think this whole fucking thing was orchestrated. I think this whole fucking thing was orchestrated from go. I think they wanted her to be the nominee. And I think they knew Biden couldn't run, and they held back till they had no other choice but to put that bitch up there.
Okay.
That's what I believe.
All right. So here's my question. I agree with you. I do think they will definitely attempt. There will be shenanigans going on with the election and attempting to be stolen, corruption, all that stuff. Here's my question. If that does happen and Kamala wins, do you really believe we have a republic that can be maintained?
That's a good question. That's a good question. That's where you measure the motivations as and the agenda, which span outside this country, frankly, whether the motivations of those masters or plutocrats or whatever believe that their agenda is worth the risk associated with going forward with that. Some of them may think that they can still control things. You know, some of them may think that I'm not saying they can or will, and I don't know to what degree they're willing to cheat. But like I said, they pulled this off. Where are the riots? Why are there no riots associated, for example, with what they did here?
Because the Democrats
where the storming of the Capitol and the accusations. Look, we watched for years Joe Biden fumbling,
and falling,
most of the time,
saluting invisible people. We saw that shit happen for years, and nobody said nothing. So I'm not sure. Frankly, we got the sack to take on this country if they pull that shit off.
Oh, I'm not.
I agree with that to a certain extent. I agree.
I'm not talking about necessarily the sack. I'm just saying that in order to govern, you do need a consensus. And if the people are divided to this extent,
you fabricate the consensus.
Yeah, but the problem, the mechanism to fabricate the consensus is the media, and I told you the media have no legitimacy. You might have a situation, and this has happened before in other countries, like in Europe, where like the country civilly breaks up. And I know it sounds crazy, but it's not as crazy because it has happened in like Catalonia, has happened in other places where
that's true.
Contingents of the country just say, you know what, I'm not with whatever that institution over there in DC is. I'm not with it.
Yeah, so I think that's a behind the wall conversation where we going. But I agree with what you said initially. I don't think these states got the temerity to really succeed because they all know what's the name of Jesse Ventura? That's his name. He told you when he won the election in Minnesota, the FBI came to him like, bro, how did you win? How did you win? So I'm telling you, like, what I'm saying is I think the states have a certain level of power, yes. A certain level of autonomy, not really, but okay, yes. I think even 2, 3, 5, 10, 15 of them try to succeed. I don't think I think the power that comes down on them will make the Civil War look like a joke.
How do you succeed? How do you
I don't know.
succeed without an army? And
Thank you.
you have enemies all over the planet. And
Yep.
some of them have nuclear bombs. And so now
Yep.
you're going to declare yourself separate from the entire power base of the country?
Not to mention,
what governor in his right mind signs off on that shit?
That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
so what happens is not so what happens is that
Real quick. I'm sorry, Socrates. I gotta let Nema go, and then AB, because we gotta get Raj in here too. So y'all know this is a regular stream, but I gotta start winding down eventually. Y'all go ahead. Nema, and then AB, and then Raj.
Yeah, there are times where I will derail the conversation because you guys gotta get me out. I gotta fight my way back in. But to your point, dude. First of all, even when someone was to secede from the union, first of all, that doesn't mean that you need to have also popular support in that from within. And that means you need to have the support of the military. In that case, that state's National Guard should be supporting them in order to do so. If not, all you're going to do is you're going to find yourself overthrown and replaced immediately. I mean, they will probably surrender, if not side with the Union military, to bring the state back into the Union. So you cannot. So this whole talk about secession and whatnot, it's not really feasible. It's not viable. And most people are going to say, first of all, what would be the benefit of seceding? What would be the benefit of seceding?
There is none. There is none, especially for certain states. If you're not California or Texas, and even Texas is going to handle it by themselves, deals will crush them. If you're not California or Texas, for the most part, maybe Florida, New York, you can't really secede from the union and survive by yourself. Right?
Even then, even if you do, that doesn't mean that the state of the union is going to let you just secede just like that.
No, I'm saying, I agree with you, but what I'm saying is, even if you were successful, let's say they said, okay, fine, go. The quality of life that your citizenry has will not maintain itself. All of this is based off of the current, what America represents, the power that America wields, the country. If New York secedes, New York ceases to be New York. If California secedes, even what California is with the 7th largest economy on the planet by itself, it ceases to be what it is. It's done. Texas, Lone Star State, my ass, secede from the union and let me know how that work out. And remember, by the way, wait. You would secede from the union with Mexico to the south and America to the north. Have fun with that. And the only way things are coming in through what, the Gulf of Mexico and through whatever little water, the Rio Grande. And come on, it's not happening. It's not happening. Texas would die.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. But let's let AB go. Wait, Secretary. No. Wait. Let's let AB go because we got to get Raj, and then we'll go to you and back to them. But go ahead. Go to AB.
I want to go back to Black Rude's point that this was all orchestrated. The Kamala's who they wanted all along. To a degree, I kind of agree with that, but I think their hubris is going to catch up with them. Because looking at that interview, and I'm going to go over it later tonight.
Wait, I missed the interview. Tim Walz and Kamala, they did already?
Yeah, they did already.
Damn. Okay, I'm gonna review it too. AB, I might join you with that. Go ahead.
But here's the thing: the interview, from what I'm hearing, the interview was actually 40 minutes. They only released 18 minutes of the footage because of the Kamala Harris campaign. I hear what Black Rule is saying. They're gonna do their best to try to shove Kamala's in there, but I think their hubris is going to catch up with it. I think their hubris is starting to catch. It's going to catch up with them. On top of the fact, Jack Smith's trying to charge Trump again, even after the Supreme Court. This is going to be a clusterfuck in November. But
No, I agree.
Who else is going?
Go ahead, Socrates, and then I got to get Roger. Go ahead.
Okay.
I know you've been jumping in, but go ahead.
Yeah, so historically, when you look up countries, when you have civil war, things like that, it's not a matter of just simply people wanting succession. It starts first with a benign neglect of not acknowledging, because institutions like government only exist because of what's called legitimacy. People actually believe in it. Once people don't longer believe
You're
it,
right.
like for instance, they won't serve your warrants, they won't let federal government do investigations, they don't acknowledge you. That's already the step in the wrong direction. And what happens next is that politicians will begin running, not necessarily a succession platform, but a platform of withdrawing, say we want less involvement with DC. And all that needs to happen is enough people vote in favor in this, and then the benign neglect and legitimacy or lack of thereof increases. Then eventually, if people believe, because I think the values of the country are so at odds with each other that actually don't make sense for them to be one country anymore. If they do it, and the country comes against them in full force, that's actually not going to result in a suppression. That only results in an explosion of a catalyst. It will not result, like if Texas decides to succeed and they attack Texas and kill them, that's not going to result in just the rest of the country saying, oh man, Texas should never have done that. That's going to result in saying, see, the DC is rogue, we need to fight. And remember, 300 million guns are in 300 million citizens or millions of citizens' hands.
It's more like 400 million, but yes.
Yes. It's not going to be an easy combat situation where you just bomb people, because you're also bombing your infrastructure and your tax base. So
you're right about that. But we're not. This is why we wouldn't get there. Economic strangulation. Do y'all not understand how Nancy Pelosi wields her position, or she quote unquote used to wield her position? You know how she got Congress in line? Like, you want to inform them how Nancy Pelosi got Congress in line? She'd choke you out financially. She would inform her donors to cut you off. This is what would happen. Real quick, you got to remember. Okay, look at all the industries that have contracts all around the goddamn country. You really gonna follow? You gonna follow the governor of Texas, or you gonna listen to what Obama had to say, or Biden, or Kamala if she gets in, or Trump?
Yeah,
right. You watch it going on right now with China's a whole goddamn country on the other side of the planet, and they get choked out. They getting choked out by the U.S. right now as we speak. That's how you do it. So you could, and I agree, but I agree with the sentiment that it wouldn't just be a bombing campaign and whatnot. But way before we get there, you run somebody against whoever is the leader of the succession movement that might be governor, right? You flood the airways with naysayers. That's like, what, we're going to secede from the union? How are we going to survive? Which, by the way, is true. Number one. Number two. You flood the air with. I said succession, didn't I? No, my apologies if I didn't. But yes, no, you flood the airwaves with that, which is true, by the way. You flood the airwaves with the idea that our lifestyle and our way of life would fall precipitously. Couldn't get the word out, which is true. So like, before we even got to where you're going, there would be a list of events that would have to happen before we even get there, and I just don't see it.
Wait, you also have to factor in several things. Mm-hmm. Number one, the collapse of the U.S. dollar, which is on its way. Yeah. Two, war, like World War III, not World War III per se, but war, and this is why I believe will also be the catalyst. When DC goes to the same constituents and say, "Oh, I need your sons to fight a war," or "I need more money," or something like that, and they're like, "Nah," that's really going to session. Go ahead.
I agree with that, but the fall of the dollar, this is why I'm skeptical of the fall of the dollar, because it still accounts for 80% of all transactions on planet Earth.
It's going to be
number one.
Slow.
No, yeah, and like, thank you, AB. And like, number one, number two, there's nothing worth a damn on planet Earth that's replacing that right now. Name me the nation that can take on America's international burden. That you would. Okay, better yet, I'll frame that question wrong. What currency could replace the dollar right now? What's the most stable currency that has the most stable government that could replace the U.S.? Y'all got me sounding goddamn pro-USA all the way today.
I know. There is none, but China, Russia, and I think Brazil is working on it. But there is none. But
so China, which is a one-party state headed by Xi Jinping, and Xi Jinping, you don't know any day now. Right. Let me just say this about Xi Jinping. I don't think he gets to step down. I'll put it that way. I'll stop right there. Shout out to brother formerly known as Swim Champ. I'll pause right there. What he got going on in China right now, I don't know if he dies of old age. Next, you said Brazil. Nah. It's just no. I don't see any country in Latin America being that later. Which was another one? Russia? No.
Ruble?
No. Yes. So like, right? So, and I'm not just saying that to be dismissive. I'm saying that because you have to think about what a reserve currency is and why it's chosen. This is symbolizes stability, and it's backed by guns. It is backed by a military that you can transport to wherever the hell they need to be to defend that currency, not just for that state, but for the entire globe that uses that reserve currency, right? And I just don't see that. And we haven't mined enough gold to go back to gold. So I just don't see that in the I just don't see that in any foreseeable future. I could be wrong. Tomorrow we could wake up and Mr. Z was 100% wrong. And if there's an internet, I could come back and be like, you know what, Socrates was right. But I just don't see that, at least within the next decade or so. I just don't see it.
Okay. All right. Do you know how much the current entitlement projection is for the next 30 years?
No.
It's over $100 trillion, right?
Mm-hmm.
As it stands now, we don't have the money, and we don't have any means of getting that money. So my question is, what happens when America is incapable? I think last week they reached $35 trillion in their borrowing alone, to the point where now their borrowing is just to borrow to pay off the interest. Okay. What happens when America can no longer borrow?
Mm-hmm. When America can no longer borrow, I think America starts threatening to that if you don't let them borrow, then you will feel the wrath.
You stop talking.
Right? This is when your military start doing the talking for you.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Okay. I don't know.
Hey, bro, either get down or lay down. You already know how this goes. But we got to pause right here. We got to pause right here because I got to let Ron in. All right, Ron, what's going on?
What's going on? I try to keep it somewhat short and sweet, so I don't let you.
No, go ahead. If I'm in your cool table and I'm a favorite, then you a favorite. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just gonna say too. If I owe you money,
mm-hmm.
and you a little kid, and I owe you money, come get it.
Right? Exactly.
Come get it.
Exactly.
Okay. Y'all figure that out how you want to figure that out. Just come get it. And
I'll be here next week. No, sure.
When it comes to being to state succeeding, all I'm gonna say is I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. A lot of people never take into account that the people of the state ain't necessarily with that. They ain't gonna stay for that. They will leave the state itself. They have the ability to do so. So until it's a state thing where you're inclusive of the people, it's not gonna happen anyway. Point blank, period. Because the people got to be with that. And I'm talking about the general public. And then I just want to say, when it comes to Kamala then almost won the election. Kamala has not been nominated, which I said in the super chat. No one's challenged Kamala. Not even one Democratic person. It's always usually one a-hole who would just say, well, I want that spot. How many Democrats want to be president of the United States, yet nobody said anything? She's obviously been chosen. People talk about how much money she raised in a day. How difficult?
50 million in a day and like 250 million in like 2-3 days. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's done. I know last time I even looked at it, had went up to like 310 million, and it was all real quick, like within a week. She's chosen. Okay.
Hey, Rob, can I translate that?
Go ahead.
She put 2 quarters of a machine to push start.
Look, all I know is, like a lot of people say stuff about these rumors that's going on about her. Well, whatever she needed to do, she obviously was willing to do. You see what I'm saying? Because she getting results. And when it come down to Trump, it just come to this, y'all. Because I get what Black was saying about they may do some unsavory things. But let's be realistic, y'all. The Republican Party and the Democratic Party been winning elections since 1853. There are like 6 what they call third parties out there. Most people aren't aware of any of them. The American people will do what they're told to do. And now that the media has picked Kamala, what is the general person in America going to do? They're going to pick between Trump and Kamala. And that's it. And that's the reality of the whole situation. They're going to pick between Trump and Kamala. And since they're putting a lot of media support on Kamala right now, seems like more than likely she's going to end up being the winner. Now, is it impossible for Trump to win? No, I'm not saying that. But there are some people who ain't gonna vote for Trump because they just don't like Trump, and that's all it is to it. They don't have a legitimate reason not to like him. But then you compare that to people who don't have a legitimate reason to vote for Kamala. Nobody got a legitimate reason to go in either direction, and the media is telling them go with the lady. And they put the money behind the lady.
But the
So
media,
what is
the media said the same thing with Hillary, and the media said the same thing with Biden.
No, I get that, but it wasn't full force. And then keep in mind when Trump came through, it was a reaction because a nigga had the spot. People was gonna vote a certain way because a nigga had that spot. That's not the element that's going on right now. You know what I'm saying? Even black people gonna vote for Kamala who won't even claim she black. It ain't on the birth certificate. She won't even claim it. She let other people do it for her at the end of the day. And I'm telling you, what is the American average voter going to do other than what they're told to do? That's not who we are as a people anymore. We do what we told.
I hear what you're saying, but I believe the media was probably far more vigorous in terms of supporting Hillary and Biden than they are for Kamala, right?
I would offer some pushback to that because they didn't know how Trump was going to operate as a politician. Now they have an idea, and they know he's going in there and he's taking heads off. So the fervor now is like, oh no, we can't let him get back in there. Look at how we've been talking and treating him for the past 8 years, or definitely the past 4 years. So yeah, go ahead.
And that was a reaction to Obama. That reaction ain't there anymore. It's just not there. It doesn't exist at this point. So nobody has to fight through that. The people just gonna do what they're told to do, and seem like at this particular point they're now being told to vote for Kamala.
Yeah.
So that's my expectation.
Real quick, Socrates. Real quick. I wanted to emphasize what Roger's saying on the other side. So we keep on talking about the Kamala side, but we rarely speak about the Trump side. I would offer some real pushback to you that the enthusiasm for Trump isn't what it was in 2016. It's not. We're not there anymore, right? So I just want you to consider. Let me read this real quick. And Joe says, and thank you for the super chat. Delusion can be fueled by advertising to delusions. Yeah, what true? So, and he was speaking about the women thing that we were talking about earlier, but that ties into exactly what we're speaking about now too. So I would just consider that would you say that the enthusiasm from Trump, excuse me, in 2024 is what it was in 2016? Because that's what Roger's speaking to, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll say amongst who? Amongst who?
Amongst your rank and file Republican, your undecided, your independent, go ahead.
I don't know how independents felt with him back then or now, because the votes from 2016, 2020 didn't really change for him per se. It seems like, quote unquote, more people voted for Biden this time around, or more people decided to vote. So using 2020 as an example, is the enthusiasm for him as fervent as 2020? I would say that it's more than 2020. It's more. You have Mark Zuckerberg now saying that, I don't know what Mark Zuckerberg's doing now. He surprised me because he recently condemned the Democrat Party or the government for making him, quote unquote, lie for them. And he said that he thinks Trump is cool. That's something that never would have happened in 2020. Never. For a public person in Silicon Valley who's not willing to risk everything to say they even like Trump. No.
Peter Thiel pushed JD Vance.
Yes,
Elon Musk is pushing Trump. Yeah, but no, but
I agree.
You said that true, but I'm saying, like, we got to stop with the tech bros are all on some leftist stuff. We've been know that was BS. Not to mention, you got to remember, Mark Zuckerberg was trying to get into China with Facebook. Like, bro, been duplicitous like a mug. So, like, bro, I don't trust those.
Hold on, you would imagine Mark Zuckerberg saying this in 2020?
So, no, I agree with you. I don't agree with it. I agree with you that he would not have said that in 2020. I agree with that. What I'm saying is, I don't trust the lizard face, right?
Okay,
I don't trust the lizard face.
One quick thing. I just want to ask one quick thing. One quick thing, y'all. Somebody who's they don't know nothing about elections. I'm just a new 18-year-old girl. I just crossed into adulthood. Who am I voting for?
No one. Who's not voting?
No, seriously.
Outside of more rural or conservative areas, if you live, put it this way, if you live anywhere in metropolitan areas, most likely Kamala. Most likely.
They almost 100% of them are going to vote for
Yeah.
her because they
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
even know anything about politics. She gonna get a mass vote of they're just girls participating in the first
Young
election,
people.
and that's
Yeah, I agree
all
with
it
you.
is. And they're going after those young people too.
Yep,
While
yep,
the
yep.
media's on her side and
Yes.
everything else is going on. So I've
Yeah,
already did a show about this, and I've already declared she was gonna win, just so I can tell
Oh,
y'all.
so you
Like I've
called
been
it.
told y'all.
Yeah,
So
but
I'm more. Real quick,
young
Socrates, because
people.
I gotta give Raj his props on his testicular fortitude that I don't have, because I've been teasing that out little by little. If anybody hears me on the channel, but Raj went all the way, and Raj is an independent brother. I'm still not gonna go all the way with Raj because I still wanna. I don't got the balls. I ain't gonna lie, Raj. I want to be able to say, well, I ain't know. Raj said, "Fuck it, I said it." But I'm saying
Mr. Z.
I foresee Kamala winning far more than everyone else. Is what I keep on saying, and that's what I'm going to stand on.
Okay.
But I'm not going to say I disagree with Raj. I'll put that out there. Let me say that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
If young people do vote, which I think is questionable, but if they do vote, you have to remember the young voters are part. A lot of them are part of this progressive contingent, especially if they're college educated or live in major cities. And the progressive contingent of the Democrat Party is not enthusiastic about Kamala. If you go to any major city right now and ask them what they think about Kamala, and you talk to a young person, especially if you go to college, they're gonna say she's a Democrat corporate shill who's soft on Israel. That's why I say, like, these people are not gonna. They don't have enthusiasm. Like Obama had that enthusiasm. Obama had that enthusiasm.
But what I'm saying is, it's not. I agree with you, but there's a difference between obligation sex and enthusiastic sex. And I would agree, and I'm using that pun on purpose, yo. I would agree with you, but what I'm saying is there have many of those Democrats. If you let them, because remember, I worked for the Florida Democratic Party. I saw the Bernie Bros go for Hillary, bro. I saw the rationale. And they will have the unenthusiastic, boring ass, okay, he's horny, and I guess sex with Kamala. They'll do it.
I hear you. I hear you.
It's exactly the name of it. Starfish sex. Exactly.
But I think that base, that progressive wing of the Democrat Party, has become more radical ever since the Bernie bro, right? And what they would tolerate back then, I don't think they'll tolerate now, because they've been double downing on their I've seen, like, there were 100,000 protesters. Okay, I've never seen this. I have never seen this in my recent history, and I've tracked politics for a long time. 100,000 protesters at the DNC protesting against Kamala.
Yeah.
If you would have,
no, it did happen. It happened. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Especially if the war is still going on by November.
It is going on, exactly.
Yeah, no, it's still going to be. Excuse me, it's still going to be going on. No, I agree with you on that, AB. I agree. I agree with that part. Socrates, now here I agree with you. Go ahead.
What's happening? Go ahead.
That goes to my point. Their hubris is going to catch up with them. I get what y'all saying.
But AB, is it going to catch up before the election?
Yes, because I think so. Because what happened is that before, I used to be able to predict certain things about the Republican Democrat Party. Like, when I was predict about Democrat Party, the Democrat Party had their party bosses and their party leaders who run organizations. They talk to them and they say, "Rally your troops. This is who we're voting for." This time around, I'm not so sure it's so uniform. For instance, BLM has not come out and endorsed Kamala. A lot of progressive wing people who are very prominent are not endorsing Kamala. In fact, they're speaking against her. Now, and instead of doing what they usually do, which is pay these people off or, appease them somehow, they're just silencing them, which I think is going to backfire. They just either the media just did a media blackout on a protest. Right? They said, you know what? We're not going to acknowledge the protest.
Answer your question,
Mr. Z. Social media.
Once again, this is no different than 4 years ago. This is the lesser of two evils.
Yeah, but to answer your question, Mr. Z, yes, I do think their hubris will catch up with, because they're doing way too much. I'm hearing staunch, not even progressive, staunch Democrats, like
Indiana.
yeah. I'm hearing staunch Democrats like, I'm not feeling Kamala. So I do think their hubris will catch up to them by November.
No, but here's the thing: you're saying they're not feeling Kamala, but are they? But you don't hear any enthusiasm for Trump either. So once again,
I will say this line though. This is what I'll say to that line. I think it's more enthusiasm. Okay, I think there's more enthusiasm for Trump than there is for Kamala.
Yeah, there is.
But there's more fear of Trump than there. No, that's not even true. I'm not even gonna say that. I can't say that. So there's more enthusiasm for Trump, but
Man,
so I'll push back with that.
There's some
I
fear.
have 2 words.
Yeah.
I have 2 words.
Yeah.
2 words. White women.
Okay.
Well, wait, you're right, but here's the thing:
White women.
are white because remember, white women broke for Trump at 52% or something like that in 2016.
16, I know.
Can Kamala get 2 or 3% off of that?
You think Kamala's gonna get more white women votes than a white woman than Hillary? Come on, man. No, man. No.
Yeah,
No.
Don't underestimate the contempt for Hillary, though. We know about the contempt for Kamala, but don't underestimate the contempt for Hillary, particularly from white women.
And
I believe people have more contempt. I believe white women have more contempt for Kamala.
Shit, I don't know about
They
that.
don't like this woman.
Wait, let me let Raj go. Let me let Raj go. But I don't know about that one. Go ahead.
A major move that people ain't paying no attention to. I think a lot of these young boys gonna vote for her too. Why?
No, yeah, I agree.
It's Kamala's time. It's women's time. We feel guilty. I got a girlfriend. My girlfriend want her to win. I don't really know nothing about Trump. I don't really know nothing about her, but my girlfriend excited about it. Let me make my girlfriend happy. I think young people everybody who, especially if they've been to college in the last 4 to 5 years, it's a very good chance they're voting for her. Period.
Oh, I want to say something that's so bad, but I don't want to get Z flagged.
Can you say it in the most PC, not getting my channel snatched off way?
Well, let me just say, Kamala.
God damn.
Kamala's been very smart about going after them young people because getting them young people to get registered, it basically just votes for her. That's all that really is.
But my thing is that I really believe this is my what I say is language last slide. A lot of the people who say they're gonna vote for Kamala are not gonna vote at all. That's my position. I think a lot of people are not going to turn out to vote. They just don't care. They're apathetic. They say,
I agree. I agree with that.
Don't care.
I think so. I agree that Kamala she's not garnering real enthusiasm. It's more fear of Trump based support. That's true, and I agree with that 100. What I'm saying, the question then becomes, is the enthusiasm for Trump greater than the fear of him coming from the Democrats? Is the enthusiasm from the Republicans greater than the fear of him coming from the Democrats?
I'm not seeing the fear of Trump that I saw in 2020 at all. Don't get me wrong. There's still fear out there, and also we have to keep in mind they haven't even had their first debate yet.
Yes.
That's exactly what I was about to go to.
You also have to factor in the economy.
Do we understand how well she's doing now and she's done nothing?
Thank you.
Mean, are we paying attention to the fact how she's doing in this race and everything y'all say she didn't do it. I didn't have to win the debate. I didn't have to answer a bunch of questions. I didn't have to show up here. I didn't have to show up there. They protested me. They cover it up in the news. I'm doing fantastic without any.
And yet my poll ratings are more than 5%, more than 1%.
I agree with Roger on that. I agree. But I think that also works against her because it's called the Kasich effect. She's basically trying to use the newness of her being a candidate. But the question is, it doesn't last forever. So around
it's not going to last forever, but can it last until November?
No. It can't last that long. It usually lasts throughout 3 months. So her 3 months is coming up.
It's going to last that long because the people who are excited for her have no reason to be excited for her.
From the first place, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Wait, Raj. Let me rephrase that because I agree with Raj. How the people that goddamn, I'm trying to rephrase it, but what Raj said was so real. She didn't do anything, and they're excited for her anyway. What's going to make them change? She didn't do anything, and they're excited for her.
Do you not know what's happened in September? The new school year starts. Do you not know that protests are going to happen in college campuses across the nation over Palestine? And what's going to happen when another group of students decide to sequester a building like they did in Columbia?
But you know what you're not factoring? Wait, real quick.
Okay, I'm listening.
Here's the problem. Trump will back Israel even more. You think Trump's gonna pull out of?
Yes, I know.
No. I think he pulls out of Ukraine. I don't think he pulls out of Israel.
No, but there's two things that hasn't been. There's a thing that nobody's mentioned yet, and I think Trump will. Anyone paying attention what's going on with Denver right now?
No.
You mean the migrant gangs?
Yeah.
Immigration.
Okay.
The migrant gangs who took over a building. Yeah, I know about it.
That too. Trump's going to use that.
Yeah. And good point, Lithium. Exactly. His favorite daughter is Small Hat. Good point. Go ahead. Go ahead, Raj.
I don't think.
No, Mr. Z. When the campuses start protesting, what do you think is going to be the play?
That's a difficult one because I think the question for me becomes to the protesters, to the young people that are protesting. Do you think Trump alleviates that by forcing Netanyahu and them to pull out of the Gaza Strip? And I don't think he does that. I don't think he does that. And I think the young people, if they have,
I'm talking about because young people are not protesting Trump. They be protesting Kamala.
I'm saying yes. But I'm saying the juxtaposition from the Kamala supporters is you really think Trump's going to change that dynamic, or would he send even more resources to Israel? So you see what I'm saying? So yes.
Son-in-law is.
Thank you.
Son-in-law is. And let's not forget when during Trump's administration, they relocated the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, which was very inflammatory. Not to mention, and also, he's also talked about Muslim plans and whatnot. And he's admitted he doesn't care about the Arab vote. Even though the Arabs are talking about they're not voting for him.
They're gonna show up. They're not staying home. They're not staying home.
The Muslims.
This election is basically Trump's to lose. That's what people forget. It's his.
Yeah, I've said it. Yep. Thank you, David. Yep.
People have a mind. I'm gonna say it like this to try to say what I believe the general American public mindset is at this particular point. I'm a boy. I like girls. You're gonna give me a guy dressed as a woman, or maybe they even been through the surgery. Maybe they're trans now. I'm still the guy may be dressed up to be so beautiful, knockout out of this world. The other one's mid. She's still a girl. I'm going over here. If I don't have no real information, if nothing really big changes at this particular point, I'm going over here because I'm still a boy at the end of the day, and I like girls. You can dress up somebody real good and pretty, but I still like girls. And that's just what it is. If nothing big really happens between now and then, it's going the way we believe it's going, and it's going toward her. Because and she has the advantage that something could happen to Joe. She can get sympathy off his behalf. He done got real sick. They make their little announcements, and Kamala's by his side as much as possible while she's trying to run the country now. There's a lot of plays that they can make in their position, and ain't nobody saying anything about it. The full Democratic Party is behind her. What?
Wow, so we about to have a president for the first time who ran with no policy?
No, that's not gonna be the first person to do that. That's not gonna be the first.
Is she not? Is she not doing well without policy now? I understand some policy is supposed to be big, but according to what we see, it ain't that big a deal.
So goddamn, I gotta send you because they did I watched a breakdown of all the presidents ones, and there were a bunch of presidents in like the 1800s that wasn't about shit. They had no policy.
I agree.
Yeah. So that's what I was saying. It wasn't.
Recent history.
In the 19th century. No. In recent history, I would let me give you this. I would argue Trump ain't have no policies. He had ideas. He didn't have policies.
Absolutely good.
No.
His policy was to build a wall.
No, I'm being realistic. Does she need a policy? She seems
I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, no, exactly. But by the way, one of my favorite Rogers is Cynical Roger. When he asks questions like that, it's one of my favorite Rogers. I love that shit because it's true. She don't need policy because look how far she got with it. And the people that are enthusiastic about her don't have a reason to be enthusiastic about her,
You know
and they
what?
are. So are they going to lose their enthusiasm?
If she does win, whatever happens, we deserve it. We deserve it.
But that's either president. To me, that's either. You to understand both of these people. Like y'all, like I'm not joking. Both of them scared the crap out of me, y'all. Both of them,
Deserve it.
right? Because I understand the Trump support, but this dude is unhinged too. He's a brat. He's a 78, 79-year-old brat. This nigga never grew up because he never had to. Right?
Something.
And when you wait, real quick. And then on Kamala's side, she was cute. She was the cute little light-skinned chick, whether she's black or not. Well, for debate. But BGS says yes. Tariq and Nasheed and all of them say no. But either way, she was the cute little light-skinned chick that got passes, but she was cute. You're dealing with people that did not live the typical American life whatsoever at all.
Yeah.
Right? Go ahead.
What I find fascinating is that Trump is supposed to be this fascist, warmonger, unpredictable person, but in the past 30 years, he's the only president that hasn't gone to war, and no one talks about that. He's the only president that has not gone to war in 30 years. Every single president has either been directly involved in a war or covertly supported a war through a satellite country.
I would agree. Wait. You are you sure you don't want to rescind that part because he was over here assassinating world leaders, dropping bombs on their ass.
That's not a war. That's not a war. I mean war.
You walking a real thin line right here, sir. I agree with you. I see what you're saying. I'm saying you allowed for and you pushed for things that would have led to war had those nations had a military with the damn.
But no. I think that it's the difference is that
I'm saying that's a key factor that's going to work against Trump. If you look at how he's done that, and nobody's really talking about that, it's not really being publicized
because it don't matter to them like that.
Social media is the only place I really even hear about it. Guess what? The people don't care.
I agree. And what I'm bringing out a point is that Kamala, if she gets to office, we will definitely be at war by multiple fronts. That is a fact because I believe that the military-industrial complex has their agenda, and their agenda is war is good, war the better, and that's why I also think the machine is pushing her because they want war. They want to go to war.
No, so I see what you're saying. And oh God, I'm about to do an FD signifier. Jesus Christ. Let me reframe that by saying. I gotta say it. Let me reframe that by saying the investment that Democrats in particular and other international players have in Ukraine would cause them to support Kamala. And Kamala is more likely to play the international game a very specific way than Trump is. So that's how I would frame what you just said. Yeah.
War.
There you go, y'all. So understand, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I am saying the reason why I framed what I framed the way I framed it is to say the very slight distinction between what you said and what I said is actually a huge difference.
Wait. I have a question. Do people really believe that Ukraine's going to beat Russia?
See, look what you're doing. Look where you're going. I don't. Okay. If we're gonna be honest, we both know that it's not about beating them; it's about bleeding them. Ooh, rhyming. Hey, put it in the book. It's not about beating them; it's about bleeding them. And you're bleeding them of men. You're bleeding because remember, Russia's population is to the crapper too. That's something we're not talking about. And they're bleeding their males that are of producing age, work-related producing age, and childbearing producing age.
Not to mention, this war was not supposed to go on this long.
Exactly. So the war of attrition that this is, because the European powers in America are throwing resources behind Ukraine, is bleeding Russia, and that's the point. Even if Russia gets what they need from Ukraine, unless they take over Ukraine and now Ukraine is part of Russia, that population that they let go, if they can't bring that in the long term, in 20 years, Russia will collapse. I don't even think it will take that long.
But But what's stopping Russia from understanding that and retaliating against the West before Putin dies because he's old and doesn't care?
I mean, so that's a question I don't really have. I don't even have an answer to that. To be honest with you, I don't have nothing to say to that.
Like if you're Putin and you're an autocratic dictator with absolute powers, and you realize you look at the chess map, the chess game, you realize, oh snap, it's gonna be checkmate.
I got outmaneuvered. Yeah.
No, maneuver. I can throw the board over, right? I can throw the board over. Like,
well, so let me real before you go, Rush, real quick. So something I covered this when I did the Scorched Earth video. It was actually it wasn't a live. It's in my videos. So I played a clip in that Scorched Earth video, a sound clip of Breaking Point's covering a talking head of Russia saying, what's the point of having a world if Russia's not going to be in it? And he was essentially saying, yeah, exactly. Like, yo, like if we lose this, then we'll make you think that we're not going to bring the whole thing down with us. I don't really think they on that like that. But there, to your point, that is a consideration though. That is something somewhere in the back. And he would have never said that if Putin didn't put him up to saying that. So Putin didn't say it. But this government official, or he might not even be a government official, but he was like a talking head for them in the state press. So what you're saying, I heard what you said, and it's up for consideration because I don't think you're too far-fetched with that. Although I don't, my rational mind says Putin and Russia don't go there, but I understand that it's a possibility. Likeliness, no, but possibility, yes. Right, and go ahead, Rush.
Yeah, I just want to say I think the war may matter in world politics, but doesn't matter to the American people. Because I'm gonna be real, not one person has mentioned the war to me. Y'all know how you out and about, you talk to people, you work, you do stuff, whatever. I work with the public. Ain't nobody mentioned the war to me. Not one single person. How long has this war been going on?
2 years.
Almost 2 years now.
Not one person has mentioned this war to me. Not a single one of them. The voters don't care. I'm saying it's not. The voters don't even care about this. It's just not even on the radar. It's not on the radar at all. That's. I'm just putting it out there. It's not on the radar, so it's not going to really make a difference what happens. And truth be told, Kamala's in position to look good no matter what. Because if she thinks it can help her, she can order whatever make her look good to actually happen because she's in the seat of power right now. No way for her to lose.
I agree. Let me read this real quick. And Split Jim says, humble black men in front of the world to downplay black men advocacy. Yeah, well, I think it's that. I think we also have from our sisters is the benign neglect. I think they took Nixon's benign neglect and they implemented it in the black community as black women. So black women and white society are about benign neglecting black men. The kicker is for black women, it hurts them because they're the ones that we are most likely to end up with. But then it also hurts them because then a growing number of brothers that do make it out the hood end up with non-black women. So it hurts them both ways. But black women inspiring black men, I mean, like they're never going to engage in that, right? So and to their own detriment, by the way. So yeah, no, I think humbling black men has become a black woman's not even become, it's been a black woman's favorite pastime, and to their own detriment. And I don't think they fully appreciate how much our young boys and young men they're not our fathers and they're not our grandfathers, and they're just not going. They're not going for it. You can try to intellectualize it. You can try to appeal to their morality or their humanity or whatever aggrieved thing that happened, 1,000 years ago between some random man in the Middle East and some random woman. You could do this all you want. Black men, black young men, like that's what I love about Gen Z. I'm looking at Gen Z and I'm watching how they move. They're not talking. They just walk. I keep on saying it. They just ended up at the family get together with the Latina. They're not talking. They're not explaining nothing.
You know what I got to say to that, T?
Right?
And this is rough, but it ain't gonna get you flagged. I'm just gonna say to that about the women that you're talking about. You should have given them some pussy.
No, not even just some pussy. You should have given him some pussy. No, it's true. You should have given him some pussy. No, you're right about that. No, let me say it the way I've been saying it. If you ain't on black men's program, then what the hell you doing? If you and Raj, remember what I told you? Me and Raj had a private conversation. Let me say this again. Everybody's gonna get on black men's program. It's just gonna start with black women. Everybody's gonna get on black men's program. It's gonna start with black women. It's gonna be other women of color. It's gonna be white women. Then it's gonna be white men. And then there's gonna be men of color. Then it's gonna be white men. There is I don't know what black women got going on. No, the moral compass is not you, sweetie,
You know, Z
and it's
Z
never
doing
been.
that. Z
Go
quoting
ahead.
Tony Stark when he was telling Loki at the Avengers movie, like, you know, there's no version of this where you come out on top, right?
For real, like no, seriously to everyone else. I think everyone else got it backwards. I think manhood is black men. I think everybody got this backwards. I think the whole globe, particularly everyone who's not on our program, got this backwards. It's us and then everybody else.
I know why you say
Right?
that, because it is true, because everybody takes their mannerisms
But
from
wait,
us.
aren't we
Yeah.
like the prototypical man? Ain't we like the primal version of man?
We
Ain't we like
we
I got to listen every now and then. We are the creative civilization. Ain't we like
no, but
ain't we
before we
really
even
low
get
key
to
the
that,
standard?
no, here's the well, you're right about that, but before even I want to purposely make it contemporary and not go back, 250,000 years. I'm purposely doing it this way. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the way black men move, our moral code, our ethics, our manhood, the fact that niggas don't feel like a bitch because we wash them goddamn dishes. Shout out to white men, right? Because we actually do stuff around the house and then mow the lawn and then put it down and know how to dance. Mr. Z's not part of that group though, but right?
We're gonna take you for dance
Right.
lessons.
So real quick. So I'm saying our manhood is the manhood to be emulated. We don't need money to be men. We don't need the status to be men. Ooh, goddamn, I said it right. I'm saying our manhood is the manhood to be emulated. That's what I'm saying, and I'm saying everybody's going to get that either sooner or later. And I'm on some ruthless. Shout out to Roger. I'm on some ruthless shit with this shit. Our manhood is the manhood.
Can I dovetail
Go
off
ahead.
that?
Go
I
ahead.
think a lot of women, don't keep in mind that a lot of men who are building themselves up off first generational wealth. And I think some of these women are into the fact that they're first generation, out of poverty. And
Yeah.
I think that's what we don't fact about. When you say that so many so many people in poverty or lower class or middle class don't get married, it made me start to think about the odds of things going on and who is really being counted out, but who's also at the same time getting married.
What do you mean by who's getting counted out and who's actually being married? Like their marriage is not getting counted. What do you mean by that? Go into that.
What I know this for me, because I realize that I'm low key first generation out of poverty / first generation American. 'Cause my father migrated here, but then I look around and I notice a lot of my peers, who's mostly the majority is, first generation out of poverty or lower working class and stuff like that. But a lot of these men are making a lot from nothing. They're making some out of nothing and stuff like that. So, but at the same time, these same women that we're talking about stuff like that, sometimes we're into the fact that if they're from the hood, usually that means they're probably first generation, maybe second generation out of poverty. So it's like it's kind of like you're ignorant to your own situation and you're ignorant to your own family
Which
history.
you're right about that. You're right about that to the point where we're literally having important and notable people in the black community to social media personalities continuously say that black women earn more than black men when all the facts say different. That black women have more wealth than black men when all the facts say different. When black women are the backbone of the black community, I'm gonna say it and all facts say different. Ooh, I did that on purpose, right? So what you're saying is true that people could be living a reality and still believe in a lie. So and we're witnessing that, right? We're witnessing that. Yeah. So I definitely got to add that to that. But let me read this real quick. Let me read this. Let me read this real quick, and then we got you, and then whoever wants to go. And Cyrus Burke says, and thank you for the super chat, Cyrus. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Cyrus says, as a Gen Z, I'll say, do not underestimate how many. I think how any of these women will repackage their insanity to make it more digestible to men. They're actively responding to y'all waking up. Excuse me, to men waking up. I get what you're saying. They'll keep trying and burning down relationships until it works. See, and to black women's own detriment, and to women's own detriment,
right? I think one of the and you see it. So understand something. The people in the know, the researchers, the historians, they're deadly afraid of where men are right now. Not because they're afraid that men, and that's a bit of a fear, but not that they're afraid that men are going to go on rampages and let's say women. Their fear is that you get comfortable just doing you, being on your own, doing your own thing, occasionally getting some vagina if you can, right? And just doing your own, literally, what they say, self-optimizing yourself, and that's it. And being minimalist and dealing with your hobbies, and that's it. That's their biggest fear. The women are just too spiteful and short-sighted and solipsistic to realize that. That's why we
AV,
don't go ahead, go
50 and 60,000 times one goes a long way.
ahead.
What?
50 or $60,000 times one goes a long way.
Hmm.
That's true. I mean, but at the same time, see, you're forgetting, like I said, the short-sightedness about them. That is part of the female brain. That's how the female brain wired like that, because it is about, because remember, they focus on things from moment to moment basis. It's part of the human evolution. So them to be more, short-sighted or myopic, because they're always focused on immediate gratification. They never think about the long term unless it's in their best interest.
But remember what Black Uru said to that. Real quick, real quick line, real quick. So but remember what Black Uru said to that. Yes, but your social, and I'm paraphrasing, your social mechanisms make that even a worse proposition or a better proposition. And the political and social, and don't miss what Black Uru said when he brought up Reagan and that goddamn repeal of what type of divorce was it again? No fault divorces. So
the Marriage Equality Act of 19
yeah.
No, the Marriage Equality Act of 1969 that was passed. It came into
That too,
effect
yeah,
on
true.
January 1st, 1970.
But real quick, so the reason why we're here is not because of women's nature exclusively. It's women's nature plus an environment that's not curtailing the worst and most pernicious parts of it. That's hurting everyone, including them themselves, right? And so when Black Uru says they've been liberated into madness, it's funny as hell, but it's so accurate, right? And so I'll pause right here and go ahead, line.
But here's the thing about that, though, about the solipsism. Here's the
Oh
part
yeah,
about
no, Vince will go. You go after. Go ahead, Line.
I just jacked my turn.
my bad.
Wait. You should have been born earlier, nigga.
Real quick. But here's the thing about that. Why women think that way, and this is the part that nobody mentioned it. Why women think that way, and why they can be so comfortable, because they depend on men to do the work. So if men are not doing the work, then what?
Yeah. Well, it becomes one of those situations where okay, there are certain things that is universal. We all know how to walk, right? Not all of us, but for the most part, human beings know how to walk upright, right? Now, what about if we get to a place where it's what's the movie Wale? Right, where we're all in them floating as hover, hover, Wally, my bad, Wally, right?
Wale is the rapper.
True, Wally, which we're all in those like hover wheelchair joints or whatever the hell that was in the movie, right? So then you don't know how to walk. I'm saying that to say the women have gotten so comfortable with the tow truck driver that pulls up in case of emergency, and with the police officer that pulls up in case of emergency, with the firefighter or the paramedic that pulls up for a case of emergency, that they don't the ATM machine that works, right? The all of these things and systems that were created primarily by men, they got so comfortable with it that they don't appreciate that you're taking away the incentive for men to continue to provide that and do that and live for that by your absolute insane myopia, right? So yeah.
In other words, they feel like they arrived because everything is so convenient and conventional.
And
so
at a young age, they could get and they could get dick, and they could get dick.
They have arrived. They have arrived, man. What if I'm a woman? What I need to do? Nothing. I ain't got to do squat. I don't know what world y'all live in, but you ain't got to be pretty nowadays. No,
I'll give you an example of that.
Wait a minute, y'all, wait. Let Raj finish with that, and then Vince, you continue. Go ahead, Raj. Go
Yeah,
ahead. Go ahead.
the major thing women got going on their side is that we break easy for them.
Yep.
We are
I
so
knew you were gonna say
charitable to them.
yep.
I remember a show I was doing talking about, and I kind of realized why I was doing that show. Notice that you ain't never seen a woman walking down the street with a gas can. Everything they need, we jumping on top of it. Why have you never seen? And I know y'all thinking about this right now. Why haven't I never seen a woman walking down the street with a gas can? Because her slightest bit of distress, we're going to show up to relieve that situation from her.
Yeah.
That's why you ain't never seen one. Because every time one start walking with one, somebody pull over, hop in, baby, I'll take you. We not gonna let them suffer through anything. And until they suffer through anything, why would they need to change anything? They good, and that's because of us.
Yeah. I agree. I agree with Raj 100%. Go ahead, Vince.
Because of the compassion and humanity that we have. But I wanted to build on part of what you said, Z, about the part of where we just being told pretty much anything, like how women are just told pretty much anything, and they run with it, and how they're so myopic to not see that the way they seeing things, eventually it gets in their own way. It's like that meme where that woman riding a bike and she take the stick and put it, in the
yeah, I seen it. Yeah, that's funny.
So I think so, it's a lot of that with the lies, and then tearing this down, and then realizing in theory, once we
let me ask you something, Vince. I gotta cut you off. Let me ask you something. What's the likeliness that you winning the lottery if you play right now? What's the likeliness that you win the lottery?
Like 1 out of 175,000.
No, bro, it's way worse than that. Depending on the Powerball, it'd be one out of 20 billion, right? 1 out of 40 billion. It'd be the chance would be so infinitesimal. But guess what, Raj? When the Powerball show up, don't everybody play?
I mean, real talk. And I would love to have the odds he quoted.
Right, exactly. But so Vince, to go into what you're saying, why are people still playing the lottery when the Powerball shows up? It's you have a 1 in 30 billion chance of winning. Why are people still playing?
Man, hope, and I think hope is for suckers.
And there go your answer to why these women are knowingly being solipsistic. Do I think that women are truly solipsistic? Yes. Do I think that many of them are myopic? Yes. But even, bro, I remember I cover Yanni, I cover Chrissy, I cover Ebony K. Williams, I cover these people. Bro, Chrissy, Yanni, bro, Yanni know better. Chrissy know better. Chrissy's not dumb. She's slick as hell. She ain't dumb.
Is it
Ebony K. Williams
working? Is it
Thank you. Goddamn, Raj. I hate Raj. I hate that you just summed it up in how many words? 5, 6 words? My long-winded ass. What Raj just said, Vince. What Raj just said. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. What's the point? If it's work, it literally is what Raj just said, which is their hope and their delusion hasn't kicked them in the ass. Well, not for all of them. It happens to certain women, but yeah. Go ahead.
So maybe it's just my logic, but it's like, okay, it's working.
You said a word.
How long?
There's a word you just said. Anybody want to tell Vince what word he just used?
Function, logic.
You said logic.
So I did want to make an announcement. Oh, I did also want to say thank you, Roger, for bringing me into this space and shit like that. Long live the habitual non-stubborn. I put that out there, but
hey, long live my brother.
No, fuck that, fuck Raj. It ain't about Raj, nigga. You on my channel. Don't you be banging up Raj on my channel? I'm a jealous girlfriend. Don't you be looking at other women on my channel, nigga? Don't be looking at other people on my channel. What the fuck? No, I'm playing. I'm fucking around. Shout out to Raj. Raj is definitely a real one. Go ahead. Online.
Yeah. But yeah, to answer your question, Vince, the question you just asked, how long is this going to go on for? Well, to Roger's point, it will go on for as long as men won't let women fall on their face.
I agree.
Yeah, and as a woman,
women to fall on his face is not going to change.
And as a woman, I don't need a long time. I just need enough time for you to get me to the gas station and buy my gas and take me back to my car.
There you go. You see how now she came back around?
And once I'm good, I go back to being who I was.
Yep.
As long as the moment lasts.
But
Yes.
that's all they need, though. That's
Yep.
the thing is that's all they're worried about. They're
Okay.
not
Okay.
worried about 10 minutes into the future. They just worried
Let
about the
me
next 5.
let me ask y'all this. Wait, let me ask y'all this. Let me ask y'all this because somebody might know the details on this better than I do. Anybody remember what happened to Mos Def and that Canadian woman that he married?
Nah.
Nobody know that story? Go ahead. Go into that. Mos Def married this cute little curly hair, loose curl, mulatto looking Canadian woman. I think he met her in like either 4 days or it's all like 444. He either met her in like 4 days or 4 weeks. He got married to her, and like 4 months she got divorced, and she took goddamn like $4 million. She only needed to pretend for so long. No, this was a while ago. What I'm saying is it happened forever ago. So I'm bringing that up to say all she needed to do was pretend for long enough. And by the way, she tried him when she first met him. So she gave him the signal. He still went after her, married her. She divorced him, and she took money out the door. And she was only married to him for a blink.
Dang.
Going back to what Roger said, she only got a smile until you bring her back to her car.
How long was it? How long were they married for?
I think it was something super short, like 4 months, something stupid. 4 months. It was something dumb. Somebody look up the particulars. I think I'm wrong. Go ahead. I think I might be wrong, but go ahead.
$4 million?
It was something stupid.
But
I might be wrong about the details, though.
But this is the thing, though. Are you gonna walk away from the woman who's? I said I don't know how it is where y'all are. It's a woman on a corner. You pull up at the light. It's a woman out there walking in traffic with a sign talking about, "I need help. I got kids to feed, something or other, whatever the case is." Are you gonna drive off without no problem? Because if you're not gonna drive off without a problem, what you say? What you say?
Lance said he just did that.
Roger, I literally just did that 5 minutes ago.
No. Salute to you for doing so. But the thing is, most guys ain't gonna do it. If we believe they suffering and we got something in our pocket, we gonna dig it right out and give it to them. And I've said on my channel many times, I just don't help women in general no more. They ask me for help. The answer is just generally no. I will help a man from time to time. There's way too much given to women. They don't need any extra help from me. So I don't care about your story. I don't care about your kids. Talking about you got to feed them. I just want a sandwich. If you are a female, my wallet is now closed. I will help a guy from time to time, but I ain't helping no more females. We already paying taxes. They got these shelters and all that type of stuff. They getting all the help they need. But are men gonna really do that for real? You don't need my help. Period.
I don't think so.
Nah, most men aren't. Most men still think they're fairies and damsels in distress.
And until that changes, that's why I said we can't think of them as being myopic, because honestly, it's working. And if something's working for you and you keep repeating the thing that's working,
are you being
slow
short-sighted?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, wait. Let that sizzle. Rod said, "Are you slow or are you fast? Are you slow?" Hey, you didn't see that? That's that you rapper mind right there. Are you some bars?
But
Bars.
The other it seems like the majority of men are slow.
But are the women slow or are they fast?
No, the women are not slow.
They're fast.
They're fast.
Sometimes they crash out, but they're fast.
Sometimes they crash out. Like
KMS, I hate you for this. I hate you. let me highlight this. Y'all look at KMS name, bro. Look at what he changed his name to.
Bunch lady arms lower.
referring to Dr. What's her name? Bryant. That was on Cam Net. This nigga's the worst.
But yeah,
hey man, just saying.
But Roger's 100% right. I'm like, but to Vince's point, how long is this going to go on for? It will go on for as long as men are not, or
I agree.
That women fall.
Which is Roger's point. Yep. Which is Roger's point. Yep.
Yeah. I agree. But Roger said that with his the panel he was having. He was talking about this thing. I'm like, they act like that because men won't let them fall.
Yes.
I was saying that before, but I was saying that to you, Z.
No, like, you have. No, you do. No, I mean, because you said that on Roger's channel and on my. But here's the thing, and it's one of I think BGS and Black Crew have both expressed the fear of this at different times, and so I do too.
there is going to be some serious social and political and economic ramifications for to watch them fall. To watch them fall and men don't help them understand, men are going to hurt too. I'm not talking about no emotional shit right now. Men are going to be hurting too. If women are hurting, men are going to be hurting too. I'm just letting y'all know. It's going to be painful to men too.
But
I'm
here's
just
the
saying.
thing,
Go ahead.
but the problem is like men can take a loss. Men been taking loss. Men been taking losses since the day they were born. Taking a loss is a Wednesday to a man.
Yeah,
You're right.
He's absolutely right. But the problem is that how society is being built now is that the only pragmatic and prudent way for a man to interact, particularly with women now, is to be ruthless, almost to the point of
Yes.
absolute truth. It's to the point to
Yes.
where you can't. Go ahead.
Unless he's incentivized.
Yeah, I mean, but even then, that's exercised in a form of ruthlessness. I mean, there's a situation like, for instance, like there's not even a situation where everything has to be reciprocal, but it's to the point now that if you're a man, I mean, you pretty much understand the dynamic. I mean, either you're the man or she sees you as some sort of ATM. So it's just so the people who
Say that.
people being treated as just a resource, they're like, okay, well, then it has to be quid pro quo up front. I need to see you have risk, so. Yeah, like for instance, me and my lady talked about this. She's like, well, if you were in your 20s and you were out there, how would you do it? I was like, the only way I could do it, it would be overt. It had to be up or down rule. Like, if for a woman to say that she liked me, I'm like, prove it. You're going to have to bring me some money. You have to give me some man. Up front.
The up or down rule.
Up or down rule. Listen, I really care for gangster rap. I stopped listening in mid 10,000 in the 2010s, but one thing I can respect, I'm sorry, in the 2010s, apologies. But one thing I can really respect about them guys is that how they treat women is up or down. Like, hey, if you're gonna come to this hotel room, you're gonna get naked, straight up.
Yeah.
And I think in that aspect, them dudes were ahead of the curve because look at us now. Look at all we're talking about now. Everyone's talking about now. But hey, if you're going to be transactional with us, the only way we can play this game outside of not playing would be
is to be also transactional.
Is to be ruthlessly transactional. If I am the man, if I have something that you want, guess what? I want something too. And considering that more people want what I want than what you're offering, I'm gonna need I'm gonna need you to give me what I need up front immediately, and then I can decide whether I want you or now.
So rest in peace, Kevin. What made our entire society, because it wasn't just black people, it was primarily black people in the black community, but what made our entire society shudder was how overt those women were with their, and I'm not even gonna say transactional, their mercenary ass talk on Kevin's show. And then you see it obviously replicated on a bunch of different places, Daily Wrap-Up Crew Season, all these other clips that I've been preaching, and media tutorials and Medium Man covering all this other stuff. But it made the society shudder to watch primarily black women, but even when white women called in, or Latinas and a couple of Asian women, it made them shudder to see how overt it is, because this is what women are on. They've been on this since time immemorial, but because of the social and political mechanisms in this country that wasn't railing that back, you got to see what that looked like. From 18 all the way up to 80, you got to see what that looked like, and it looked ugly. Go ahead.
But there's the thing. But now this is the response. Shout out to Kendrick. This thing ain't free.
True.
I mean, exactly.
Real quick, okay, I gotta let Vince go because he in the background trying to say stuff and we talking over him. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah, man. God damn it. Shit.
Don't forget your train of thought.
I'm chopping at the bit myself. Come on.
They doing this on purpose. Like they're trolling you now. Go ahead.
Shit. Hey, stop. Hey. You guys said, fuck. No, you guys said the other day about, fuck. Yeah.
Let me remind him of what he was going to say.
I remember what I wanted to say earlier.
Go ahead.
But I didn't get a chance to say it.
Real quick, real quick, because Raj is about to say that, and then Nema, and then I think who else was? I think KMS was trying to go to. So go ahead, Raj, and then Nema, and then KMS. Go ahead.
Oh, I remember. Shit.
Wait, you remember? Go ahead. Hurry up. Go. Go
yeah.
ahead. Go ahead.
All right. But okay, let's go. Okay, so no, you said women don't realize is that what they don't have.
We listen. Go. Don't lose your thought again.
I just said.
Wait, say that one more time. Wait, say it again.
Women have laws is the one thing that women have laws with social media is their PR.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with that. I agree with that 100.
That's horrible.
Yeah, I agree with that 100.
That's why
I agree with that.
But that's why their marriage numbers are in the dump because they have shitty PR.
Yeah.
Well, that is true.
I think the vagina arrogance is having them not see that.
Put it in the book. Put it in. Say that again. Vagina arrogance. Vince done puts it in the book finally. Go. Vaginal arrogance. Put it in the book. Agreed. Agreed.
That. I'm writing that down.
Yeah, vaginal arrogance. That look, we let him talk and he said something. Look at that. Go ahead, Raj. Go ahead.
Well, I know
you breaking up. You're breaking up, and we will. But
I tried to let him rock. I tried.
Yeah. Go ahead, Raj. Go ahead, Raj.
Yeah, well, I think the issue that men haven't really paid enough attention to, because when we talk about transactional stuff, guys forget this is transactional. If I start with a transaction, it's gonna always be a transaction. There is no, it's going to develop into anything more. I may give you more if you do more for me. But once I go transactional, I can't do nothing else with you but that.
Yep.
Because that's all it's ever going to be about. Because even if you really, really love this woman, she see you in a certain way, and this is the relationship y'all got. So my thing is, the guys got to understand, yes, it's transactional, but that's why you got to treat them like hoes. Because it is transactional.
Well, real quick, y'all. How do the old folks say it? How do the old black folks say it? The way you start is the way you finish. How you start is how you finish. But if you start off transactional, that's how it's going to end up. Go ahead.
But to your point, Roger, here's where this ultimately destroys women. I'm not using that word flip it either. As men, we're used to microtransactions because we're used to
say that.
These chicks ain't gonna be used to. Hey, they ain't gonna be used to dealing with us like NBA 2K. You want
Forza killing me with the microtransactions now. Go ahead.
You want the new card? That gonna be 50 tokens, nigga.
Yeah, women gonna have to make that adjustment. And my thing is, it sounds like a personal problem to me. It ain't an issue for me. I done told people straight out, if it has to go transactional, my only job is to get the lowest price possible. Yeah, that's my job at that point.
Because once again, men are used to paying. We're used to. We understand that to be the boss, you gotta pay.
Pay the cost of the boss. Thank you, James Brown. By the way, I'm looking up the whole thing with Mos Def. It says here that he was married twice. His first wife was between 96 and 2006. But while he was still married to his first wife, he married his second wife within 3 days of meeting her. She ended it. Now he promised he was going to divorce his first wife when he married her, but they were together for like 2 years, and she decided to end the relationship in 2006, the same year that he divorced his first wife. So a lot of shit was going on.
So go ahead. So he was married twice, but he was married to his second wife while he was married to his first wife.
Yes.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. He was still married to he was still legally married to his first wife when he married his second wife, because he promised her he was going to divorce the first one, but that didn't work out. She left, ended the relationship, and then he divorced.
So he lost two women at the same time.
In the same year, and plus, it says here his first wife, he's still paying her he was paying $10,000 a month in child support. And she was super pissed off because he wasn't paying. He was right behind. And with his first wife, he's got 2 daughters. But he also has apparently another daughter.
But it was Mos Def was the person I heard that story. I actually read something on this. I gotta go find it. But I gotta find the details. But I'm not doubting you. But it was Mos Def that the story was about. And I gotta go find it. But and Cyrus says, and thank you for the super chat.
I wanted to
real quick. Let me read this. And Cyrus says, to a Gen Z, boomer equal any old nigga I know to every old nigga I don't know and has ever walked this earth. Boomer and Black Guru You know, if Black Uru's still listening or if BGS is listening, yeah, when young dudes, and when we say young, we really mean like anybody under the age of 40. But when it's really the brothers that are under the age of like 20, but
I
under
can give you an example of that actually.
real quick, name it real quick, under the age of 25. I would argue they say boomer for everyone pretty much 50 and older, and like 50 is Xers, right? So like anybody 50 and older is a boomer, and it's a catch off for them old niggas. That's what they say, right? So go ahead, Nemo, go ahead.
First of all, regarding the boomer insults, remember regarding the boomer insult, there's this Dutch family.
Okay, boomer.
Here. I'm a millennial. I'm like what, 3 years older than me? 3 years older than you?
Yeah, I think so.
When were you born?
86.
86. I'm 4 years. Because in fact, I'm 4 years and 2 weeks older than you. Your birthday's on the 15th. Damn it.
You sound like an old nigga right now.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Wait, Rajan, you sound like a boomer right now. You sound like a goddamn.
You can
and Rajan's not even 50, but you're an Xer, so to them Gen Z, you're a boomer.
Anyway, what I wanted to say was, I remember it was a couple I know, Dutch couple, nephew daughters. The youngest was teasing her mom by calling her a boomer and everything. And I'm like, how old are you? Yeah, I said, then I looked at her mom. Okay, mom, I don't want you to ask, and she's a little bit older than me. I asked her, I don't need you to tell me what year you're born, how old you are, just tell me what decade you were born, the 70s. And that's the one I had to school this young man about what's the difference between a Gen Xer, boomer, millennial, and such. And it was just a lot of fun just busting the chops about it. But going back to this discussion we had earlier, and I'm not derailing the conversation, motherfuckers. I'm just connecting dots here. But that conversation we had about like what's going on in China and shit.
That's that women.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Naaman. Go ahead. Roger messing with you. Roger over here trying to troll. Go ahead.
Why does an asshole gotta try to troll a dick? You understand how that works? Motherfucker. Anyway. So to Socrates, like we talked about, like, you know, the whole thing about, you know, like in Asian and stuff like that. I remember we talked about, there was a music video a few years ago about like Chinese women saying no car, no house, no love.
Yeah.
You remember that shit? That was like kind of popular. That was bumping up for a while. Also, there is like, you know, what's her name? Miss Manifestel. I think she forgets there's a parallel between Asians and B-dubs in this sense. Nobody took, like, you know, black women get mad at us if we get involved with non-black women, especially white women, right? But let's not forget that there is also a contingent of white women who swirl with Asians. The AMWF thing is not a fiction. It's still it's out there. I mean, the most famous example I can give you guys is Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee married a white woman named Linda Lee. And nobody talks about how that
how many people know that Bruce Lee? But by the way, I do know that. But how many people know that compared to what's his name out of the Beatles and his Asian wife?
Oh, you mean John Lennon and Yoko Ono?
You see what I'm saying? So you're right about that, and there is something to be said about Asian men, East Asian men in particular, and the idealization of white beauty standards. But Asian women
look at the K-pop phenomenon.
Clearly more dogged about it. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. We see. So that's how Asian men are kind of using it. But it's not necessarily seen as masculine, though. It's still seen as pretty boys with a whole lot of makeup and black dance moves. It's very effeminate Asian men with urban Black American dance moves.
I understand what you're saying, but the fact that you got the reference Bruce Lee as an example, and Bruce Lee died in 1973.
You see what I'm saying?
About how far that says a lot. That says a lot about how far along it's coming along as far as Asian men being seen as
but don't miss what he said too, Kim, because like that the K-pop did it did change the game. But it is a very important trend in the attempt to make
East Asian men, and their features
I
more.
no,
Go ahead.
Even if you can even go back to the late '90s, early 2000s,
Mhm.
with the rise of Canto pop and Mando pop from Hong
Yeah,
Kong
but that wasn't
mainly, and
that wasn't
J-pop in
trending like
Japan.
that. Yeah, but that was
No,
I agree with you,
they
but it
set
wasn't
the
trending like that.
foundation for the K-pop. I mean, they
No,
set the
I
foundation.
agree.
I
I agree.
totally understand about K-pop and J-pop, but one of the things that we may be sidestepping here is that them they're almost seen as women groups. I mean, women bands in this sense.
Say that.
Exotic.
Them dudes are being presented as a very androgynous, almost feminine
Yep,
type of
yep,
male. And
yep,
that being
yep.
said, there is a cutoff on them. I mean, most of them dudes don't. Man, most of them dudes age out about 28. As in, if Bruce Lee was alive, Bruce Lee would have been seen as a sex symbol in the sense from a masculine standpoint, well into his 50s. I don't see no K-pop dude,
Yeah.
making a big
You're
comeback at
you're
38.
definitely right that they can't really age past 30. Yeah, no, you're right about that. You're definitely right about that because I'm thinking about the groups I knew, Super Junior, Big Bang, and all that other stuff. Ain't nobody talking about them like that. Yeah, Rain, exactly.
Wait, so once
The
again,
actor.
to put a bow on it, it's almost like once again, masculinity
Like
by feminine
women.
specifications.
Yep.
Because once
Just
again, these dudes are feminine.
yeah.
I got example of that in my own family.
Yeah, but wait, name it before we go into that. And Indigo Flow says Roger Tax. Thank you for the super chat, Roger Tax.
Indigo Flow, a brilliant young man. That's all I can say.
Hey, he killed me when we were talking about boomers and stuff. Let me read that comment. He said, "Oh, I had to walk 15 miles to school uphill, face ass."
That would have been like
Which
my
is-
grandfather's.
which is exactly what I literally once upon a time Papa Z was complaining about kind of the lack of community, and he wasn't just speaking about Black America. He was actually saying that this is he sees this as Haiti kind of the certain technology that's coming into Haiti and whatnot, and he's like, we used to have to walk here and walk there, and we used to have conversations and stuff, and now you young people are on your phone and and you're texting, and I'm like, but you realize that half the time we're communicating too, it's just that the person's not walking with us 37 miles to the goddamn water hole. I said that shit.
Was this conversation in Creole or in English?
No, it was in English. It was in English.
Oh,
but yeah, so that walk uphill 15 miles thing, Indigo. It's hysterical, but it's accurate. And like I've definitely heard ADOS people say this type of thing too. So yeah, it's funny because it's true. It's true.
I used to have a walk a block.
Thank you for an angle with the it's true, it's true.
Wait, go ahead. Say that again, Rush.
No, I used to have to walk a block to grammar school myself.
See, well, he said a block. Hey, somewhere is a boomer that just had a heart attack from anger, right? Because they heard Ross say that, and he's like, "Oh, so you trying to mock me?"
Dude, I used to walk. I used to walk to high school and junior high, and that was like 20, 15. That was like 15, 20 minutes in the same neighborhood.
That's not that ain't. Yeah. That ain't what the and it's just a flex. It's and I would argue because I'm about putting your children in environments and in situations where you artificially create strife, right? Especially for those parents, like the way, because me and my girl have had this conversation about if and when we have kids, how that's supposed to play out. And I did say, like, yo, if we continue on this road and we're doing better and better financially, we're gonna have to put them in situations where they have to experience that, where they have to experience getting knocked on their ass, right? Where they have to experience no, where they have to experience trying your hardest and failing and overcoming that, right? And so, like, I agree with that aspect of when boomers speak of their past tribulations and all this other stuff. With that said, there are a number of boomers that look like they get off watching young people struggle because they had to do it too. And it's like, but you were supposed to create an environment where we didn't have to do it. Like, you shouldn't be celebrating that. It's weird stuff. Huh?
Whoa. Now, how about building character? How about we just celebrating the fact If these youngsters is getting a little
No, so look, I agree with that, Roger. But you know them booming. No, you already know. You already know. No, it definitely was that. Well, I had to do it too. Yeah, nigga, you were supposed to make sure that I didn't have to do it. That's the whole point of passing on easier and easier life to the next generation. And you put them in the position to have to bust their ass for certain things, but the whole thing is not to celebrate them going through stuff. Now, I agree with you, Raj. Now, if this is something where it's a rite of passage type thing, that's a different conversation. That's not what them old niggas doing, though. That's not what they on.
The old niggas is definitely not doing that. Old niggas is not doing that. Them niggas said, man, if I had to get it, you had to get it.
Exactly. Which I got
got it from
lucky.
the mother. Now you have to get it from the mother, like just like I did, just like my father did,
Exactly
just like
what
my
name is.
grandfather.
And so what and I'm about to close out in a minute, y'all, because this is extreme reckless streams. Not to mention, Mr. Z only got like 4% of battery left. So and so
charger? What's wrong with you?
No, I said this is a reckless stream, so you can know. You already know
No,
how to
7
do,
hours
right?
you get crazy.
Right? You see what I'm saying?
7 hours.
Just say that Roger Ross
Wait.
said.
It could have been worse. It could have been
Right.
worse.
But
Imagine
real quick,
if
let me know that. Wait, name it. Let me don't lose it. Let me don't lose it. So
Alright.
so the old, like the boomers, I would argue, and it's not just a boomer thing. We should be creating a world that makes it easier and easier in successive generations. With that, I'm an advocate of some type of rites of passage, y'all. And I don't know what that would look like. I'm still trying to mull that over, but like I'm for rites of passage at certain age, like there'll be a 5-year-old rites of passage, a 7 or 8-year-old rites of passage, a 12-year-old rites of passage, a 16-year-old rites of passage, and then an 18-year-old rites of passage, and then a 21, and then okay, now nigga, you grown. You grown after 21. Just like 21, you could drink now, right? So like I'm about that, because if we're going to continue to make the world a kinder, cuddlier place, then we got to put them in the octagon for something. You see what I'm saying? So like to mitigate for the technology softening shit up and the environment softening shit up. But I'm not about necessarily celebrating watching the young people go through shit because I went through it. That's not the point, right? Like, yeah, so like that's my thing with the generation wars and conversations, right? Not to mention, let's be honest, like just like many of us are living our day-to-day, and we might be paying attention to something here and there and political and social stuff. It was the same thing for the older brothers. The thing is, like, how many older brothers could have did anything about what Reagan was on, or what Nixon was on, right? Or what Carter was on, or what Clinton was on, right? So that's the thing.
Or
Go ahead.
Nixon.
Yeah.
Well, we do have to have some level of rites of passage, because there are some people who are going to tell you they had to walk, maybe 15 miles to school. Keep in mind, the generation before them had to build the school. You had to say that. So, the further you go back, the tougher probably people going to usually have it. But yeah, you can't let folks get too soft, because you get too soft, you forget what the struggle is. And I personally believe that you're supposed to teach a child that adults are supposed to do the hard stuff. So when people say it's hard, you understand this is the work of an adult.
Yes.
See, if you teach that when they little kids, it's a shame to me that you
Raj,
have adults.
are you saying that we're going to create a world where the women are not complaining about paying their own goddamn bills when they single? That's what you're saying, Raj? Go ahead.
If they got jobs, I don't see why they can't pay their bills. And even with me, I know you didn't heard my thing about, if a woman is working, she should be turning her money over to her husband. What you got a job for if it ain't to benefit me? Because I'm not gonna let you benefit another man, and I don't get no benefit for. I don't understand why you working if you ain't working to benefit me. I'm your husband. Now, if you want to benefit a man, and you got a husband, that don't look right to me. Because I thought you're supposed to benefit me, not another dude.
You know her money is her money.
No, I don't.
See, Raj, you low functioning, low value man.
Let Dr. was it Cheyenne Bryant say it? Raj, you're low functioning and low value. Say that,
low value ass man, you.
With an intelligence walk in the room, and you're talking about a person, anybody who can function well is high value. Period. You tell me a janitor is not high value when you got to go to the hospital. Tell me how he ain't high value. He functions
Bet he don't
well.
own the janitorial business.
He don't need to. I bet you ain't going to get no surgery unless that place clean.
He was quoting MDK. Well, that's not a direct quote from
Right.
MDK, but that's what.
Hey, I guess they don't want to date the doctor neither because he don't own his own hospital.
I get the mindset, but when you got to go to Popeyes, since we on Mrs. Z channel, when you got to go to Popeyes, how important these janitor is? How important that janitor you got to go to Popeyes?
Let's be very clear. If I look through that goddamn drive-through window and I see all type of rats running around or some fucking roach or something, anything that looks unkept or anything that looks wavery or anything that looks questionable, I will pull off. I will leave the money. Screw it. You can have the $20. I'm gone.
And the only point I'm just trying to get to it now. I know she a doctor. But how you gonna be high functioning without being high value? That is a dumb statement. Period. I don't care who said it. That's just a completely idiotic statement. Anybody who is high functioning automatically
Raj, wait. I'm disappointed in you, Raj. You missed a perfectly good opportunity. Raj, this is uncharacteristically Raj. You missed a perfectly good opportunity to say how you supposed to be young, high value and high function if you don't got no goddamn man, Dr. Bryant. At 41 years old.
I mean, she's 41. I already know. She'll lose at the end of the day. So I mean, she automatically in the loser category. She's 30 years old. She's never been married. She admitted that.
40 years old. Wait, 41 years old.
Well, yeah, she's 41. But I'm saying, once I found that out, I already knew she was a loser. So, and my thing is, how much advice are we taking from losers? My bad. Go ahead.
But Rob, when you first said that, when I first heard you speak and you said that, that's what made me subscribe to you. I'm like, if she's damn near 30 years old and she ain't got no man, she a loser.
Right.
Because like, that don't happen to winners. Yeah, that don't happen to winners.
Well, she did admit that she was engaged twice, so talk about it. Rest in peace, Kevin. Bro, I used to love when he used to flame them about that.
All that means is I had sex with multiple losers because no woman turns down a wedding proposal from a winner. Period. So she had sex with losers.
Talk about it
from her own vantage point. I'm not even saying what the guys were because the guys could have been winners. She just so dumb she saw winners as losers. If that's what the case is, but don't no woman turn down no ring from no winner. That don't happen.
Say that.
Well, I mean, that's the cognitive dissonance, though.
Yeah.
That's the cognitive dissonance right there. I'm like, they don't. Yeah. I can do better. I can always do better, no matter how old and decrepit I get.
Shout out to Lion for pronouncing dissonance the correct way because Mr. Z struggles to because I can't get that word out. But bro, I can't get that word out. But I always want to say dissident. I always want to say that. So shout out to you for actually pronouncing it the right way.
Me too, dog. I completely understand. It fucks me up too. But yeah,
they could be tripping all over that goddamn word. But okay,
you know what? You're not gonna trip over. Wedding vows. You ain't gonna trip over those.
No. Hell no.
No, a 41-year-old woman who is saying she going through a change and ain't figured this stuff out yet. That, like I said, I don't know what school she went to, but if she went to a school that I ran, I would pay her to never say that what that school was. She
went to the school of soft Knicks, not the school of hard knocks. She went to the school of soft Knicks.
But the thing about that is that's the point of them going to school. They get paid. They pay them to go to school and invest in them. They don't pay them to find a husband.
Say that. So let me. Okay, so on that note, y'all, we got to pause right here because battery gone, y'all. We have one person. I got to hurry up before this. So let me shout out Afro National and thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker. I got to go run and put this shit on the charger. All right, y'all. And this is a uber extremely reckless streams because Mr. I ain't gonna say that. I'm gonna incriminate myself. So on that note, y'all, we will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all have a great rest of y'all day. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content and other non-Manosphere content. All right, y'all. Happy Saturday and Mr. Z out. All right, y'all.
We keep forgetting to do that.